I'm entering my Mike's Mike era with Grey's Anatomy. I know a lot of people really love this show with no shame. I can't really enjoy it to that extent. I mean, I have seen all of it. But it's because it's silly. It's basically a soap opera. And the plots get really convoluted and everyone ends up getting together. So why not do a Mike's Mike moment and make my wall embarrassing for anyone who comes over. So, to begin, we will start with every season's beginning, the pilot. The pilot for Grey's Anatomy is actually kind of iconic, and it's actually just a genuinely really good episode. It's called A Hard Day's Night. Every episode in Grey's Anatomy, except for one, is named after a song. Some of those will be important later, and some of them are just kind of stupid puns that are fun and stupid. So, Hard Day's Night doesn't really have anything to do specifically with the pilot, but it's just a good name for a pilot that isn't pilot. So, our pilot begins with our titular protagonist, Meredith Grey, and she has woken up after a one-night stand. We start with this narration of her talking about how great her mother, Ellis Grey, was and how she was an incredible surgeon. She won 2 Harper Avery Awards, which is a made-up medical award for the show, but she's kind of screwed. And then she wakes up from the one-night stand. She's in this luxurious house that eventually pretty much everyone in the series is going to live in, because it's just like an iconic location. And she realized that she's late for work, so she kicks out this mystery man who had a very good time last night. And before he leaves, they exchange names, and we find out his name is Derek. I'm covering up his last name because it's important later, although you probably already know who he is. We are then introduced to Ciala Grace Hospital, which, as the show goes on, is seemingly the only hospital in the entire Pacific Northwest, possibly even the country, based on the fact that they are constantly treating each other and just go to another hospital. The chief of the hospital, Richard Weber, is giving his iconic opening speech. And then after the speech, Meredith says, "Like I said, I'm screwed. Title card." Oh, what a good cut to the title card. I don't think it starts with the iconic intro just yet. I don't even know if you... Is it iconic? It's kind of horrible, the intro song. It's really bad. But, like, when they bring it back for, like, the 200 episode, 300 episode specials, it does hit me. It does hit me right here. So, after the title card, we are now in the intern locker rooms, another very well-traveled room in this hospital and in this Grey's Anatomy universe. Like, they're always in this locker room, even if they're not interns anymore, because they always bring in new classes. So we meet a few of the other doctors. We meet Dr. Christina Yang, who she and Meredith talk about how there aren't a lot of women in their program. One of the other women in their program is Izzy Stevens, and then another person in their group is George O'Malley. These 4, at the moment, are in their own little intern group. Christina is very confident in her abilities, and she has the skills to back it up, so she should be. George is very nervous, but he has a little heart of gold. And then Izzy's there. I mean, she's very peppy, I guess, but also, like, she'll kill you. They're all very nervous because they have heard that one of the residents who will be leading them is known as the Nazi, and we find out that that is Dr. Miranda Bailey. This was made in, like, 2005, but I'm sure even then calling a black woman a Nazi wasn't very cool, so she gives yet another iconic speech about her rules. She gives out 4 of her iconic 5 rules when Meredith chimes in and says, "That was only 4 rules." And then Bailey gets a page and says, "Rule number 5, when I move, you move." We stand. This page leads all of the interns and the resident Bailey up to the roof where a helicopter is landing down and they are having to take care of a patient named Katie Price. Katie gets assigned to Meredith, and while all this is happening, we also learn of Dr. Preston Burke, who is the head of cardio, and he will also be helping on the Katie Price case. During lunchtime, all of the interns are discussing how hard the first day is. Their first day is actually a 48-hour shift, which I'm not sure is allowed anymore, but they're all discussing how hard it is and how the residents aren't making their life any easier. During lunch, George and Christina find out that Meredith is the daughter of Ellis Grey, and that changes their opinion of her for sure, but Christina still respects her quite a bit. During all this, Burke walks over and announces that one of the interns on the very first day gets chosen to do a special surgery to prove their skills, and it goes to the intern with the most promise, and that intern is George. I wouldn't have chosen him. I probably would have chosen Christina, but as we soon find out, the intern appy, because it's an appendectomy, doesn't actually go to the intern with the most promise. It's a test to kind of show that surgery isn't as easy as you think it is. So, back with Katie, the parents are asking Meredith a bunch of questions about her that she doesn't really know the answers to, so she goes and finds Bailey to get the answers to these questions. She asks Bailey where Burke is, but Bailey says Burke isn't on the case and Dr. Shepard is on the case now. So Meredith goes to find Dr. Shepard, and it's Derek. It's her one-night stand. The scandal. The scandal. So that is our first red string connection. They will be more visible over time because you can see all these thumbtacks. That's where people go, and the connections between people. But this is our first little tiny one. Yay! When they first meet each other, Derek pulls Meredith into a stairwell, which is a frequent meeting location on Grey's Anatomy, and tries to plan another date with her, but Meredith says that is harassment and walks away. If only it ended at that. If only it ended at that. Back to George, he's in the operating room with Burke. They're about to do their appendectomy. All the interns are up in the gallery, which, I don't think actually exists in a lot of hospitals, but they're up in the gallery watching the surgery. They're all very jealous, and they all think he's going to choke, except for Meredith, who has a little faith in him. During the surgery, George does it very successfully. He takes the appendix out, but then after the appendix gets taken out, he struggles on what to do next, and the patient starts to code a little bit, and Burke has to push him out of the way and finish the surgery himself, meaning he failed his intern appy. Embarrassing. A bunch of the other interns decide to name him 007, License to Kill, which will stick around for the series. With the introduction of George being known as 007, I'm going to introduce a Let's Remember This section of the wall. So this is a sticky note. George is 007. This is going to be for details in the show that are brought up in earlier seasons that maybe they retcon, or it's just accidentally really good planning on their part. George is 007. Later, Meredith is dealing with Katie, and she fakes a seizure, so Meredith doesn't really believe her when she needs to call for help. I hope this doesn't turn into a boy who cried wolf scenario. A little bit after this, Meredith spots another intern, Alex Karev, who is being real douchey towards a nurse and saying that she doesn't know what she's doing and that he's a surgeon, so he should know. And Meredith really wants to cuss him out, but he gets a page about Katie, and she takes her time, but oh my god, she is actually having a seizure. Meredith is trying her best, but she really can't do anything to help, and then Derek and Bailey come in and save her life. After Derek and Bailey successfully save her and scold out Meredith, Meredith goes outside and throws up in the rain. We've all been there, girl. We've all been there. And Christina sees, and they have a moment where Meredith is like, please don't tell anyone that this happened. Derek is talking to the parents, and he can't seem to figure out what's wrong with Katie, and her parents are really pissed. So Derek gets all of the interns together and says that they have to figure out what's wrong with her, and whoever figures it out gets to scrub in on the surgery. Pretty big prize for their first day. Christina asks Meredith if she wants to research together, and they can split it 50-50 for the surgery, but Meredith has no interest in scrubbing in, obviously because she slept with Derek and doesn't want to see him, but she doesn't tell Christina this at first, and she doesn't understand why she wouldn't want to scrub in on a brain surgery on their first day. Eventually, Meredith does tell Christina that it's because they slept together, and she tells her not to react, and Christina doesn't, because she's a good friend, but they still decide to research together. While they're researching, they talk about Katie's history, how she was in pageants, and her special talent was rhythmic gymnastics. This leads to a classic Grey's revelation where they're talking about something completely different, and then they realize something related to the case. So they realize if she twisted her ankle, then it could have caused an aneurysm in her ankle that spread up to her brain, and she wouldn't have realized it because it was just during the fall. They go and tell Derek, and Derek says that the chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1, but he'll check. And wouldn't you believe it, they were right. Derek thanks them for the help, and he tells Meredith that he'll see her in the OR, and Meredith doesn't say anything about how they researched it together, and Christina is pissed. George has been working on a case with Burke, and George had told the patient's wife that he was going to make it, but then he doesn't, and so George is really flustered when Burke comes out of surgery, and he's like, but I told the wife that he was going to make it. And Burke is like, why the fuck would you say that? Now you have to go tell the wife that she's going to be a widow. Yikes, that's not great. It's not great, George. Izzy and Christina are chilling and having another lunch, and Christina is super pissed at Meredith. Meredith says that she just changed her mind, but Christina doesn't believe it and says she was just being sneaky the whole time. And then she says, in front of Izzy, I don't need to get surgeries like you do by sleeping with your boss. Gagged. During the surgery, they're about to scrub in Meredith and Derek, and Meredith asks Derek if he only chose her because they slept together, and at first Derek says yes, which is harassment, but then he says no, and that she's just has a lot of potential, and that she shouldn't let it get in the way that they slept together for her to have her shot. Later, Meredith and George are both talking about how today has been really hard, and they both feel like they fucked up their chances. And Meredith tells George that when she told her mom, Ellis, that she was going to go to med school, that Ellis told her she wasn't going to make it. That's some really good motherhood right there. Way to go. Later, Weber is berating Alex because he has been dismissing his nurse's concerns about his patient this whole time. And then he asks anyone in the room what the common causes of post-op fever are. Meredith answers very easily. She says that pneumonia is very easy to assume, especially when you're too lazy to do the tests like Alex did. Weber asks her what she would do instead, and she answers very easily, and then he tells Alex to do exactly that, and then he turns to Meredith and says, I would recognize you anywhere, you're the spitting image of your mother, welcome to the game. Alright, we're back to the Derek and Meredith surgery, and Derek says, it's a beautiful night to save lives. Name another iconic line. Name another fucking iconic line. So many in this episode. They're doing brain surgery on Katie. Narrator Meredith mentions that she can't think of a single reason why she still wants to be a surgeon, but she can think of a million why she wants to quit. And while they're looking through the little microscope thingy to work on her brain, she steals a little sneaky look at Derek. After the surgery, she and Christina hash it out, and Meredith is like, we don't need to have a moment. And Christina is like, yeah, that's fine. Christina tells Meredith that she needs to get some sleep because she looks like crap. And Meredith says, I look better than you do. And Christina says, not possible. The friendship. I love them so much. It is hour 48, and their shift is over. They're all leaving and exchanging phone numbers. Meredith turns back and looks at the hospital, and it's like, brings a tear to my eye, makes me feel something in my heart to see this first shot of them all looking back at the hospital. And we hear some more narrator Meredith. She's been narrating the entire episode. And we realize that she's not just narrating it, she was actually talking to her mother, Ellis, who's in an Alzheimer's facility, because she has Alzheimer's. And she can't even remember that she herself is a doctor, much less that Meredith is one. And that's the end of episode 1. Truly just like a genuinely really good episode. Like, I mean, if you don't have to watch all of Grey's Anatomy, you probably shouldn't. I feel like I only watched all of it because it's like Stockholm Syndrome, because you get to like specific events in the show, and then by the time you get to the last really big one, you're like, well, I'm close enough to the last few seasons, and you're not. You're like on season 12 and there's 20 seasons, but you're like, I'll get through it, and then you've seen all 20 seasons of Grey's Anatomy and it's embarrassing. But I would definitely check out the pilot. It's just genuinely really good. Alright, so that was the pilot. That was really in-depth just for the first episode. We're going to have like a lot less in-depth descriptions for the rest of the series. I'll bring up important things that happen interrelationship-y, any interesting cases, if like a celebrity shows up, and a new thing starting from pilot onwards. If they do a fireable offense, we're introducing the Good Noodle Board. I was going to make like physical stars to put under their names, but I realized I was going to need a lot of stars since like Meredith is in here for 20 seasons, and I think I would run out of space eventually. But basically, if they do something good, like if they have really good bedside manner, if they just perform a surgery really well, or if they're just really nice to someone, then they will get a gold star. And then if they do a fireable offense, or if they're just really mean, then they will get their gold star taken away. If they don't have any gold stars when they do something bad, then they will get a black star to signify their bad behavior. So let's begin with episode 2. So the interns are heading back to work. Christina rides in on a motorcycle. Why did they get rid of her motorcycle? I feel like we never see it past season 1, and I want her to have her motorcycle still. Like, that was hot. Give Christina her motorcycle back. I'm starting a petition. I know she's not in the show anymore, spoilers, but Shonda, if you're listening, I want to see her motorcycle again. Give it to Mika in the new season. So, at work, Meredith is posting a notice that she wants some new roommates, and she interviews a few candidates, and she denies them all for silly reasons. One of them she denies for being in kindergarten when the Challenger exploded. So, she's got some high standards. Izzy and George try to plead their case about how they want to be roommates with her, but she denies them. Meredith and Derek end up talking, and Derek mentions that Seattle has fairies, and that he didn't know that, but he does like them. Meredith realizes what he's trying to do, and she says that she is not going out with him, and that he is sexually harassing her. That is our first black star for Derek Shepherd on the digital noodle board. They are in an elevator while this happens, which is another frequent Grey's meeting location, so when she says that he is sexually harassing her, he just says he's riding an elevator. Those things can be true at the same time, Derek. She says that there is a big line that they cannot cross, and then they make out. Then they start making out with each other. At work. At work. I feel like I should give Meredith a black star for this, but I didn't in my notes, so you get off this time, Meredith. It goes to Derek because he's technically her superior. The elevator opens up and then they go their separate ways without issue. This seems like a really healthy dynamic to have in the workplace, especially with your boss, with the attending of neurosurgery. During surgery, some of the doctors are operating on a rape victim and they realize that she bit off the rapist's penis, and then it cuts to the intro, which is our first happenstance of the iconic intro, which they do get rid of later, like the feet and everything. I don't know why I specified the feet. There's like shoes. But it's like very 2005 soap opera-y, and I understand why it is like that for the first season, but I totally get why they got rid of it. Derek is talking to Burke about why he is in Seattle. He's not from here. He originally lived in New York, and he said that Weber offered him a job here, and that's why he moved, but Burke doesn't really seem to believe it. Later, Bailey tells Christina, and I guess everyone else, that Alex has been reassigned to their group because he sucks, and Bailey can whip him into shape, and Christina isn't very happy about this, and they don't really like each other. Meredith finds the rapist's penis and brings it to Weber, and Weber says that the police always take a while, like, processing a bunch of stuff, so she's just gonna have to hold on to the penis for now, which is just in, like, a cooler. So she's just walking around with her penis, which is what she says to people. Meredith is pretty bummed out because now she has to watch over a penis all day, so George brings her to the newborn wing to cheer her up. That's so nice. But Meredith calls him a woman for liking looking at babies. What the fuck? Is that not sweet that he's bringing her over to look at babies? I think that's really sweet. And Meredith is like, gay, you're making me look at babies, gay. George gets a code while they're looking at the babies and leaves, and then Meredith notices that one of the babies is turning blue. That is a gold star for Meredith for saving a baby's life, pretty much. Meredith, goes into the unit to, check on the baby, and a nurse tells her that she could get in trouble for being in there. Cut to Burke talking to Weber about how he wants to be the new chief of surgery when Weber retires. Yes, we're talking about Weber retiring in season 1. He is still in the show in season 20. This man has not retired. Christina and Alex have a brother-sister dynamic going on right now where they're having a competition to see who can diagnose the fastest, and it's very entertaining. Meredith brings up to Burke that she noticed that one of the babies was turning blue, and he says he can't do anything about it because it's not like he's the chief or anything. Way to be petty, but also, good job, Burke. I love it for you. She's talking to Christina about how she's just sitting around with her penis, and she tells Christina that she kissed Derek in the elevator again, and Christina calls Derek McDreamy, which is an iconic name. I'm sure even if you haven't seen Grey's Anatomy, you've heard the name McDreamy, because it's been spoofed a lot, so that's McDreamy. While they're talking, a car drives up to the ER, and a man with no penis stumbles out. Burke is talking to Weber again and asks when he stopped seeing him as his number one, and Weber says it's because Burke only does what he needs to do, and then Burke spots Meredith and he walks away, presumably towards the babies. They're now in the intern hallway, which is it looks like this subterranean hallway, even though it's not because there's clearly windows, but it's always dark, and they are all very stressed out, and they don't know what they're doing, and there's an iconic line alert. George says, "Who here has no idea what they're doing?" and they all raise their hands. That's in the trailer for the show, I'm pretty sure. If you hover over Grey's Anatomy on Netflix, that line shows up. As it should. As it should. He moved some units with that one. Meredith sees the parents of the blue baby and tells them that something might be wrong with the baby, and the peds resident, who's just a random doctor, not important enough for the wall, is who authorized you to be here? And Burke shows up and he's I did. This is my case now. And they work together and find out that it's a birth defect and that she should book an OR. But he also tells her to never pull a stunt like that again. You think it'll happen? You think she's gonna do all of her cases normally and that she'll never do that again? I'm sure. On the Izzy side of the story, she gives a woman some back alley stitches because she didn't have a green card and she could have lost her job. But that's really great. Izzy, you get a gold star for that. Great job, Izzy. Gold star. Burke is very much struggling with wanting to be chief of resident, and he's letting Weber get to him, so he asks Bailey to be honest with him and say what she thinks about him. She says that he is arrogant and has a god complex. Derek has been watching the rape victim all night, and he tells Meredith that if he was in a coma, all 4 of his sisters would be there with him. Let's remember this for way later. He also asks Meredith for clarification of their relationship, and she says she doesn't know. Later, Burke talks to Derek and says that Weber promised him the chief, which Derek knew already, and Burke says that he is not the enemy, just the competition. Later, Burke and Meredith are scrubbing in on the baby surgery, and we get a needle drop of Somewhere Only We Know. Kind of iconic. And then at the end of the episode, Meredith tells George and Izzy that they can move in with her. Derek flirts with Meredith while they're waiting for the elevator, so Meredith takes the stairs instead and catches up with all her friends. End of episode 2. Again, just another great episode. I think season 1 is just a genuinely really good season. It's really short. I think it's only 9 episodes, which, God, I wish they had other short seasons. Like, season 2 is really good. I can't deny it. Season 2 is one of their best seasons, but it has 26 episodes. On what planet do I need that much? I know a lot of people really like long television shows, like long seasons, but 26 is just a little too much for me. Alright, start of episode 2, Meredith is wearing her iconic Dartmouth sweater. I will insert a photo. And we were at the hospital, and Bailey feels like she's forgetting something as she's walking around with Derek. And then she pulls Derek out of the way and almost gets hit by a bike. And then she remembers that it is the dead baby bike race today, which is just when everyone in Seattle bikes around for dead babies. I didn't really write down the reason for why it's called that, and I can't remember now, so I'm just gonna assume that's what it's for. Everyone gets garbed up in their little yellow scrubs and prepares for injuries in the pit, except for George, who is assigned to work with Weber on his pre-op and post-op patients. Hope this doesn't happen again for George, right? Christina and Izzy get assigned to watch a likely brain-dead man to make sure that he's actually brain-dead, and they think that it is a waste of time and a waste of organs, so they ask Bailey if they can harvest his organs, and she says that they need family consent first. Derek witnesses a patient kissing Meredith, and Meredith is like, "What? Are you jealous? Fucking get his ass, that's so iconic." And then she walks away. He also asks her out again, and she says no. God, I wish it stayed like this forever. I hate the two of them together. George is hiding from a VIP patient who is a man that likes George, and Alex says that he should go for it because Alex is down with the rainbow. What an ally. We stan. And then George tells him that he's not gay, which Alex is very shocked to find out, and so is Christina. Meredith and Christina are asking Burke in the bathroom if they can harvest this dude's organs, and he's like, no. So they go to Derek, and Derek's like, I mean, you could go to the chief. So all the girls go up to George, and they're like, if you can convince Weber that we should take this guy's organs, then you'll have a liver for the VIP patient, and he'll stop flirting with you. And then they run away to, like, go do something else. But Alex overhears this, and he goes to Weber and he gets in on the surgery and steals it from them. And when Meredith finds out, she almost beats up Alex, but Derek stops her. When she gets home, George and Izzy are looking through one of the many boxes that are in her house, and they find a bunch of surgery tapes from her mom and are watching them, and that makes Meredith mad. The next day at work, Alex makes some pervy comments to Meredith, and she turns to Christina and says, I'm gonna become a lesbian. And Christina says, me too. Why would you say that and then not actually do it? Why would you show it to me if I couldn't have it? A biker that they treated yesterday has a wound that's about to explode, so Bailey lets Meredith scrub in instead of Alex and sends him back downstairs. Christina and Izzy get to scrub in on the organ retrieval, and George scrubs in with Weber for the organ transplant. So they all get to scrub in, except for Alex. That's what you get for stealing a surgery. Bailey yells at some of the bikers and calls them reckless, which I'm not sure she's allowed to do, but I'm not gonna give her a black star for that or anything, because that just feels a little mean. Later, when she gets home, George, Izzy, and Christina are watching some more of the Ellis tapes, but Meredith is chill with it and joins them. Episode 4, Alex is calling Izzy Dr. Model, and Izzy is calling Alex Dr. Evil Spawn. Evil Spawn is one that actually sticks around, Dr. Model not so much. Meredith is also trying very hard to avoid Derek, but he is just very persistent, which I think is creepy, but some people really like. I personally don't like their relationship, but, whatever. Izzy is working on a patient, and then the patient won't let her work on him because she is in a magazine modeling photos and he doesn't trust a model to work on him. Bailey tells the patient to get over it because she's obviously a doctor, which is iconic of her. And then Alex finds out about these photos and prints a bunch of them out and hangs them up around the locker room, which is a fireable offense, I think, in my heart. That's a black star, Alex. You're not doing very well. When Izzy sees this, she, strips to her underwear and is like, these photos helped me get through college. I don't have any debt because of these photos, and I look really good, so maybe you should shut the fuck up. And Christina says that if she looked like Izzy, she would be naked all the time, and she wouldn't have a job, skills, and she wouldn't know how to read. That's just such a great thing to say. That's just so fun. And this is just, such an iconic moment for Izzy. Fucking put him in his place. Put that motherfucker in his place. George, Meredith, and Alex get called down to the ER for a man with nails in his head. Meredith scrubs in with Derek, and they successfully take the nails out, and it's fine. Meanwhile, Christina and Burke are treating a former scrub nurse at the hospital, Liz, which makes Meredith sad because she used to be Ellis's scrub nurse, and Ellis doesn't remember Meredith, but she does remember Liz. So Meredith tells Liz that Ellis has Alzheimer's and no one else knows, so Liz is the first person to know this. And she's, she's not on the wall, but she is the first person to know that Ellis has Alzheimer's besides Meredith, so that's probably better than being on the wall, actually. Meanwhile, Christina resuscitates a DNR patient. That's bad. That's fireable. That's a black star. Sorry, Christina. And then Meredith tries to change a patient's mind about surgery. That is coercion, and that's also a black star, Meredith. That's a fireable offense, too. That's bad. Afterwards, Burke comforts Christina in the stairwell, and then Meredith finally says yes when Derek asks her out. That's just the lesson, everyone. If you just continuously ask someone out after they say no so many times, then they'll say yes. That's a lesson that we should all learn from Derek and Meredith right here. Episode 5, Izzy is throwing a housewarming party, and she invites her boyfriend from out of town to the party. His name is Hank. Let's put him on the wall. He's our first person we actually get to put on the wall. Oh my god. Alright, so that's her boyfriend, Hank. That is the best picture I could get of him. It's really dark, but that's Hank. Also for this party, George accidentally invites Bailey. Meredith is performing a heart surgery with Burke, and she realizes that her glove has been torn, and she's worried that she might have, punctured something with her fingernail if her glove torn. And then during the surgery, the woman starts crashing, so Meredith tells Burke about her glove tearing, and Burke is pissed off because she might have popped the heart. So then Weber comes in, and he's like, we're gonna have to talk to legal if something happened, because that's, you could have hurt someone. And Meredith is capital S stressed out, because not only does she have to deal with this, but she also has to do some power of attorney stuff with her mom. She's just got a lot going on, and it's rough for her. Afterwards, Burke brings Christina coffee. Ooh, what's going on? On another surgery, Bailey and Weber are working on a woman's chest cavity when they realize that she has a towel inside of her, probably from a surgery she received there 5 years ago. And that is really bad. Weber is fucking pissed off. So he asks Christina to research who the surgeon was 5 years ago, and she finds out it was Burke. That's a fireable offense, Burke. You can't leave towels in chest cavities. She tells Bailey, and Bailey says to keep it to herself until she figures out what to do. Derek berates Alex for not giving pain meds to an addict because the guy could actually be in pain, and Alex says to the patient's face that he doesn't like people like him. That is also a black star, Alex. You can't just say things. You can't just say that. So he tries to get Izzy to help him get the guy to leave. The guy stands up, he falls down, he gets a brain bleed, and they both scrub in on the surgery with Derek. Meredith goes home after being unable to get her mother to sign any forms, and there's a huge rager going on. Bailey tells Christina not to worry about stuff with Burke, with the towel, but she's obviously thinking of other stuff. And Christina is super drunk, so she jumps up on a table and starts dancing. Meredith joins, and then George joins also, and they're all having a good time. Later, they all play strip poker together when Hank, Izzy's boyfriend, comes home. She's not there, so he goes to the hospital, and he says that he doesn't want to go to the party, and they break up. And then Izzy goes back to the hospital. Back at the party, Derek is watching Meredith drunk dance, and then they go outside and have sex in his car, and Bailey catches them! That's a fireable offense for both of them. They both get black stars for that. During the legal meeting with Meredith and the board about the puncturing of the heart, Burke speaks up for her because he also made the mistake with the towel, and that gets her off probation. And then at the end of the episode, Christina walks into an on-call room with Burke, and they kiss! That's another connection! Episode 6, Burke and Christina are talking about if they should sleep together, and Christina says, well, definitely, and then she leaves the room. Bailey walks the interns into a room with a woman who has a really big tumor on her stomach, and Alex is doing some really good bedside manner. Let's get a gold star for Alex for that. He really needs it at this point. Burke tells Christina that if she gets the family history, then she might get to scrub in on the surgery. Bailey tells Derek that the next time she sees Derek favoring Meredith, she'll make sure that Meredith doesn't see the inside of an OR for a month. So later, Derek has a surgery, but he denies Meredith from getting to scrub in, which Bailey sees. And Derek tells Bailey, you know people call you the Nazi, right? And she says, so I've heard. Fucking tell him. Fucking tell him. Back with the tumor patient. She's getting a CT scan, and the mic is on while she's doing it, and she hears Alex bad-mouthing her. I'm gonna take that gold star right back right now, because are you fucking kidding me, Alex? Come on. Because of this, Burke takes Alex off of the case and says he can't be in the OR for the rest of the week, and George and Christina get to scrub in instead. Also, George unsuccessfully asks out Meredith to the point where I don't even think Meredith knows that he was trying to ask her out, which is embarrassing. Meredith gets in on another surgery with Derek, and she talks to Bailey about it, and Bailey says she doesn't care as long as she doesn't have to hear about it, and as long as other people don't know, because then other people will start to think that she is getting special treatment from Derek. On the other side of the hospital, Izzy tells a patient that she is her favorite patient because she threw up on Alex. During her surgery with Derek, it's an awake surgery for brain surgery, and she has really good bedside manner with the patient. That's a gold star. And she really helps out the patient. And the patient tells Meredith that if she doesn't marry Derek, then they will. So get on it, Meredith. You got competition. Alex's pager is dead. That's another black star, Alex. That's not good. People need to contact you, especially Izzy, because now she's having to take both of your cases, and then she has to open a guy up because Alex isn't there and she can't contact anyone. But she pulls a clot out of this guy's heart and then massages him back to life. That's a gold star, Izzy. Great work. Great fucking work, Izzy. Alex also tries asking Meredith out, but she says no because she's seeing someone. Burke asks Christina what they're doing, and Christina is still kind of flaky, and then Meredith takes Derek to a place where they can watch the fairies over the sunset. Episode 7. Izzy and George see Derek leaving the intern house one morning, and they're both very shocked by this. Even though Izzy was told by Christina that she was sleeping with an attending a few episodes ago, so I'm not sure why she's super surprised by this. Alright, we're getting a bunch of little crazy surgeries going on. So Christina and Alex are treating a patient who shot himself so that he could have a cool scar. Meredith treats a girl who had a secret surgery in Mexico. Izzy and Bailey are treating a guy who swallowed his girlfriend's keys because she tried to leave him. That's toxic behavior. And then Christina is also working while she has the flu. That's bad, Christina. I'm giving you a black star for that. Pre-COVID days were crazy. You can't just work while you have the flu. That's bad. You're in a hospital. And then George helps Derek on his brain surgery case on a toddler. Another surgeon mentions to George that Dr. Taylor, who's an anesthesiologist, has been working while drunk, and Dr. Taylor is on the case with Derek and George. So George asks Dr. Taylor to his face if he is drunk. I'm gonna give you a gold star for that, George, because that's really feisty and very forward. And he was right, so I'll give him a gold star for that. But Derek takes Taylor's side and kicks George out of surgery. That's a black star, Derek. We need to believe people when they accuse people of operating while drunk. So Christina scrubs in instead. During the surgery, the patient starts to wake up, and it's because Dr. Taylor fell asleep, and Derek kicks Taylor out of the surgery. And then he apologizes to George for kicking him out because he was right. Izzy asks Meredith why she's willing to risk her surgical career just for some hot sex, and that makes Izzy realize that Meredith is actually falling for Derek, which Meredith denies. Christina's still sick, so Burke brings her some chicken soup. That's so nice. Wow. And Christina realizes that she's pregnant. Episode 8, Derek has been around the intern house for about a week, and they're all getting kind of sick of it. Christina has made an abortion appointment, and the nurse asks if she wants to hear any other options, and she's like, no, she's ready to have the abortion. Meredith and Christina are helping a patient who is apparently a psychic, and the psychic predicts that someone on the 4th floor is going to die, and then over the intercom they hear a code blue called for the 4th floor, and then she also predicts that Christina is pregnant. So Christina goes to Bailey and asks to be switched off the case, so Izzy gets switched on instead. So now Christina is on the breast cancer pregnancy case. Even better for when you're about to have an abortion. The psychic guy tells Izzy that when he sees her, he thinks of chocolate cupcakes, which she was baking that very morning, but she's not buying the psychic stuff. Bailey tells Izzy to not get involved with the patients. Understatement of the century there. Izzy, don't get involved with patients. Impossible challenge for her. The psychic also calls Izzy Cricket, which was a childhood nickname for her, which really freaks her out, and so she starts to believe the psychic now. Christina suggests to George that he should get with a nurse called Olivia after he inserts a central line, and she is impressed by him. So let's keep that in mind. Olivia. Derek tells Meredith that they are definitely in a relationship, but Meredith says they aren't because she doesn't know a lot about him and she hasn't even seen where he lives. These cupcakes that Izzy has been working on, she's been struggling with for a while, and after the surgery, the psychic tells Izzy that she needs 1 tablespoon of coconut extract for her cupcakes to work, and when she goes home and tries it, it makes them better. Derek tells Meredith a bunch of information about himself and then takes her to his house, which is a trailer in the woods. Episode 9, George gets an STD after sleeping with Olivia. That's another prison for the wall, folks. So, George gets Alex to take a look at his area, and Alex tells George that it's syphilis. But he gets a blood test to make sure, and Izzy accidentally grabs it and finds out that George has syphilis. Weber is in a surgery with Meredith and Bailey, and he's having trouble doing a suture, and then he drops a retractor. Embarrassing. And he leaves the surgery. George tells Olivia that he has syphilis, and she quickly leaves the situation. Derek confronts Weber about the surgery, and they decide to run some tests and that they'll keep it to themselves. Everyone comically walks in on Meredith giving George a penicillin shot in his butt. That's pretty funny. Weber has to hold a meeting for the entire hospital about syphilis going around in the workplace. That's just embarrassing as a boss. Derek and Weber find out that Weber has a tumor on his optic nerve, and Derek and Meredith operate on it together. Izzy and Christina have a patient who dies during a routine procedure, and they're mad because the patient's family doesn't want an autopsy to be done. So after they try and fail to convince the family to do an autopsy, Izzy decides that they should perform an autopsy in secret. That is most definitely a fireable offense. Are you kidding me? That's black stars for both of them. After Weber's surgery, Bailey asks Meredith to go find Christina and Izzy for something, and Meredith badly lies and says that they're busy. Bailey realizes that that means that they're doing an autopsy. Meredith tells Derek that her mom has Alzheimer's, and he comforts her, which Weber sees after he wakes up from surgery, and he tells Meredith that she's making a mistake. Bailey catches Izzy and Christina doing the autopsy, and she's pissed. But then she finds out that they found out that the patient had a really huge heart with grainy material in it. So they run some tests and they find out it was a hereditary heart disease. So they get to the family to sign off on the autopsy consent forms, because that means if their daughter has it, then that can save their daughter's life. You know, just because they found out something doesn't mean that it was good that they performed an illegal autopsy. What the fuck? Olivia tells George that she was seeing someone else before she saw him, and that's how she got syphilis, and that she was seeing Alex. George goes up to Alex and beats him up and says, "You gave me syphilis!" You can't beat up other doctors, unfortunately, no matter how much they deserve it, George, so that's a black star, and let's get the connection between Olivia and Alex. Derek tells Meredith that they need to talk, but Meredith doesn't really want to, and she just wants to leave. They're in the main entrance of the hospital right now, so they're about to leave, and Derek sees a woman and stops in his tracks. And he turns to Meredith and says, "Meredith, I'm so sorry. My mother and Queen of the Universe, Addison Montgomery, is here." And she walks up to Meredith and says, "Hello, I'm Dr. Addison Shepard." And Meredith goes, "Shepard?" And she says, "And you must be the woman who's been screwing my husband." End of episode. The world stopped. This was an iconic moment for the decade, for the millennium. Name someone more iconic than Dr. Addison Montgomery Shepard. Oh my god, let's put her on the wall, baby! Alright, and with that moment, that is the end of season 1. My favorites of the season were Bailey, Meredith, and Addison. Like, she was only in that one scene, but it's so iconic. And then my favorite episode was the pilot, A Hard Day's Night. So let's see how the wall looks. After season 1, we only had 9 episodes, but, you know, we already have some fair connections going on. We already have some interpersonal relationships with Bailey to Olivia to Alex. So let's get started with season 2. Alright, we're in season 2 now. Season 2, I think, is one of the best seasons of Grey's Anatomy. Definitely the best season of The Magic, which is Meredith, Alex, George, Izzy, Christina. Eventually the names change as people leave. But season 2 is generally just a really good season of television. I do think it's a little long at 27 episodes, but it's really good. It really ups the drama, it ups the scandal, it ups the medical cases, and it introduces a lot of concepts that come back in future Grace seasons, like having a really big accident, having major character deaths, and it's just really good. It's just a really good season of television. So let's dive right in. So this is immediately following the events of season 1, episode 9, which was the last episode of season 1. Addison reveals to Derek that she is in Seattle because Weber asked her to come help on a surgery because she's a really well-known... It's not peds. I forget what her specialty is. She's like a fetal surgeon? Gynecology? God, I feel bad. I don't remember what her specialty is. She works on babies, women giving birth. Meanwhile, Meredith is at the iconic Joe's Bar, which is like, I guess, across the street from the hospital, and she is getting drunk as fuck. She's with Christina and George, and they are playing a game of whose life sucks the worst right now. And George spits out his beer when he finds out that Derek is married and that Meredith was sleeping with him. Or I guess he already knew they were sleeping together, but he spits out his beer when he finds out that he's married. Christina tells Meredith that she is pregnant. And then Joe, the bartender, passes out, and they agree that Joe's life sucks the worst right now. George refers to Derek as McMarried, and Christina calls him McBastard. That's really good. That's really good. They leave the bar, and Derek follows her, and he's, like, trying to say he's sorry, and Meredith is pissed off, and she tells him to leave her alone, and George drives her home because she's drunk. Derek walks in on Addison and Weber talking, and Derek is super pissed that Addison is there. And Weber tells Derek that while he is out of commission because he just had brain surgery, that Burke will be the chief of surgery while he's gone. And then he asks Derek how long he's been sleeping with an intern. Burke officially asks Christina out to dinner, and she denies him and tells him to leave her alone until she figures some things out, and George witnesses the two of them kissing. So he's the first person besides Meredith to know about the two of them. Christina and Meredith tell each other everything. They're besties. The next day at work, Bailey tells Meredith that there's been a special request for someone to have her on her service, and it's Addison. Addison tells Meredith not to worry because she's tough on everyone and not just the doctors that her husband sleeps with. Their patient overhears this, and she is not receptive to having Meredith work on her because she doesn't like cheaters, and her own husband cheated on her. Regardless of this, Meredith scrubs in, and then after the surgery, the patient is like, I do not want Meredith working on this case. But Addison sets the record straight, and she says that Derek wasn't cheating on her, she cheated on Derek, not the other way around, so that Meredith is actually just as wronged. That is a class act, Addison. I'll give you a gold star for that, because that's, like, great. Like, you didn't have to set the record straight with that patient. You could have been a bitch to Meredith. Your husband was sleeping with her, but she was the OG cheater, and I still love her for it. Derek tells Meredith about how he walked in on Addison cheating on him with his best friend, Mark. Meredith asks Derek what they were to each other on that first night, and he says that she was like coming up for a breath of fresh air. I can't deny that that's really romantic and that's a really nice thing to say. But Meredith says that that's not enough and she leaves. Know your worth, girl. Know your fucking worth. Meanwhile, Christina is having motion sickness, which Joe sees. Okay, I guess I was wrong, and Meredith didn't know Christina and Burke were together because George tells Meredith that Christina and Burke were together, and Christina is pissed that Christina didn't tell her first. Meanwhile, Burke asks Bailey who McDreamy is, and she says it's her. It should be. She's my McDreamy. But Burke eventually figures it out that it's Derek. George and Burke are beginning their standstill surgery on Joe. I wish I could put him on the wall, because I love Joe, but he doesn't sleep with anyone at the hospital, which is good for him. But Joe's great. Just know that Joe is really awesome. George is talking to Bailey, and Bailey says that when she was an intern at the hospital, Joe was the only one who knew her. And George asks if that meant they did stuff together, and Bailey slaps him and calls him nasty and says that's why he got syphilis. George has another Grey's Anatomy epiphany when Izzy says Joe will be dead during the surgery about how he can get help for Joe to pay for surgery because it's a really expensive surgery. Weber approves of this plan because they all love Joe, which involves donating his body to science while he's dead for 45 minutes. So that's going to be a gold star for George for helping Joe being able to pay for surgery. After getting rejected again, Burke breaks up with Christina. Alex finds out what George did for Joe, and then they're cool again. They're back at the bar. Christina and Meredith are hanging out, and Christina tells Meredith that she's listed her as her emergency contact for the abortion, and that she's her person, and that Burke dumped her. I love their friendship so much. So that was the first episode of season 2. We're kind of wrapping up a lot of loose ends from season 1, so now we can start doing some new season 2 stuff. So let's get into episode 2. Christina and Meredith are in the bathroom at their house, and they're blaming stupid penises for their problems, and they're very hungover. Christina says the problem is estrogen, and Meredith says, no, the problem is tequila. It's probably both. George and Izzy walk in, and George doesn't really know what's going on, but Izzy explains that Meredith broke up with Derek, and Burke dumped Christina, which I'm not sure how she knew either of these facts, unless she was told them off screen, because I don't even think she knew that the two of them were together, because I think only George and Meredith knew, but I guess she's just all-seeing. At the hospital, Derek is confused as to why Meredith is still mad at him when she found out that Addison was the actual cheater, and Meredith says that she's mad that he didn't tell her while they were together for 2 months, and she had to wait for Addison to show up all leggy and fabulous. Derek is examining Weber when his wife, Adele, comes in. Let's put her on the wall, folks! Weber is surprised that she's there, but I think Derek actually called her to come in. Addison comes in, and Adele is very happy to see her, and she says that she's glad that Derek and Addison are back together, which Derek denies. A car crash case comes in, and they're all assigned to different people. Meredith gets assigned to someone who has swallowed a bunch of doll heads. Burke goes to talk to Weber again about the chief position, but he ends up talking to Adele, and Adele tells him that he would be perfect for being the chief because he's so unattached. I don't know if that's really a compliment. Addison is talking to Meredith and asks if Derek told her why they split up, but Meredith doesn't want to talk to Addison, so she goes, "So you didn't take him back? Good girl." Meredith says that she wants to keep their relationship professional and she goes to leave, but Addison says that there are 2 sides to every story. At lunch, Olivia has been trying to get with George and makes another attempt, but he denies her. And Meredith and Christina are like, why don't you get with her? And Izzy is like, because he likes someone else, which he denies. And Meredith gets super mad and is like, you have to tell her that there's someone else that you like, because that's not fair to her. And Christina agrees. Alex is dealing with a patient whose father is abusive, and he reveals that his father was abusive and used to beat his mother, and he got into wrestling to deal with it, and one day he beat his father up so bad that his father left, and that he wishes he could go back and make it different, but he can't. And Izzy overhears this. Some Alex lore. George helps Derek stop a supposedly brain-dead woman from being organ harvested, because she wasn't actually brain-dead, and Derek tells George that that made his day better. Let's give George a gold star for stopping a woman from getting organ harvested. That's really good. Derek also tells George to watch after Meredith for him. Derek and Addison get in the elevator together, and Addison tells Derek that she only slept with Mark so that she could get Derek's attention because he wasn't paying attention to her. And Derek doesn't like this, and he leaves. Sorry if the camera angle looks any different. I took a quick lunch break, and I had to print out some X's for dead people. Episode 3, Alex and Izzy are becoming besties, and Meredith and Christina are bonding over their troubles with their attending ex-boyfriends. Derek is in an elevator with Weber, and Weber is trying to convince Derek to clear him for surgery, but Derek denies it because it's only been a week, and because he asked Burke to be the chief, and because he invited Satan to Seattle. Right on cue, Addison enters the elevator, and it's super awkward, and she compliments Weber's hat that he's wearing. And Derek says, so Satan speaks. And Addison says, well, I prefer to be called ruler of all that is evil, but Satan is okay. Truly name someone more iconic than Addison Montgomery. Name someone more iconic. You can't. It's Addison Montgomery. Derek then asks why she's even here, if she was only called in for one specific case, and she says it's because Weber asked her to stay since the current peds attending is on maternity leave. So I guess she's like the acting peds attending right now, but she's not a peds surgeon. The interns are all working on separate cases when Bailey comes in and tells them that a important case has come into the pit, so they all rush down there, and Meredith sees that it's her mom, Ellis. Ellis is referring to everyone as amateurs and that they don't know what they're doing, and Meredith walks away. They all try to comfort her, but she doesn't really want to hear it. Bailey decides to put her on scut duty because she thinks that she'll be distracted having to work with her mom. Mare then goes and talks to Weber and apologizes for not telling him about her condition because they used to work together, and Weber asks if she needs the day off and she says no also. George is trying to treat Ellis, but she keeps calling him Thatch, which is the name of her ex-husband and Meredith's father. Meredith is having a tough time with this, so she sees Derek and only refers to him as Dr. Shepard and insists that he puts her on a surgical case to distract from this, and he agrees. While dealing with another patient, Alex and Meredith hear a glass shattering, and they see Ellis throwing glass at George and calling him Thatch and telling him to get out. And she says to Meredith that you may think you need him, but she sure as hell doesn't. That's super cold for a mother to say to her daughter about her father. Meanwhile, Izzy is yelling at Alex because she says that he acts really nice to her when they're just alone, but when they're around others, he acts like a douche. And George walks in and hears this and says, "Hey, do you remember when he wallpapered the locker room with pictures of you in your underwear?" That's such a great question, George. And that's something you should remember, Izzy. Remember when he did that? During surgery with Burke, Christina faints, and Izzy and Bailey take her out of the OR, and while she's in the elevator, she tells them that she's 7 weeks pregnant, and Bailey tells Izzy to get Addison. After doing some tests, George tells Weber that Ellis has cancer on her liver, so Weber bursts into Derek's OR and begs him to clear him for surgery, but Derek says no. During this, Meredith is also there during the surgery, and she realizes that Weber is asking this so that he can operate on her mom, and she leaves so that she can sign a consent form. While she's signing the form, she realizes that George isn't mentioning something to her while she's doing it, and he finally brings up that Christina passed out during surgery. Meanwhile, Addison and Bailey are working on Christina, who had an extrauterine pregnancy and is currently bleeding out. That's like when the baby forms outside of the uterus, which is bad. Not good. Baby can't grow there. Burke gets out of surgery to try to find Christina, but Weber finds him first and tells him that he has to perform on Ellis, so they go and run off and do that, and as they leave, Christina's name is being added to the surgical board. Derek is once again trying to talk to Meredith, and he's trying to be real subtle about it because they're in front of Alex, but Meredith turns to Alex and asks him if he cares that she was stupid enough to be an intern to sleep with her married attending, and Alex says nope, and Meredith tells Derek to leave her alone. Maybe he should just leave her alone at this point. Stop talking to her. While Burke is prepping Ellis for surgery, she thinks that he is Weber and she starts flirting with him, which Weber and George see. After the surgery, Burke sees Christina's name on the surgical board with ectopic pregnancy written next to it. Mare and Alex have a nice conversation about her mother while the two of them are alone, and then separately, Mare tells Izzy that she believes her about Alex being nice once you get to know him. They get the results on Ellis's tumor, which turn out to be benign, which makes Mare disappointed. Episode 4, Christina is still hospital bound, and she tries to get in on the intern rounds, but Bailey just tells her to go back to her room, which she is very sad about. The interns round in her room since she is one of their patients, and Christina begs her to get her out because she doesn't want to be just trapped in the room with her mom, but Meredith just winks at her and leaves. Meredith runs into Derek, who's still trying to get her back, and he says that they can get back together because Addison is going to go back to New York. Addison sees this and sees them acting close and asks if she can join in unless they're not into threesomes. If only. If only. Meredith leaves and Derek calls Addison an adulterous bitch. Tone it down. Tone it down. I know she cheated on you, but maybe you should watch your fucking mouth. Addison reminds him that they used to be the loves of their lives, and then she pulls out divorce papers and says, if you sign them, I'll sign them, and Meredith witnesses this. They're in an elevator, of course, and as she's leaving, Addison says to Derek, have you ever thought that I may be saying that I may be an adulterous bitch, but I also may still be the love of your life? Let him think on that. Let him ruminate on that. Burke goes to see Christina, and he meets Christina's mom, Helen, who's very nice, and Helen asks Christina why she never brings handsome men home. Meanwhile, Alex asks Izzy out. I'm not gonna put it on the board yet until they, kiss, because there are, times when people ask each other out, and they don't actually do things. But, so, just know that this is happening. It's in the works. Later, Ellis escapes George's watch and tries to scrub in on a surgery, and Weber finds her, and when he does, she kisses him! Later, Weber tells Alex that he didn't actually pass part of his intern exam, and that he needs to retake it within 4 months to pass. Alex asks him what happens if he doesn't pass, and he says he will no longer be a surgical intern. So that's pretty stressful for our boy Alex. This episode also includes the iconic TikTok audio moment where Christina says, somebody sedate me.
Somebody sedate me!
Meredith and Derek go to dinner together, but she sees that he hasn't signed the divorce papers, so she leaves. Set your boundaries, girl. Set your fucking boundaries. You know what's right. You know what's right. Don't go back. Don't go back to him. She's gonna. But episode 5, Alex and Izzy have already gone on their date, but she is not happy because although he said he had a good time, he didn't kiss her at the end. Maybe he's just being a gentleman, which we know he's not because it's Alex, but wouldn't it be fun to imagine? It's been enough time that Christina is back to work. Woo! Everyone clap for Christina. Everyone clap. I want to see you clapping out there. Come on, clap. And there's another, iconic Grey's Anatomy moment where the gals are rounding on a patient who needs to be watching pornography to reduce his pain, and they're all, tilting their head at the screen, and Izzy says, "That does not look comfortable," and Meredith says, "Trust me, it's not." She's a little freaky. We love it. Meredith is mad at Derek for not signing the divorce papers, and he's like, "Girl, we were together for 11 years. Can you give me a fucking minute?" Which, honestly, that is fair. That is fair. But he did just call her an adulterous bitch, so I need some consistency, Derek. I'm looking for some consistency from you. This is an iconic moment for George and Alex. They are transferring a gunshot wound GSW patient in an elevator when the elevator breaks and traps them inside, and they can only open up the door a little bit to see the floor. So Burke has to guide them through a surgery, and he's guiding Alex because he thinks Alex has more promise. But Alex chokes, and George is the one who saves the patient. That's a gold star for George for saving a man in an elevator. Meanwhile, back with the porn patient, Christina realizes that he isn't just a creep, and the porn actually does help with his pain. So she makes up a porn story for him and recites it to him when the TV stops working. That's pretty great. That's some good bedside manner. I'm not going to give a gold star for it. Maybe I will. I'll see how I feel in the editing if I give her a gold star or not. Alright, this is the iconic episode. At the end of the episode, Meredith hits Derek with the pick me, choose me, love me speech. Oh my god. Oh, something shifted in the world when this happened. I don't know if it was for the better. But something happened. Something happened when this happened. Alright, we're on to episode 6. I don't actually have a lot of notes for this episode, but it is one of my favorite episodes of early Grey's. It's called Into You Like a Train. It's one of the first big, accident episodes. Every season they have, a big accident, train derailment, ferry accident. I think there's a plane crash at some point. But this is the first big one. So Into You Like a Train, the gang is tasked with helping victims of a train derailment. Except for Meredith, because she got too drunk and she has to be on IV the whole time. But everyone else is working on the train derailment. They have a specific patient that I remember all the time are these two people who got sliced together with a pole and only one of them could survive. This is just a really good episode. Oh, in the top 20 probably, for sure, for me. During this, Christina calls Burke her boyfriend because she needs help finding a guy who's missing a leg. And then Derek tells Meredith that he chooses Addison. After you called her an adulterous bitch 2 episodes ago? And after she hit you with the pick me, choose me, love me? That's fucked up. That's fucked up. In episode 7, everyone in the hospital kind of knows that Meredith is a pick-me girl and that she did not get picked, which is embarrassing and humiliating. And then Derek and Addison are also in couples therapy, but it's not really working. Meanwhile, Derek tries to convince Alex to convince a teenager to get surgery. That's bad, Derek. You can't coerce someone into getting surgery. Black star. Black star for Derek. And Christina is rude to a nurse, and the nurse makes her do scut because she was rude. That's a black star for Christina. You have to respect the nurses. You can't be rude to them. Burke and George are operating on a patient when their heart catches on fire. That just happens. Because of their couples counseling, Addison decides she's going to move to Seattle. And then, finally, Alex kisses Izzy at Joe's, so we're going to finally connect them. Izzy is talking to a patient who has cancer, and she talks about that if she had cancer, she would fight like hell to survive. We're just gonna put that right up there. Burke and Christina go on an actual date, a dinner date, and it's super awkward, but then a man passes out at the restaurant and they work together and they do a thing and it's great, That's good vibes. They just know how to be surgeons together. Meanwhile, Weber is questioning Bailey for why she hasn't accepted the Seattle Grace Fellowship, which I guess is a thing for the most promising resident, maybe? And Bailey tells Weber it's because she's pregnant. Little mini Bailey, little baby, oh yeah! After many elevator rides throughout the day, Meredith tells Derek that she misses him, and he gets really close to her, but then he says, we can't, and leaves. Episode 9, Izzy is preparing for Thanksgiving with George when a bunch of dudes come in and start accosting him, and it's George's brothers and his dad who take him away to go hunting. And since Meredith is at work, Izzy is all alone until later in the day, Christina and Burke come over to help her cook. Izzy tries to call Alex to come to Thanksgiving with them, but he doesn't return her calls, but Joe and his boyfriend do. Joe, the owner of the bar, gay icon. We stand. I would put him on the wall, but I don't really have a lot of space. Sorry, Joe. Meanwhile, Alex tells Meredith that the reason why he doesn't want to hang out with Izzy is because he failed part of his intern exam, and he doesn't want her to see him because that's embarrassing. But Meredith convinces him to go. While on their hunting trip, George's brothers accidentally shoot their dad in the butt. After performing their respective surgeries, George and Christina head over to the intern house for Thanksgiving with Izzy and Burke, and then Alex also shows up, which makes Izzy really happy. Meredith comes to the house and she looks in, but she doesn't decide to go in. Instead, heads to Joe's, and a man sits next to her, and when she learns that he isn't a doctor, she lets him sit next to her. Episode 10, everyone has gotten freaky the night before. Christina and Burke, Alex and Izzy, and then Meredith and her one-night stand, which we're going to put on the board right now. His name is Steve. He's irrelevant otherwise. The next morning, Meredith kicks Steve out, and then in the Shepherd household, Derek looks really conflicted about having slept with Addison last night. Also in the morning, Christina wakes up and Burke is already gone, but he has left her a key to his house. George and Izzy are in the kitchen discussing Meredith's one-night stand, and George says that he is definitely over Meredith, and Izzy implies that she didn't have the best night with Alex either, and she jokes about sleeping with George, which he says will never happen. Addison signs the official form to make her an employee at the hospital, and then later in the day, Steve shows up at the hospital and finds Meredith to tell her that he is still, erect from last night. Meanwhile, Alex and Izzy make out in an on-call room. Ooh. I could give them all black stars for making out in on-call rooms, because I don't think that is good workmanship. But if I did, then they would all have, 10 million black stars, so we're going to ignore that unless it's, really, really bad. Burke tells Christina that he wants her to move in with him, but she says she's not ready to take that step, and Burke gets a little annoyed and says that he can't always be the one initiating. So after the day, Christina takes him to her apartment, which is, a huge mess, and is, a big share of vulnerability for her. Alex messes up a patient's dosage and is really upset about it, so Olivia comforts him, and then they have sex in an on-call room. That's a black star, Alex. That's cheating. That's cheating. And then Izzy walks in on him. He also gets a black star for messing up the patient's dose, because it ends up, killing the patient. Ooh. The episode ends with a woman giving birth to quintuplets, and all of the interns end up helping out with this. This is important for the next episode. In episode 11, the gang is all arguing about which of their babies is the best. This doesn't really have to do with anything, but Derek and Meredith are having a conversation, and Derek says, "Don't peg me, I'm not peggable." And Meredith says, "Deal with it, you're pegged." What kind of freaky... Meredith is talking with Alex about something, and then Izzy sees and gets mad at Meredith, and Meredith is like, "Why are you mad at me? I would never sleep with him." And she says, "Why not? You've slept with everyone else." She has slept with 2 people. She slept with Derek and this rando named Steve. Why would she sleep with Alex? From last episode, with the wrong dosage, Alex is trying to find a cure for the patient, but Derek tells him that there's nothing he can do and that he's killed this guy. That's pretty bad, Alex. That's pretty bad. The quintuplet babies are having some trouble living because they were all born prematurely, and Meredith has a classic Grey's revelation where she is talking to the mother and says that all anyone needs is to be with someone, and then she runs out of the room and puts 2 of the quintuplets in the same bed because that can help them recover together. And then Izzy loses her quintuplet, her baby dies. And to cheer her up, Meredith and Izzy go and adopt a dog named Doc. I would put him on the wall if I could, but thankfully he does not sleep with anyone in here, but he is an important character. Episode 12, it is Christmas time, and Izzy is obsessively decorating. Burke has brought home a tiny tree that he and Christina can decorate together, but Christina says she is Jewish and leaves. Alex has to take his test tomorrow, and he is sad that his potential last day is going to be spent in the pit. And he's talking to Meredith about this. Meredith has the opportunity to scrub in on a surgery, but she lets George scrub it instead so that she can help Alex study for his boards. That's so nice, Meredith. Gold star. Gold star for Meredith. Eventually, everyone kind of helps in, and they have some really fun scenes where Christina and George are pretending to be different patients to quiz him, and then Izzy walks in and helps him too, and it's just really a nice bonding scene. Classic magic scene in the intern hallway. You gotta love it. Addison doesn't get why Derek is sad because Christmas is their favorite time of year, and Derek tells Addison it's because Meredith wasn't a fling, that he's in love with her, but he's not going to leave Addison. Episode 13, George and Izzy are both scared of Doc, the dog, but Meredith really likes him. Meanwhile, Weber is visiting Ellis, and Ellis still thinks that they are surgical interns and having an affair. Derek also visits Ellis, which Meredith sees, and she's like, "Why are you visiting my mother?" And Derek says that he's working on a clinical trial for Alzheimer's, and that he thinks Ellis could be the prime candidate for it. Meredith doesn't really want to hear it, but Weber finds out, and he's like, just let her do it. It could give her some more good days. Weber tells the staff that they're going to try to be more careful on hours so that people don't get overworked, but it will make the nurses more overworked, which they do not like, so Weber says to be extra nice to them. Christina gets over hours very easily, and when Burke tells her to go home, she sneaks off with Bailey to Idaho to do a transplant case. During the rounds, the gang meets Denny Duquette, who is a heart transplant patient. Surely he won't be around that long if he needs a heart transplant. Oh, never mind, the transplant didn't work. Let's put him on the wall. You'll never guess who he gets connected to based on his placement. Ladies and gents, we've got a dated piece of television alert. Addison and George are treating an intersex patient and using a bunch of outdated terms. George is kind of a trans ally, though, because the patient is a minor and the parents don't want the child to know that they're intersex, but George tells them anyway and helps give the kid a haircut, which is very nice. I'll give him a gold star for that. That's some good bedside manner and also ally. Episode 14, George and Izzy are very sick of Doc at this point, and George says it's either him or the dog, and Meredith hesitates, which makes George really mad. Eventually, at the end of the episode, Meredith ends up giving Doc to Derek and Addison. The nurses are feeling very overworked, and they try to talk to Weber about it, but he's not very receptive, so the nurses go on strike. Alex gets his board results and avoids reading it all day, but eventually makes Izzy read them, and he passed, so he gets to stay being an intern. During this episode, one of their patients is a competitive eater, so George, Alex, and Christina have a hot dog eating contest.
Go!
Christina wins and then throws up immediately. Christina has decided to move in with Burke, but she's still keeping her old apartment, and Meredith is like, you should really tell Burke that you're keeping your old apartment, but Christina says that Meredith needs to look inward and asks why she's calling Derek McDreamy again. Great redirection, Christina, but you really should tell Brooke that you're keeping your apartment. Bailey gets sent home on bed rest because of her pregnancy, and then Meredith forges Brooke's signature so that she can do a tox screen on a patient. That's a black star, Meredith. You can't forge a doctor's signature. That's illegal. Episode 15, the nurses are still on strike, and George is having trouble crossing the picket line. Izzy has no trouble crossing it, and Olivia throws something at her, and Izzy tells her to have fun with her syphilis. That was pretty good, I can't say. All day, people are trying to convince George to cross the line, and he says that he can't because he's a union man, and he joins the strike. Let's give him a gold star for that, for being a union man. Hell yeah. After a chaotic 2 days of the nurses being on strike, Weber meets their demands, and they come back to work. Later, Meredith is visiting Ellis, and she catches Weber and Ellis being all flirty together. While Bailey is on pregnancy leave, they have a new resident who's in charge of them named Sydney Herron. I don't have a picture of her because she doesn't really interact with anyone in a romantic way, so I'll put a picture of her on screen. And she is very hyper and peppy, kind of like the opposite of Bailey. Celebrity alert, Alice from the L Word is here, and she's making out with a man, which is nasty and hurts my soul. Meredith accidentally resuscitates a DNR patient. Why do they keep doing this? That's a black star, Meredith. Christina doesn't have a lot of faith in Heron, so she gets Burke to double check her work, but Heron kind of puts her in her place, because she's like, why are you not respecting me? Obviously, they respect me enough to put me in the position of Bailey, so fucking respect me. Slay. Good for her. Also, Izzy reveals to the gang that she has a daughter. When I was watching this, I truly forgot that that happened, and I thought that I didn't even bring it up again, but they did bring it up one more time. So yeah, Izzy has a daughter. We're on episode 16, It's the End of the World. Cell phone silent, shut your fucking mouth, the show's about to begin. This is one of the best episodes in the entire series, better than Into You Like a Train. It's just so good. It also starts with George having a fantasy of all the girls being in the shower together. This is important and it comes back later. In reality, Meredith is in bed and she's refusing to get up because she thinks if she goes to work, she might die. Like, she just has a really bad feeling. She's complaining that Addison took her McDreamy, her McDog, and her McLife. Christina is kind of over it and she jumps into her bed and makes her go to work. Bailey is back, everyone! Everyone clap, everyone cheer! Bailey's back! And her water breaks. Back a little too soon. George offers to call Bailey's husband for her, which is nice. The rest of the gang is waiting for an ambulance to come in, and when the doors open, a woman is inside and she just cannot stop screaming. And then another ambulance comes in and one of the EMTs has her hand in a dude's chest cavity, and the EMT is played by Christina Ricci. Miss Wednesday Addams, Miss Misty Quigley herself. She won an Emmy for this episode. That's how good this is. Alex is dealing with the woman who will not stop screaming, and she's just nothing will stop her, so Alex screams in her face to get her to stop, and it works.
Did you hear me?
I won't give him a black star for that because that's kind of fun and iconic. Meanwhile, Izzy and Christina are dealing with a car accident patient, and it's Bailey's husband. Let's put him on the wall. So there's Tucker, that's her husband. George is trying to call his phone, and Izzy answers it. Meredith and Burke are prepping the patient with Christina Ricci, whose hand is still inside of him, and she says she's really nervous because there's only her second week as a paramedic. Alex is with the woman who ends up being the man's husband, and she tells him that he and his friend were doing a stupid war reenactment with a bazooka, and that her husband got shot by it. Alex realizes something and asks if there was an explosion when the bazooka hit him, and the woman says no, and he runs off to the OR. He gets there right as Burke is about to cut into the patient, and he runs up to Burke and whispers to him and tells him that there's a bomb inside the patient. Burke coolly turns to Christina Ricci and asks her if she can feel anything with her hand without moving it too much, and she says she doesn't know at first, but that her fingertips can feel something hard. The anesthesiologist realizes what is happening, and Burke turns to Meredith and tells her to tell the nurse that there is a code black in the hospital, and to call the bomb squad. Weber is telling everyone to evacuate, obviously because there's a bomb, but Derek will not leave because he is operating on Tucker right now, and the brain bleed is more extensive than he thought. The OR with the bomb patient has been evacuated completely, except for Burke, Christina Ricci, and the anesthesiologist, and the patient, of course. She really wants to take her hand out, but Burke says she can't because the bomb could explode if her hand is touching it. Weber tells Addison that every OR has been evacuated, but Izzy tells him that Derek is still in the OR, and this makes Weber mad. All the other interns are kind of worked up about this, and Izzy tells George that she needs to live in the now, so Izzy and Alex go and have sex. Meanwhile, Addison tells Bailey, who's been very mad that Tucker hasn't been coming to her while she's giving birth, that Tucker is in brain surgery right now. Meanwhile, in the OR, it's just the anesthesiologist and Christina Ricci right now, because Burke is talking to the bomb squad, and the anesthesiologist tells Christina Ricci that when you blow up, the bomb squad calls it pink mist, because that's all you are left. He then gives her the ambu bag to help him breathe, and then he leaves her. He just leaves her alone. That's fucked up. I hope he got fired for that. Meanwhile, George goes to check up on Bailey, and Bailey is super upset, and she's like, I have to go home because I can't give birth without my husband, and she tries to leave. Christina and Meredith are walking around when they notice that Christina Ricci is in the OR by herself, so they go in, and she tells them that she's going to take her hand out. Christina takes the ambu bag, and they try to comfort her, and then Burke comes in and tries to get them to leave, but they won't. Christina Ricci is freaking out, and then she pulls her hand out. Everyone ducks down, except for Meredith, who puts her hand in the body to hold it instead. We're on to episode 17, As We Know It. The Bomb Squad guy is played by Kyle Chandler, who also won an Emmy for this episode, just to show how good this episode is. Come on. Burke is begging Christina to leave the OR, and she's like, no, I can't leave Meredith. And Burke is like, you have to leave because I won't be able to operate with you in here. Meredith assures her that she'll be fine, so she leaves. Meredith then asks the Bomb Squad guy if he has a plan to get her out of this, and he doesn't answer. Meanwhile, Bailey is refusing to push, and Addison is worried that this could impact the baby's health. Weber is looking at the hospital blueprints, and he realizes that the OR that Meredith and Burke are in is right above the hospital's oxygen line, so if the bomb blows up, it would blow up the entire hospital, just to make a bad situation worse. Izzy and Alex ask Weber if there's anything they can do to help, and then Weber collapses, and they think he's having a heart attack. He ends up being just fine, but Adele is like, you cannot work because you almost just had a heart attack. Burke and the bomb squad guy tell Meredith what they found out about the room being above the oxygen line, which means they have to move. Meredith can't even move her fingers at all, so they very, very slowly move the gurney out of the OR and into a different room. While they're walking there, the bomb squad guy reminds Meredith of their plan, that when they get into the new OR, Meredith will slowly take the bomb out level with her hand. Christina comes around the corner because she's worried about Meredith, and they have a little talk. Christina tells Meredith that Burke said, "I love you" in his sleep, and Meredith asks if she's going to say it back. And she's like, "You might blow up, you should say it back." And then as they're going, the gurney hits a little bump, and that promptly ends the conversation. Meanwhile, George finds Christina Ricci crying in a stairwell, and she hurt her wrist. So George stitches it back up, and she's kind of serving in this little tank top she's in. I'll put a picture. After talking with her, George goes back to Bailey, and he convinces her to push and helps her give birth. Let's give him a gold star for that, for helping Bailey give birth. And she names her baby after him. It's Tucker George. So Christina goes back to help Derek with the surgery, and Derek asks how the girl with the bomb is doing. And Christina reveals that the girl with the bomb is Meredith. And as soon as she says this, Tucker flatlines. Oh my god, it's such good television. Meanwhile, with the bomb group, they are in the new OR. And the bomb squad guy asks Meredith if she is ready to take the bomb out. And she says no, and she starts freaking out. She says to let Izzy and George know that they can stay in her house. And she imagines Derek talking to her saying that she can do it. Then we get some really fucking good editing. There's like a sick-ass cross dissolve. She takes the bomb out. Christina is giving Tucker CPR. Bailey is pushing. Derek takes over CPR. Bailey is pushing. Derek and Christina look at Tucker's flatlining body. Meredith pulls the bomb out. Derek punches Tucker in the chest and his heart restarts. Meredith hands the bomb to the bomb squad guy. He tells her she did good. He slowly turns to leave, and Burke starts performing surgery. He walks out of the room. Meredith follows him out to the door and watches. The guy turns the corner. The bomb explodes. Pink mist. Oh my god. Oh my god, what a good episode. What a good episode. Oh my god, it's so good. It's so good. A little bit later, Weber is back up and running. Derek and Burke are in the elevator together, and they call each other by their first name, which they hadn't been doing earlier out of competitiveness. Burke walks up to the bomb guy's wife and tells her that her husband made it, thanks to Christina Ricci's help. Derek finds Weber and asks, "Where is she?" And he says, "She's right there," as Addison rounds the corner. And then Adele whispers to Weber, "That is not the she he was asking for." Later, Izzy and Christina help Meredith wipe the blood off of her, and George sees, and this kind of mirrors the beginning of last episode where they're all having a sexy shower together, except they're washing blood off of Meredith. So, back at home, Christina and Burke are in bed, and Christina asks Burke if he's awake, and he doesn't respond, and she says, "I love you too." And then Bailey shows Tucker their baby, whose middle name is George. Meredith is at home in bed when Izzy says someone's there for her, and it's Derek, and he says, "You almost died today." And she says, "Yeah, I almost died today." He turns to leave, and she says that she can't remember their last kiss they had, and that if she was going to die, she'd want to be able to remember it. Derek says, "I'm glad you didn't die today," bare minimum, and then he reminds her of their last kiss in full detail. He says it was quick, like a habit, like they'd do it for the rest of their lives. That's kind of sweet. That's kind of sweet. I can't deny it. I can't deny it. I still hate that man. I still hate that man, though. So those are two of the best episodes in the entire series. Maybe even in the top 10, definitely in the top 10, maybe top 5. Alright, moving on to episode 18. Christina is having a classic dance it out moment with Burke. It's just really sweet. I think they're really good for each other. And then he accidentally answers her phone, which is a call from her landlord saying that there was a flood in her apartment, so he finds out that she kept her apartment. Ooh. Meredith is with Ellis, and Ellis won't stop talking about cheating on her dad with Weber. So later she tells Christina that her mommy's a filthy whore. Izzy tells Alex that the two of them aren't going to happen again. Meredith is reading a chart when a man walks up to her, and that he's single and hot and flirty and visiting. Addison and Derek recognize him, and Derek punches him in the face. That's a fireable offense. You can't punch someone in the face at the hospital, but let's add him to the wall. Addison explains to Weber that Derek and Mark used to be besties until Derek found Addison and Mark in bed, so let's connect them also. Meredith is treating Mark, and Mark calls Meredith the lusty intern, and he says it's funny that Derek saw Mark and Addison mid-sex and just walked out, but he saw Mark just talking to Meredith and punched him in the face. The other interns are in awe because Mark is a very successful plastic surgeon, and Meredith calls him McSteamy. Alex tells Mark that he's very interested in plastics, so Mark takes Alex to a kid that has a weird bone growth on his face, and Derek walks in on Mark telling the kid that he can fix his face, which Weber approves of, but Derek doesn't like because he thinks it's giving the kid false hope. Mark is mad at Addison for not telling Derek that the two of them were in love and that she stayed with Mark after he left, and she tells him to leave. George attempts to ask Meredith out again, but he's using weird Grey's Anatomy metaphors after dealing with a weird case. So Meredith leaves and goes to her dad's house and asks why he didn't fight harder for Ellis. So let's put her dad on the board because we finally see what he looks like. Meanwhile, Brooke asks Christina why she can't just let him love her, and Christina tells him that she gave up her apartment 20 minutes ago. So Meredith is at Joe's when Mark walks in and sits next to her, and they confide in their troubles, and they form a friendship, with Mark calling them the dirty mistresses. Meredith is kind of drunk. She heads back home and goes to her room when George comes in and confesses his love for her, and Meredith takes George's shirt off. Ooh. The next morning, Meredith and George both seem pretty regretful that last night happened, and neither of them even make any comments on Izzy sleeping with Alex again. The gang speculates on what George must have walked in on Meredith doing, but they deny anything, and even Burke asks Meredith what she did to George. Bailey does a consult for Addison, and she says that she has poison oak where nobody wants to have poison oak. That's rough. That's rough for our girl Addie. Alex and Izzy are making out in the ambulance bay when an ambulance brings in Denny. Alex is goofing around with Meredith, and he says, "So you slept with George, big deal." And Meredith says, "Who told you?" And Alex says he was just goofing. Then George walks in and gets mad at Meredith for telling Alex. He storms off, and everyone else starts to gather around, and George blurts out that they had sex, and Izzy and Christina are like, "You guys had sex?" And George is like, "Oh, damn it, they didn't know," and then he accidentally falls down the stairs. I'm gonna give George a black star because he's been really mean to Meredith this entire time when he was the one who initiated the sex. So he gets a black star, especially for his behavior in future episodes. From his fall down the stairs, George gets treated by our favorite ortho resident. That's right, everyone. That's fucking right. It's motherfucking Calliope Torres. Let's put her on the wall, baby. I love Callie so much. Oh my god. I screamed when she showed up. I forgot she showed up this early. Callie knows George as the heart in the elevator guy, and she thinks it's a bold choice that he doesn't want any pain meds for her to pop his shoulder back in. So she does, and then she finds out he's single. Could there be romance between Callie and George? Meanwhile, Izzy turns down a date with Alex to hang out with Denny. Hopefully this doesn't turn into anything. George is moving out of the intern house, and when he's at the hospital, Callie sees him and she gives him her number, but he doesn't really do anything with it yet. So George is staying with Burke and Christina until he finds a new place. Meredith and Derek are walking dog together, and they state that they are just friends. I'm sure. Episode 20, George cuts his hair so that it looks like this. I hate short hair George. I love long hair George. I'll show a picture. Here's long hair George. Christina does not like that Burke and George are all buddy-buddy now that they're all living together. George is being a big baby and won't talk to Meredith. Oh my god, get over it. And Callie asks George why he didn't call, and he just said that he did, but he hung up every time. That's kind of lame, George. Get it together. She asks George if he wants to see something cool, and she shows him a kid with a really broken finger. She invites him to join in on the surgery the next day, but when the kid comes back the next day, he cut his finger off so that he could play in a hockey game, because he couldn't have with a broken finger. Bailey has brought in her son, Tuck, to work because the daycare is full, and she makes Christina take care of him, and she is very bad with kids. But oh my god, the baby is so cute. You know, actually, this is a plot hole that she was bad with Tuck, because she's much better with kids later. So I'm not going to put it on the remember this wall, but that's wrong that she's bad with kids, because she is good with kids. Denny and Izzy are having some flirty Scrabble playing when he has an episode, and Burke says that he's going to need an LVAD wire, which is kind of a robotic assistant to help keep his heart going until a new donor can give them their heart. Izzy convinces Denny to get it so that they can have more time together. Derek can tell that something is up with Meredith, and she says that she will tell him if he reacts as a friend, and he agrees, so she tells him that he slept with George and that it was a huge mistake. Derek does not take this as a friend, and he makes Meredith apologize earnestly and then walks out of the elevator as soon as the doors open. Episode 21, Derek says it's a beautiful morning to save lives. Iconic. Addison gives Meredith a cup of hot cocoa as a sign of friendship, but Meredith throws it out. Christina is in the pit and she says it's quiet and everyone gets mad at her because then it immediately starts to get busy. Weber is dealing with a patient who was his sponsor, who's 17 years sober, but she thinks that Weber might relapse because he's been seeing Ellis without Adele knowing. Denny has to get a dangerous surgery, which Izzy is really worried about, and Christina asks Meredith why Izzy would be worried if she's been sleeping with Alex. That's such a great question, Christina. Why does she care so much about this man? Meanwhile, Callie walks in on George and Christina wrestling for Burke's scrub cap, which makes Callie mad because he still hasn't called her. It's like Burke's lucky scrub cap. So Izzy threatens to actually kick Christina's ass if she doesn't give the scrub cap back to Burke because he needs it for good luck and she needs Denny to live. Izzy also tells Alex that even on Alex's very best day, Denny's corpse will still be twice the man as he is. That's crazy. That's a crazy thing to say. That's so mean. What the hell? Everyone stand still. Everyone stand still at this very moment because we got our first needle drop of How to Save a Life. This is history. This is history right here. In episode 21 of season 2, How to Save a Life. Denny survives the surgery and Izzy is very thankful, but she says that she cannot fall for a patient and Denny says good luck with that and then she kisses him. Let's connect them. Alex tells George that he's a sad excuse for a man for being so mean to Meredith, and that if it didn't get him kicked out of the program, he would beat George up. Let's give him a gold star for that, for standing up for Meredith. That's great. That's being a good friend, Alex. Christina has been getting pretty sick of George staying with him, so Burke says that he can kick him out tonight, but after hearing about the George-Alex thing, she says not tonight, but after that. Meanwhile, George finally calls Callie and asks her out, and then Addison gets Meredith another hot cocoa, and she actually drinks it this time. So, friendship. Episode 22, Meredith is knitting at Joe's like an insane person, and Derek offers to buy her a drink, but she says no because she's celibate. Izzy tells Denny that she is also taking a vow of celibacy in friendship with Meredith, and he asks how he's supposed to get in her pants that way, and she says that's an inappropriate thing to say to your doctor. Girl, you already kissed him. We have a double date night with Callie and George and Christina and Burke, and they're all playing charades, and it is really painful. Christina tells Meredith that she has to get George out of her apartment, and Meredith tells her that she could just have sex with him and then start crying in the middle of it because that worked for her. So yeah, I don't know if I ever actually explained what really happened between Meredith and George. Because basically they were in the middle of sex, and then she started crying, and then they stopped having sex. Probably because she was kind of drunk. And then they had sex, which is not cool, George. Very much not cool. Burke tells Alex that he can study all he wants, but that he really needs to work on his bedside manner. Also, Doc the dog is sick. Everyone sad emotes for Doc the dog. Chat, sad emotes. Thatcher and his wife and daughter, not Meredith, are in the hospital because his daughter is having trouble with the pregnancy. Let's put Thatcher's wife, Susan, on the board. I realized I had some of my lines wrong, so that's actually connecting Weber to Ellis, this connects Ellis to Thatcher, and then this connects Thatcher to Susan, just to make things clearer. Thatcher asks if Meredith is working today, and she is, but he doesn't want her to be paged. Christina, however, accidentally lets it slip that Meredith has a sister, and Meredith does some vitals on her and finds out that she has another sister named Lexi, and that Lexi is in med school at Harvard right now. And she says her dad is very proud of Lexi. Meredith then goes to Callie and asks if she can have some bones to break, and Callie says she can break some casts. I just realized I didn't connect Callie and George. I'm gonna do that right now. Susan catches Meredith and tells her that she looks so much like Ellis, and that her daughters know that they have another sister, that Thatcher had another daughter in another marriage. And Meredith says, "Had is right." Meanwhile, Weber tells Thatcher that Ellis has advanced Alzheimer's, because I guess he didn't know. George sees Thatcher trying to talk to Meredith, but he blocks his path so that he can't see him, even though all day he's been saying that it's none of his business but goes on between them. And he even says that Meredith is anything but cold, and that when she smiles, which is rare, it makes you feel warm. Kind of sounds like he's still in love with her, to be honest. That doesn't make up for acting like such a dick when he basically assaulted her. Bailey is mad that she hasn't been put on any surgeries since she gave birth, and she thinks that people are babying her, even though she's like a kick-ass surgeon. Izzy has been doubting if Callie is good enough for George, and she's actually been kind of mean to her the whole time. I'm gonna give her a black star, because I don't remember specifically when she's really mean to George, but she's getting a black star for being mean to Callie, because Callie is my world. But Callie tells her that George makes her world stop, and Izzy realizes that George is her McDreamy. Ew. Christina realizes a way to get Burke to kick George out, so she starts walking around the house naked, and Burke kicks him out. So he goes to the hospital and calls Callie to stay with her, and then he finds out that she lives in the hospital, and Callie cuts his hair again so it looks better, and they kiss. Ew. Meanwhile, Meredith is at the vet with Doc the dog when she meets the hot vet, Finn Dandridge. Let's put him on the board, baby. Episode 23, Finn asks Meredith and Derek if they're together because they've been going to a bunch of appointments with Doc, and she says no, so he asks her out, but she says no because she's not dating right now. Remember, she's still celibate for now. Meredith tells Christina about him and calls him McVet, and Christina says that she can't date him because he's not a real doctor. But at the end of the day, she ends up going back and accepts his asking out, so we're going to connect them real quick. Addison berates Alex for his poor bedside manner. Again, we're hearing about how bad his bedside manner is, and for thinking less of Addison for being an OBGYN. They're dealing with a patient who wants to get her tubes tied in secret from her husband, which Addison agrees to, and Alex is being a little bitch about it, and he tells the husband to get a lawyer. He's probably in the right, maybe, but I'm gonna give him a black star because he was being a bitch about it. Addison tells Alex that she's going to have him assigned to her service, and she likes doing it so much. Meanwhile, with Denny, Bailey is giving him some medical advice, but Denny is like, Izzy told me to do something different, and Bailey asks Meredith if something is going on between the two of them. Meredith says, however, that she doesn't think Izzy would be dumb enough to fall for a patient. Bailey says that she already thought it was dumb enough that Meredith and Christina fell for their attendings, and then later Bailey walks in on Izzy and Denny hugging. Scandalous. Meredith comes back from a date night with Finn when Derek comes back with Doc because Doc is sick. George brings Callie over to the intern house, which Izzy likes because that means the two of them are friends again. I don't remember when they weren't, but I guess they had fought over something. Celeb alert, John Cho, he's an intern at another hospital. That's right, another hospital exists in the Pacific Northwest. You would be remiss for not thinking that because I guess they are the only one, except for John Cho. He works as an intern at another hospital, and he is there because he accidentally crashed his car into two other cars. Meanwhile, Burke is mad at Christina because she fell asleep during sex. She's never done anything wrong. She, whatever you say, gorgeous. She's never done anything wrong. Every available surgeon is on task to help with one of the car crash victims, who is a woman with catastrophic injuries, and they have to, leave her open and cover her body with plastic so she can recover. She doesn't actually make it, but Alex really steps up and helps save her baby, so let's give him a gold star for saving a baby's life. Derek basically calls Meredith a slut for sleeping with Finn and George. Black star. That's really mean. That's fucked up. And she calls him out for leaving her when she thought that she was going to spend the rest of his life with her. And Derek says they're done, and Meredith says, finally. I wish they were actually done. Jesus Christ. Meredith tries to tell Finn that she's damaged, and he's like, girl, same. My mom is dead. My wife is dead. My dad's an alcoholic. And so they kiss over their shared trauma. Episode 25, the hospital is dealing with a bunch of shooting victims, and Derek says, imagine coming into your work and someone shoots you in the head. After this comment, Christina also says that if someone were to go psycho and shoot up the place, it would be Izzy. That's a really mean... That's so mean. What the hell? Burke and Alex fly to the other hospital in the entire world, Mercy West, to pick up a donor heart for Denny. Izzy is telling him the good news when a nurse comes in and hands Denny DNR papers. Izzy is very distraught. Very distraught. At Mercy West, Burke runs into Dr. Hahn, one of Burke's old schoolmates. Let's put her on the wall. Once again, you'll never guess who she's connected to based on where I put her on the wall. Hahn is also there to get a donor heart, and by the time Burke and Alex get to their donor heart, they realize that their heart is useless, so Burke runs into Hahn's OR to ask for their heart. Izzy calls Alex to ask about how their donor heart is doing, and Alex tells her that they might not get it, so Izzy lies and says that Denny is getting worse by the second so that she can get the heart. That is bad, Izzy. That's a black star. You can't do that. On the phone with Eunice, they allow Burke 1 hour to get some tests to prove that Denny is doing worse. and to prove that Denny needs the heart more than Han's patient. Izzy tells Christina that she told a lie to Burke, and Christina says, "Good for you, fight the power." And Christina tells Izzy that as long as the LVAD wire is working, that Denny won't need the heart of someone else. And they also find out that Han's patient was added to the donor list 11 seconds before Denny, and that's why he gets the heart first, which Izzy doesn't think is fair. Izzy goes to Denny and tells him that Yunus needs to believe that he is getting worse, and it has to be real, like they won't believe it if they just say that. Denny's like, "I don't know how we're gonna make that happen because I'm doing fine," and Izzy is like, "Well, we're gonna make you not do fine." Denny's like, "Maybe we shouldn't do this because this could be the end of your medical career," and she says she doesn't care, she just wants him to live. This is actually a really good scene for Katherine Heigl, like she acts her ass off, because Denny is like, you don't have to do this, I'll be fine," and she's like, "What about me, Denny? What about me?" Oh, it's really good. It's really good. Burke realizes that Izzy is lying about Denny being sick, but he tells Han that Denny had multiple edemas and he needs to be on drips, and he wants to go back in person to check. Han says that would be another hour, why don't you just call the chief? And Alex saves him and says that the attendings are in surgery because of the shooting, and Burke tells Alex to defend the heart while he leaves for Seattle Grace. Addison can tell something is up with Derek and Meredith, so she asks Meredith if they've slept together, and she says, "No, not since I found out he was married. I'm with Finn now." And Addison realizes that this means Derek is still in love with Meredith. This leads Addison and Derek to have a fight where Addison's like, "You don't care about me. The most I could do to get you to care about me was if I went on a date with the vet, but then that wouldn't even matter because I'm not Meredith Grey." She ate him up. She ate him the fuck up. And then she turns and realizes that she said this in front of, like, most of the hospital, except for Meredith, obviously, and Weber is like, "Girl, get it together." And she's like, "I can't compete. The only people who don't know that Derek and Meredith are in love with each other are Derek and Meredith." Kelly tells George that she loves him. Oh. Before he can say it back, though, Izzy runs in and is like, "I need help with Denny." So they leave, and they go into Denny's room. Izzy takes some scissors, and she cuts his LVAD wire. That's another Black Star. Are you kidding me? She cut his LVAD wire! She cut his LVAD wire! At the same time, Burke has arrived at the hospital, and then the shooter from earlier, remember him? Remember there was a shooting that they were dealing with? Yeah, the shooter comes to the hospital because he wants to shoot his boss, and he shoots Burke. And then as Izzy has just cut the wire, she says, "Don't worry, Burke will be here any minute." Bro! This show is so good, man. Oh my god. Episode 26, George tells Izzy that they need to call a code because Denny is dying, but Izzy's like, "No, because then the nurses will just put his LVAD wire back in, so we just need to wait, and he can either stay and help or he can leave." In the pit, Weber lets Christina run one of the trauma rooms by herself so that she won't see Burke, but she does accidentally see him through the door when Derek goes in for a consult. Christina runs in, Derek is doing a neuro check on him, and they realize the bullet is, like, lodged in his spine, and then he can't, like, flex his fingers. So she leans in and is like, "I'll do whatever you need, Burke, whatever you need." And Burke's like, "You need to check on Denny." Meanwhile, celeb alert, Adele is with her niece, played by Tessa Thompson. She was at prom and passed out, and all her friends want to bring prom to the hospital for her. That's so sweet. Oh, anyways, George pages Meredith to come in the Denny situation, and Christina is also in there, and they find out about Izzy cutting the wire. Izzy is like, "It'll be fine, Burke will be right here," and Christina is like, "No, Burke got shot. Bad news. I hate to tell you this, Burke got shot. He's not going to be here." George says that they need to tell someone, and Meredith is like, Denny is not going to get the heart, and you're going to get kicked out of the program, Izzy. They all start to fight, but then Meredith is like, "Wait, no one is leaving, no one is dying, I have a plan, and we're going to save Denny by ourselves." Meredith calls Alex and explains the situation and says that he has to stall for the heart. And he's like, "I do not want to get involved in this," but she's like, "Do it for Izzy," so he does. Christina and Izzy are arguing about what to do when Denny says that he wants Izzy to marry him, and then he passes out. Alex is trying very hard to get Han to stop doing her surgery, but when he doesn't come back in time because he got shot, Han says it's a shame that Burke didn't die because he would have been a good donor. That is fucking cold. What the hell? Derek and Burke are talking, and they realize that if his surgery is done wrong to remove the bullet, then it could make him lose function of his arm, which would end his surgical career, and neither he or Derek really know what to do. Bailey is talking to Burke, and she realizes that she doesn't know where any of her interns are, because usually they're trying to suck up on surgeries, but none of them are around. And then she realizes that Burke knows where they are. The interns are very chaotically trying to save Denny. He starts to flatline, and Izzy is like mechanically pumping his heart when Bailey walks in and is like, there better be a good explanation for this, which obviously they don't have. And she notices that Izzy cut the LVAD wire. She tells Nurse Olivia to stay with Izzy and for the rest of them to leave the room and to not say anything so that she doesn't have to testify against them. But Izzy will not leave, so she gets the other ones to leave. Denny tells Bailey that he cut his own LVAD wire, and Izzy is trying to give Bailey advice on the transplant, and Bailey is like, you are a visitor, no longer a doctor, you need to get out of the room. Bailey asks Weber, hypothetically, what would happen if someone purposely cut an LVAD wire to make a patient move up on the transplant status? What would happen? And he says she needs to tell him what happened. And she said it should stay hypothetical because if he knew, he'd have to report it and they could lose their accreditation as a transplant hospital. So then after that, he says that hypothetically he would report his status so that he can get the heart, but that he wants names and there will be severe consequences. Han has successfully removed the heart, but Alex runs in and is like, Unos just granted the heart to Seattle Grace, which Han is mad about, but Alex is like, you can come and perform the surgery on Denny, since we stole it from you. At the same time, Derek is performing surgery on Burke to give him function of his arm, and Bailey basically puts all the interns in timeout. Christina is really worried about getting kicked out, but Izzy says not to worry because she's the only one who did anything wrong. I don't know if that's exactly the case, but during their timeout, Weber comes over and takes Christina out of timeout to help work on Burke's surgery, and after she leaves, Izzy leaves to go check on Denny. George tells Meredith that he knew that she didn't feel that way about him even when they were having sex, but he still did it because he thought one night together would be better than nothing. That's assault, man. That's assault. That's not good. He realizes he was wrong and he apologizes. Bro, come on. I'm gonna give him a black star just for, like, saying those words out loud, for saying that he knew that she didn't like him but still having sex with her. Ooh! In the middle of surgery, Derek wakes Burke up to make sure that he can move his arm, and he just wants Christina to be there with him to help comfort him, but Christina can't do it. Meanwhile, Han and Bailey are operating on Denny and putting the transplant heart into him, but it looks like it's not going to take, and Izzy watches in the gallery as Denny flatlines. Episode 27, Denny's heart starts beating. He lived! It was just a fun little cliffhanger. He's fine, guys. He's fine! After all the surgeries, all the interns are in a meeting with Weber, and he says he just wants to know who cut the LVAD wire, and all of them say that they cut the wire except for Alex, who said he wasn't even there and he didn't do anything. Weber says that he knows who did it, so just fess up, but George says that if he did know who did it, then he wouldn't be asking all of them this question. So Weber decides to punish them by saying that none of them can perform or even watch any surgeries until they fess up that Izzy did it, pretty much. So for now, all of them are assigned to watch Tessa Thompson, his niece, and get her whatever she wants. And what she wants is a hospital prom! Woo! Christina says that she didn't like teenagers even when she was one and had a horrible prom, and Meredith says that she wore black and had pink hair when she went to prom. That is some big Quinn Fabray season 3 of Glee vibes, and I want to see Meredith with pink hair. Please. Please, Shonda? Shonda, please, give it to me. Izzy goes to visit Denny, and she's very happy that he's alive, but she's like, I should go, because Bailey will kill me if she sees me in here. She's acting all weird, and Denny's like, are you acting weird because I asked you to marry you? And she's like, I can't get married, that's crazy. And Denny's like, I finally have my own life again. I want to do what I want, and I want to marry you. And she turns and walks away. Alex is losing his mind trying to plan this prom. George asks Callie to prom, and she says no. Meredith invites Finn to prom, and he says yes. Weber tries breaking the interns by questioning them individually, but it doesn't work. Izzy comes back to Denny and invites him to prom, and he says yes. Burke tells Christina that he won't hold a grudge if Christina leaves him if his hand never recovers fully, because it seems like it might not. Meanwhile, in the middle of planning prom, Meredith and Derek bring Doc to Finn to put him down. I think this counts as our first major character death, but he's not on the wall, so I can't put an X on him. I'm sorry. It's prom. Callie asks George why he can't say I love you back, and he doesn't really answer. God, I just don't... They have, like, no chemistry together. I forgot how long the two of them are together, and I don't like it. Meredith is dancing with Finn, and Derek is dancing with Addison, but these two are, like, sharing longing looks at each other, so eventually they separate and end up in an empty room and kiss and have sex. with their partners in the other room. That's super cool of the two of you. Denny is waiting in his room for Izzy to come to prom when he starts to feel weird, and then he flatlines. That's right. We have our actual first major character death. Let me get an X to put on him. Post-sex, Meredith is looking for her underwear, and Derek goes because she tells him to, and Callie comes in and is like, Izzy really needs you. And then Bailey tells Weber that Denny has died. The rest of them go to Denny's room where Izzy is holding him and Chasing Cars starts playing. Oh my god. That's another iconic one. That Chasing Cars needle drop. We get 2 iconic needle drops in this season, How to Save a Life and Chasing Cars. Just another reason why this is one of the best seasons. They're all trying to get Izzy out of the bed, but she starts sobbing, so Alex picks her up bridal style, and then they sit down in a chair as she sobs into his arms. It's really sad, actually. Christina leaves and goes to Burke and holds his hand. That's nice. All the interns come out of Denny's room, and Izzy goes up to Weber and says that she cut the Elved wire and that no one helped her and she did it by herself. She also says that she thought she was a surgeon, but she's not, and she quits. Meanwhile, with Meredith, Finn offers to drive her home, but she can't decide between him and Derek, and that's the end of the season. What a great season. Oh my god, just truly iconic. So good. So good. We got a death. We got a bunch more connections. Let me by the way, here's the board at the end of the season. My favorites of this season were Christina, Izzy, and Meredith. Izzy had such great moments this season with Denny, even if I don't really like their relationship. And then the best episodes were The End of the World as we know it, the 2 episodes in the middle, the bomb episodes. So yeah, let's do season 3. Alright, we're starting season 3. Sorry if the camera angle's different again. I'm filming on my phone and I'm not gonna leave my phone up on a tripod all night. I got music I want to listen to and TikToks I want to watch before I go to bed. So this immediately follows the events of last season. We see Meredith running out of the prom, and she has chosen neither Finn or Derek. At the intern house, Izzy is still in her prom dress, and she's just lying on the bathroom floor, and she won't get up, no matter what anyone else does to help, and they all agree that Meredith should try to help because she's all dark and twisty just like Izzy is. This episode is also intercut with flashbacks to the intern mixer, which was a get-together for all the accepted interns to Seattle Grace. So at this first flashback, we see Izzy and Alex talking to each other, and Alex doesn't believe Izzy when she said she's going to be a surgeon. Back in present time, the group is deciding what they should do for Izzy, and Christina says they should sit Shiva and just order some food, which they all kind of agree with, but she notices that Meredith is acting weird, and when she confronts her about it, Meredith says it's because she lost her panties last night. And then we get an immediate cut to Addison folding up Meredith's underwear and putting it in a Ziploc baggie. This episode also gives us our first introduction to everyone's favorite flashback, Meredith on a merry-go-round as a child watching Ellis and Weber fight.
Richard, you were to tell Adele I was just...
I can't do that.
They bring up this damn merry-go-round so many times. I didn't realize they show it as early as season 3, but they show it so many times. You're going to see it so many times. It's so stupid. In fun hospital news, Derek and George are working on a case together, and then they have to get quarantined because the patient they're working on has the plague. Yeah, the bubonic plague is in Seattle right now, and it's at this hospital, because why wouldn't it be? We get another flashback, not to the intern mixer this time, but of Derek walking in on Mark and Addison, and he kicks Addison out in the rain, and she's begging to be let back in. So he finally lets her back in, and then he says that he will leave instead. And then back at the intern mixer, Christina goes up to Burke and says that she's a huge fan, and George is trying to talk to Meredith, but she's not really paying attention because she's just looking at Weber. Meredith has been avoiding going upstairs all day to comfort Izzy, but as soon as Finn comes over, she rushes upstairs so she doesn't have to see him. After she comes back down, Finn says that they're not exclusive, but that doesn't mean that he's not mad that she slept with Derek. George and Derek get let out of quarantine, and Callie tells George that she loves him again, and again he doesn't say anything back. George, you really gotta say something when someone says they love you. That's just poor form to not say anything. Meredith asks Derek what it means that they slept together, and he says that he's in love with her and has been for a while. Also, Adele asks Weber to retire, but he doesn't want to, so they get into a little fight, and now they're on the rocks, and it's not good for them. Addison takes Meredith's underwear that she found, and she pins it up to a bulletin board with a note that says lost and found attached. I'm gonna give her a black star for that, because that's not good. You shouldn't do that. shouldn't do that, but it is really funny. I can't deny it. Like, that's a great move. It's really funny, but you can't do that at your place of work. And then finally, at the end of the episode, Izzy gets up off the floor and takes her prom dress off. Episode 2, this episode is titled I Am a Tree, and it involves them operating on someone who is growing growths that make them look like a tree. So, like I said, the song titles can be really stupid sometimes, but they're pretty great. In this episode, Derek and Meredith are having some flirty vibes in an elevator, and Izzy is compulsively baking, which she does when she's very stressed. Burke is still in the hospital recovering from being shot, so Christina gives him a strip dance while he's in there, but then his mom walks in, and it's really embarrassing. And then later his mom hears Christina call Bailey the Nazi, and she berates her for it, which she should. Nobody should be calling her a Nazi. That's messed up. Meredith decides that by the end of the day, she has to choose between Finn and Derek, which I think is a good move for her. She really should just figure out what's going on, because she never knows what's going on. Also, Addison has called out sick because of what's going on with them, and also because she's really drunk, and she's wearing a bucket hat. The interns are all getting a little worried and sick of Izzy baking all the time, so they ask Bailey if she can help Izzy get her job back, and she's not super receptive to it at first. Bailey's kind of just losing her mind in general, because there's a bunch of antics and chaos going on, and then she notices the panties tacked up on the bulletin board, and it makes her super annoyed, and she knows it's either Meredith or Christina, so she just wants one of them to fess up. But then Callie comes to the rescue and says it's her, so neither of them get in trouble. That's a gold star for Callie for being a really good friend, when generally at this point neither of them have been particularly nice to her. They're not like on Izzy levels of being mean, but they're just like kind of cordial, so that's a gold star for Kelly. In the stairwell, Derek tells Meredith that he's ending things with Addison, and then Callie walks in and sees them almost kiss. And then later, Derek asks Weber if he knows where Addison is because he can't find her, and he says that she took the day off to be drunk. And he says that she took the day off because she found Meredith's underwear in Derek's suit jacket. Alex pushes a patient into a wall and he gets a bloody nose. That's a black star, Alex. You can't be assaulting patients. That's like rule number 1, you can't assault patients. Meredith tells Christina that she's going to pick Derek, but when she goes home to check on Izzy, Finn is there, and he brought Izzy lunch, and she thinks that's so nice that she's like, maybe I'll choose Finn instead. Girl, get it together. Izzy isn't home, however. She's at the bar talking to Addison, and they're both, like, really drunk, and they talk about how they both have a lot going on and they're beyond saving. After beating up a patient, Alex, this episode also has sex with a dying patient, so we're going to put her up on the wall real fast. So that's a dying patient. He only has sex with her because she says she's dying, but then after they have sex, she realizes that I think it's Derek can actually give her a life-saving procedure, so she has the procedure and lives. So they had sex for no reason, pretty much. Weber is walking around the hospital that night, and he catches Callie dancing around in her underwear in her makeshift room in the hospital, and tells her she has to leave, and George sees this and assumes the worst, but they work it out, and Callie decides to move in with George at the intern house. Meredith gathers Finn and Derek at Joe's to decide who she should choose, but then she has, like, a challengers moment where she's like, maybe we could be a throuple, maybe I can have both of them, and she's truly the Tashi Duncan of this story. I think if I had to assign an Art and Patrick to each of them, I would say Finn is Art and Derek is Patrick. Do with that information what you will. At the end of the day, Bailey shows up at the intern house to talk to Izzy to get her to stop baking, and she says that she'll talk to Weber for her. That's nice, Bailey. That's so nice. Derek shows up to Addison's hotel room to apologize for everything, and they hash it out, and they're like, it's fine, we're moving on. And then right on cue, Mark comes out of the shower in only a towel. Episode 3, Meredith has a dream where she and Derek and Finn are all making out together. She's Fujoing out at this point. I forgot how much of a freak she was in earlier seasons. I love it. She's so freaky. Izzy asks if she can catch a ride to the hospital so that she can talk to Weber, but she ends up spending all day just standing outside. George tries to bring her in at one point, but Izzy says she wants to make sure when she talks to Weber she's not thinking about her wedding day while she's in there. And by nighttime she hasn't gone in, so Alex brings her home. Burke is out of the hospital at this point, but he's in a big depression mode because his hand isn't what it used to be. So Christina cheers him up by buying a bunch of chickens and cutting them in half and then telling Burke to sew them back together. I'm gonna give her a gold star for that because that's really supportive and she's really trying to lift Burke back up after this injury. And that's just being a good girlfriend, so she gets a gold star for that. Meredith is kind of having a problem where the boys are fighting. Derek asks her to dinner, and then Finn asks her to dinner, and she's like, I can't do dinner because I'm going to dinner with Derek. So he asks her to lunch, and then Derek interrupts their lunch with the promise of surgery, so she leaves. And then at their dinner, Finn shows up with ice cream, so she leaves Derek. And eventually she has to be like, you guys stop fighting. My fantasy isn't two boys looking at each other. It's two boys looking at me. Let's remember that first part. I'm going to write that down, actually. So George and Callie have basically just moved in yesterday, but they already have a fight, so Callie moves out, and she goes into the hotel that Addison is also living in. Alex is still on Addison's service at this point, which he doesn't like, and he does a literal jump for joy when Addison tells him to go to the pit. And the patient he treats is celeb alert Abigail Breslin of Little Miss Sunshine and Scream Queens fame. She is just a little child and she can't feel any pain. And at the end of the night, Addison, Weber, and Mark all check into separate hotel rooms. Episode 4, pretty much everyone sees Weber shaking hands with Mark, confirming that he has been hired at the hospital. At the same time, Meredith throws up, and then George tries to stop a patient from lighting a cigarette while they're wearing an oxygen mask, but it doesn't work, and their face explodes, which seems like the perfect case for plastics legend Mark Sloan. Meredith is feeling a little sick, and she tells Christina that it's from having to choose between Derek and Finn, but it turns out she has appendicitis and needs an appendectomy. So they put her on some pain drugs, which make her really high, and it's a fun, silly episode for Meredith. She asks Addison how she knew Derek was the love of her life, which is a very bold question to ask when you're technically the other woman. I don't think Addison answers, but she does tell Derek not to hurt Meredith again. While George is wheeling Meredith to surgery, she sees Mark and calls him McSteamy. He playfully calls her a dirty mistress, and she says, haven't you heard? Now I'm an adulterous whore. That's just a great line from Meredith. After her surgery, Derek comes by and is like, you deserve to be with someone who won't hurt you, and basically makes her choice for her by leaving. But she realizes that after he leaves that she doesn't want to be with Finn. She wants to be with Derek. So she breaks up with Finn. Hashtag justice for Finn. He was way better than Derek. Derek clears Burke for surgery, but he's still not sure if he's ready yet. So Christina has him set up with a bunch of cadavers to practice on. And she realizes that he's not ready also because his hand, tremors and he drops some tools. And she's like, don't worry, I'll just perform all of your surgeries with you. And if you need my help, then I can help you and no one has to know. That's a black star for Christina because he's clearly not ready and you're going to be putting a bunch of patients at risk by having a surgeon who's not at 100% operate on them. Izzy meets up with Denny's dad at Joe's and he wants to know why she killed her son, but eventually they hash it out and he hands Izzy a check from Denny that he left to her, and the check is for $8 million. Addison tells Alex that he is no longer on her service, but that she thinks he will miss being on it. At Joe's, Mark and Callie have a Derek Meredith reminiscent kind of encounter. Callie has just broken up with George for not knowing what he wants, so Callie invites Mark to her hotel room. Let's connect them on the board. Episode 5, Izzy is compulsively baking again because she doesn't know what to do with the check. Also, celeb alert in the hospital, Justina Machado is here. She's in a lot of things. The crew attends an M&M meeting, which is basically a meeting where the doctors discuss a patient who died and how it could have gone differently. And the patient they're discussing is Denny. And a lot of the other doctors who aren't part of the crew are really berating Bailey about how the case was handled since she was the resident, but she takes it like a champ. Izzy walks in on this and immediately turns to go to leave, but the crew threatens to call her mom if she goes. Derek and Addison have finalized their divorce, and for some reason Meredith hasn't told Derek yet that she broke it off with Finn. I don't know why she hasn't told him this. Addison finally tells Derek that while he was gone in Seattle that she and Mark were together that entire time, and that it wasn't just a fling, and Derek tells Addison that he never wants to see her again. He then gets in an elevator with Meredith, and she finally tells him that she broke it off with Finn, but he doesn't really react. Addison and Meredith have two patients who are stuck together from having sex because the man's piercing is stuck on something, and when Meredith and Christina pull them apart, the man has a heart attack. The other cardio surgeon is busy, so Burke has to operate, so she and Burke devise a system where if Burke looks up at her during surgery, Christina will ask if she can do part of that procedure to learn how to do it, but really it's just because Burke's hand is acting up. All of the other interns, including Izzy, gawk at the fact that Christina is being able to do these complicated procedures. Izzy meets with Weber and they talk, but it's mostly just in metaphors, which is weird. George shows up at Callie's hotel room, but she says that they broke up, and he's like, I would have noticed if we broke up, and she's like, yeah, that's why I broke up with you. Episode 6, the other interns are noticing the special treatment that Christina is getting. She's been running Burke's OR board and being in every single one of his surgeries, and by running his board, she makes it so that there's no gallery for the surgery and that none of the residents are allowed to join either. Bailey sees that Burke is performing a really difficult surgery, so she writes her name on the board to perform it with him, but Christina erases it, and after the M&M, Bailey is really insecure about how the other surgeons feel about her, so she confronts Burke, and Burke has to lie and say that he just doesn't want her on the case, which really hurts Bailey's feelings. That's a black star, Burke. How dare you be mean to Bailey? Later in the day, though, Bailey sees Christina writing on the OR board, and she realizes that it was actually Christina who erased her name, so now she's really mad at Christina. So I guess the metaphor talks that Weber and Izzy had last episode were actually Izzy getting hired back. Shows he's back. I'm giving a black star to Weber because why would you hire her back? She literally cut someone's LVAD wire. That's illegal, so that's a black star for him. Bailey gives Izzy some really strict rules for her probation. She's not allowed to operate, she's not allowed to watch any surgeries, and she's not allowed to ask any questions, and she has to shadow a new surgeon every day, and her first surgeon is Meredith. Even though she's not supposed to comment on the patients, Izzy notices some symptoms that the patient is having, and Meredith is like, it's my patient, not yours. But she turns out to be right, and it helps save the patient's life. George and Meredith are having trouble connecting with their besties, Meredith with Christina and George with Izzy, so they decide to be each other's besties, and George does a really good Christina impersonation.
McDreamy was doing the McNasty with the McHottie. That McBastard. How was that?
That was
Christina? Really?
And they both agree to no more relationships. In this episode, we also meet one of Derek's sisters, Nancy. She's not one of my favorite of Derek's sisters, but she's there. Alex is trying to suck up to Sloane because he wants to be in plastics, but so far Mark is just giving him menial, non-surgical work. So he decides to watch surgery between George and Addison where they're operating on a child. And when George freezes up while Addison's working on the baby, Alex runs in and saves the woman's life. So that's a gold star for Alex for saving someone's life. Derek tells Meredith that he just needs some space to clear his head after learning all this stuff about Addison, and that's why he hasn't called her post-breakup with Finn. Callie tells George not to chase her anymore unless he's ready to catch her, and then Alex finds out that Callie and Mark slept together. Burke, Derek, George, and Weber are getting ready for a boys' camping trip. Joe and his boyfriend are also going, and then last minute Alex joins as well. Joe asks Weber if he has any kids, and Weber says no. George notices that Burke's hand is a little messed up while he's fishing, and then Alex tells George that Callie's worked with Mark, but he doesn't believe him, and they start getting into a fight. Weber pulls them apart and then sets them ground rules so that they can fight without hurting their hands, which is fun, but then Alex pushes George over into Joe's boyfriend, and Joe's boyfriend cracks his head open. Burke stitches him up though, so he's all good. Bailey punishes Christina by assigning her to a kid who has swallowed a bunch of Monopoly pieces, so she just has to dig through this kid's poop. Meredith and Mark are working together for the day, and she declares them the Dirty Mistresses Club. And it's another dated episode where they're working on a trans patient, but Mark is pretty cool about it, and Meredith doesn't really seem to understand trans people. The doctor that Izzy is assigned to today is Sydney Heron, who's the resident that took over for Bailey while she was on maternity leave, and Izzy really doesn't like her, so she opts to hang out with Christina instead and dig through poop with her. And they actually have a nice moment where they bond over being the cause of a patient's death. Meredith and Derek make up and kiss at Joe's. And then at the end of the episode, George's dad is brought into the hospital. Episode 8. This episode opens with Meredith and Derek making out in a bathtub, and I know that I'm gay, I know that I'm a lesbian, but the thought of being in a bathtub with a man is so disgusting to me. Having chest hair against your back. Ugh. Ugh. Meredith also says that today is the day that dark and twisty Meredith goes away. That's not true. It will never be true. She's always there. Izzy is shadowing Alex today, and Alex is working with Mark, and Mark comments that it must be bring a hot blonde to work day, and Izzy says that's sexual harassment. That's where you draw the line? You were making out with a patient. But I will give Mark a black star for sexual harassment. However, immediately after calling sexual harassment, Izzy fondles Alex in a patient's chest because the patient has implants to make it look like he has pecs, so she's feeling their chest to see if there's a difference between the two of them, which Mark walks in on. Alex is being really nice to Izzy, and he even lets her take out a chest tube, which she's not allowed to do, and then later in the stairwell they kiss, but Izzy says that she can't, and they just are fine with that. George really wants to be on his dad's case, but Bailey's like, you can't work on family, so you can choose an intern who you do want on your case, and he chooses Christina. This annoys Christina because then she can't operate with Burke, and they have to push his surgery back. Burke is trying to tell Christina that something is wrong with his hand, but she doesn't really listen and kind of walks away. The other interns are really starting to notice the special treatment that Christina has gotten. She's even decannulated a heart by herself, but Christina denies it and says that Burke has been doing all of these things. George has to tell his dad that he has esophageal cancer that has spread to his stomach, which is really sad and unfortunate. And while Christina is doing an echocardiogram on him, his dad tells her that George said that she was the best intern, which makes her really happy. I'm gonna give a gold star to George because that's a nice thing to say. Christina finds out from the echo that his dad needs a valve replacement, and she wants Burke to do it, but George thinks something might be wrong with Burke's hand, so he's not sure. Later in the day, Christina tells George's dad that actually George is the best intern, so I'll give a gold star to Christina for that, because that's a very nice thing to say as well. And later, she tells Burke that George knows that something is wrong with his hand. At the end of the episode, Addison throws her wedding ring into the ocean. Slay. Episode 9 is called From a Whisper to a Scream, and I'm only saying that because it's just a really good episode, so if you want to watch it, that's the title. Season 3, Episode 9. The episode starts with Christina running down a hallway in the hospital covered in blood, and then we go back to a flashback at the beginning of the episode. Christina jogs to Meredith's house at the beginning of the day, which Meredith finds super weird because she never runs. And it's just because Christina wants to ask if George has said anything about Burke's hand, and she's like, no, he hasn't said anything. Christina's super worried about Burke, but Burke says he's fine, he hasn't had a tremor in over a week. There's a big disaster this episode. A driver has driven into a fish market, and Christina gets pulled into the pit, which stresses her out, because that means she can't be with Burke when he operates on George's dad. However, Erica Hahn shows up, and she makes fun of Burke for losing a patient, and the reason why she's there is because George has called her to operate on his dad instead of Burke. George's parents ask Izzy if they can figure out why George has switched doctors, and his parents are like, Izzy says that Burke is the best, we should have Burke operate. And George is like, well, the last time Izzy dealt with a patient, the patient died, so let's not listen to her. It's harsh but true. It's a little harsh because Izzy also heard it, so I'm gonna give him a black star because Izzy heard it. If she wasn't there, I would have let it slide. That's mean to say in front of her. Callie pushes Meredith into a locker for telling people that she slept with Mark, but Meredith is like, I didn't tell anyone that, so that's a black star for Callie. You can't just push other doctors into a locker. Weber tells Burke that he wants Hahn to become the new head of cardio and for Burke to become the chief of surgery. He and Christina talk, and he's like, I can't do it because I didn't say anything about the tremor in my hand, and they have a big fight. Later that day, they're performing a surgery together, and Burke tells Christina to move to the other side of the table, even though this whole time they've been operating side by side so that she can step in if need be. But he moves her to the other side. Derek, Meredith, and Hahn are performing a surgery next door when they need Burke's hands as well. Meredith is the one who goes in to tell them that they need Burke, so Burke goes to leave. And Christina is really stressed out, and Meredith is like, what, you think he can't operate without you? And when Christina says nothing, she's like, oh my god, he can't operate without you. Christina begs Meredith not to say anything, and then back in this surgery, Derek notices Meredith watching Burke very closely. Christina's super stressed out while Burke is gone, so she pages Bailey to come and help. But Burke comes back before Bailey shows up, and Burke gets really mad at Christina and kicks her out of the OR, and that's why she was running down the hallway covered in blood, because her patient's vein had exploded and shot blood all over her. After the surgery, Burke tells Weber that they need to talk, and Weber is like, yes, we do, and he moves out of the way of the doorway, and Christina is in there because she has told Weber about Burke's hand. And at this point, they have basically broken up. Also in this episode, Alex and Addison share eye contact with each other for way too long, and I don't like it. Episode 10, Meredith is visiting Ellis, and she's kind of dressed like a lesbian. I'll put up a picture, and Ellis says that she should have never had a child. Awesome. Awesome. If Ellis was more of a major character, I'd give her a black star for that, but she is not. Just know that it's there in spirit. Bailey is asking Weber what punishment Christina and Burke should get, but Weber says legally they did nothing wrong. He gets a black star for that. Because are you kidding me? He was operating when his hand didn't work. Weber tells Derek that he needs to help Burke figure out the tremor, but Burke doesn't want any help, and Weber yells at Burke for not wanting any help. The other interns are pretty annoyed that Christina didn't get any trouble just because the patients lived, and Bailey's super annoyed too. And Weber tells Izzy that she can't watch any of the surgeries. And Bailey says, oh, because she messed up? Because Christina messed up and she's in OR too right now. That's a gold star for Bailey for defending Izzy and also for calling Christina on her shit. After this, Weber lets Izzy scrub in. Meredith's half-sister Molly, the daughter of Thatcher and Susan, is back in the hospital for an emergency C-section. Thatcher's not there though because he's visiting Lexi at Harvard. And Molly and Susan are both like, we could be your family if you want, Meredith. And she's like, no. And she walks away. Christina gets assigned to George's dad's case, which the other interns think is unfair, until Bailey lets the other interns work on a conjoined twins case. Izzy gets assigned to Mark, and he wants her to get a coffee, which Alex has been doing for him. But she says no, and that if he wants her to respect him, he needs to do something worth respecting. Put him in his place. Put him in his place. Izzy and Alex forgive Christina, but George is still mad at her. Episode 11, Izzy still hasn't cashed her $8 million check, and Bailey won't let her operate or watch any surgeries until she does. So at the end of the day, she goes to a bank in tears and deposits the check. So now she's a millionaire. Celebrity alert, Mae Whitman is here. She is in Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, and she's the girlfriend that Logan Lerman doesn't kiss in Perks of Being a Wallflower. Bailey describes Derek as lots of hair, too many women, likes elevators and long walks on the beach. We're going to remember that last one. I'm going to need to make a second column at some point for these sticky notes. Side note, it's crazy how much respect Bailey has as a resident. Like, all of the attendings and Weber, the chief of surgery, all come to her for advice. That's an icon. She's a legend. She's the moment. George's dad's surgery is today, and he tells his surgeons that if they find cancer mets in his body, that he wants them to take out as much as they can. And unfortunately, they do find a bunch of mets, like, all over his body, which means it'll be a very difficult recovery. And George gets mad that they did this without telling him, but it was his dad's wishes. George and Callie also kiss when it looks like he might not recover. Nurse Olivia sighting, she's talking to Burke, and she asks how his hand is, and Burke says, you'll have to tell Christina she needs to ask me herself, because they're in a fight and they're not talking to each other, kind of childish. Alex tells Addison that he messed up Mark's coffee order on purpose because Mark was mean to her, and they almost kiss. I forgot they had like a little thing and I hate it. Episode 12, Izzy anonymously donates $300,000 to a patient who needs a rare spinal surgery, so let's give her a gold star for that. That's really nice. Bailey, however, gets mad at her for donating it out of the goodness of her heart and not because she wants to perform a cool surgery. And Izzy says that she can be a good surgeon and emotionally involved at the same time, like standing up for herself. Mark has been mean to Addison all day, and Addison tells Callie that's because Addison aborted their baby, which would have been due today. Addison also tells Mark that he would have been a terrible father. George finds out that the cancer is spread, and he gets really mad at Weber and Bailey for going through with the surgery, because if they didn't, then his dad would have had more time. Eventually, his dad's organs start shutting down, and they have to take him off of life support. So rest in peace, George's dad. He's not on the wall, but he gets an honorary X because he's dead now. And Christina welcomes George to the Dead Dads Club, and she says she's really sorry that he has to join, which is a nice moment between the two of them. After Burke finds out that George's dad died, he tells Derek in front of Christina that he thinks his hand is doing better, which is slowly breaking the no talking between them. Also, Addison and Alex kiss at Joe's. Let's connect them. Not to call someone a slut, but Alex is such a slut. Look at this. Are you kidding me? Episode 13, Derek finds out that Weber is retiring and that he's asked Burke to be the new chief. I'm sure the retirement is going to stick around. Bailey pitches a free clinic to Weber, and he says he'll think about it. So she gets a bunch of other doctors on board, and they're all cool with it, but they realize that they don't have enough money. So Izzy decides to donate her $8 million as long as they call it the Denny Duquette Memorial Clinic, which is very nice of her. I'll give her a gold star for donating $8 million towards a free clinic. Mark assigns Meredith and Alex to debride some bed sores on a comatose patient, and Meredith is like, why can't the nurses do it? And that's such a great question. Why can't the nurses do it? They are surgical interns, and they do so much work on this show that I'm sure no surgeon ever does. Like, why are they debriding bed sores? Mark mentioned something about quitting when he realizes he can't get Addison back, and Meredith mentions that Weber is retiring, so he gets in on the race for chief, as well as Addison and Derek. Weber is talking to Bailey about it, and he says that none of them are frontrunners, and that while she isn't a frontrunner at the moment, she will be chief one day. Alex tells Addison that he's not interested, so she should just move on, and Weber shows up to Adele's house with flowers, but she says it's too late, so they are still very much on the rocks. Christina finally breaks and talks to Burke, and Burke asks her to marry him, and George also asks Callie to marry him. I guess they're back together? Episode 14, it's been 8 days and they've managed to open up the clinic somehow. Nurse Olivia citing she is helping Alex in the clinic. George walks in with Callie and tells everyone that they got married in Vegas, and Alex laughs and says, dude, she's Callie O'Malley. Izzy also comments on how small her wedding ring is. That's not cool, man. That's not cool. I will give Alex a gold star for saying Callie O'Malley because that's really funny. Christina still hasn't said yes to Burke, and it's been over a week. Meredith is visiting Ellis, who is lucid for a day, and Meredith tells her that she has Alzheimer's and she collapses, so they bring her to the hospital. And Ellis is very shocked and pleasantly surprised to find out that Weber is the chief. She also wants to meet Derek since he put her in the Alzheimer's trial study. And she also yells at Meredith and says, imagine my disappointment when I wake up after 5 years just to find out that you're ordinary. That would be another black star for Ellis if I cared that much about her, but like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Meredith says that she's ordinary because of Ellis because she had to waste 5 years of her life taking care of her. Weber talks to Ellis and he says that if they would have ended up together, they would have had more kids, like siblings for Meredith to have, and Ellis says, we would have had kids? Even though Alex told Addison to move on, they make some eyes at each other. I really don't like their relationship. I think it's stupid. George gets sick after dealing with a patient, and after he hands the labs to Olivia, she gets sick too, and he realizes it's because the patient's blood is poisonous, so he calls the OR that she's being operated on in to warn them, but it cuts to the OR, and we see that everyone is passed out on the floor. Burke and Derek try to get her stable enough to move, but they run out of air, so Weber sends Christina, Meredith, and Izzy in on 20-second intervals to try to get her ready to transport, which is like super intense and crazy. It's awesome. Once again, Addison and Alex hook up. Also, Christina accepts Burke's proposal. Yay! Alright, we're on episode 15, Walk on Water. This is a two-parter. It's a really good one. It starts with Meredith taking a bath and she almost drowns herself in the bathtub. I hope that's not foreshadowing. Weber has also dyed his hair. He doesn't have hair in this picture, but in the earlier seasons he had some hair and he dyes it black and it looks a little silly. Sydney Heron shows up at the clinic and she tells Bailey it's a good idea that she started the clinic because it's good competition for her to be chief resident, which is the 5th-year resident that is in charge of all the other resident, and it looks good on your application to be an attending. All of the interns are doing a triage test when it gets interrupted by a major disaster event, and they all go except for Christina because there's no more room left on the ambulance rig. None of them know what the disaster is, and when they get there, they see it's a ferry boat that is caught on fire because a container ship has clipped the ferry and there's a bunch of casualties. Izzy goes on the ferry and she tries to help a man who has been crushed underneath a car. He's not looking so good and search and rescue is taking a really long time to come. George tries to help a woman find her son, and Meredith is trying to help a little girl find her mom. Eventually she passes her off to an EMT because she sees a man who needs help, but the EMT runs off, so the girl goes to help Meredith since no one else can help her. And then after they help the man freaks out and he accidentally pushes Meredith into the water. Episode 16, Drowning on Dry Land, the little girl walks away and Meredith attempts to swim, but she kind of just gives up and sinks to the bottom. Derek is there and he spots a little girl walking around and the girl brings Derek to the water because he's been asking where Meredith is and she just like points in the water. Derek jumps in and pulls her out, and she is completely blue. All of the interns get paged when Meredith gets brought in, and the little girl gets reunited with her mom. Yay! Derek is in shambles, because Meredith is, like, basically dead at this point. They have to shock her. Mark comforts Derek, and her temperature just will not come up. Meanwhile, with George, he can't find her son, but she really needs surgery, so he tells her that they did find her son, that she will do the surgery. And Bailey is like, you better find her son before she wakes up. So he looks everywhere, he looks in the morgue, and then finally he sees that Callie is operating on a 7-year-old John Doe, and he realizes that it's the boy, so she's found the son. I accidentally skipped over this. Alex last episode helped a pregnant woman who's crushed by a beam get free. So then after they get her to the hospital, Weber assigns him to the clinic to help people find their loved ones. Alex is struggling to help everyone find their loved ones, and he sees a camera, so he goes around the ER taking pictures of people, and he's really trying to find this Jane Doe's husband, the woman with the face crushed, and she thinks she finds him, and the guy isn't sure, but Bailey is like, you should take pictures of people in the morgue as well, and it turns out the guy's wife is dead, so we still don't know who Jane Doe's husband is. Izzy is still in the ferry trying to help this guy in the car, and she doesn't know what to do, and the guy's friends are really hyping her up, so she calls Weber and Burke, and they tell her that she has to do burr holes in the field, and she does them, and then she pulls out blood clots from this guy's head. That's a gold star, because the man lives! That's a gold star, Izzy, good job. Weber lets Izzy scrub in on the surgery when she gets back, so she is officially off probation. At the end of the episode, we get Meredith waking up in an empty hospital with Dylan, the bomb squad guy, and she asks him if she is dead, and Denny is there, and he says yes, and that's the end of the episode. Episode 17, Weber says that Meredith isn't dead until she's warm and dead, because everyone's starting to give up, she's really cold, her heart's not beating. Addison tells the other interns that they should maybe prepare themselves. Derek goes to Ellis and says that she broke her by calling her ordinary, and after he says this, she starts coding. The group attempts to resuscitate Mare at the same time Derek is resuscitating Ellis. They're starting to give up on Meredith, but Christina comes in and urges them to keep trying. In Dead Fantasyland, Dylan and Denny are arguing, and Meredith doesn't really want to be here. She's like, I don't want to see either of you. I want to see, and then Doc, the dog, shows up. Doc mentioned, he's here. Ellis's scrub nurse Liz is there, and also a patient that Meredith lost is there, and they're trying to get her to talk about how she died, and she just kept saying, I drowned, and they're like, I think there's more to that. After a while, she admits that she did try to swim at first, but eventually she just gave up and let herself drown. She says that she doesn't want to be dead, and she wants to go back to Derek and Christina, and then Ellis shows up. She says, you shouldn't be here, and she gives Meredith a hug, and then she tells her that she is anything but ordinary, and she tells her to run. Everyone has left the room at this point except for Christina, and then Meredith's heart starts beating. She wakes up, and the first thing she says is, ouch. Christina tells her that she's getting married to Burke, and Derek goes to tell her that her mom is dead, but she already knows. Alex's Jane Doe wakes up, and she doesn't remember anything and thinks that Alex is her husband. And Addison tells Mark to go 60 days without sex, and maybe she'll give him a chance. And Mark says that if he has to do that, then she has to do it also. So those were some really good episodes. They're really intense. Like, it's actually kind of scary how close Meredith gets to death. Like, she really looks like she's going to die. And they just have some really good moments with everyone. So those are some good episodes. Episode 18, Alex is moving into the intern house. And Meredith tells everyone that her mom is an urn in the back of her closet, so they don't have to worry about it. Weber has apparently brought in an outsider for the potential of Chief. And his name is Dr. Marlowe. And he is a very famous cardio surgeon. And he used to be Christina's professor and Flame. So we're going to put him on the board. He might get covered up later because they don't actively sleep together. This is just a past thing, but for now he will be on the board. And Burke thinks that they are just old flames, but he's like, no, we were like fully in a relationship, and she told me that she didn't believe in marriage. Susan and Thatcher are at the hospital, and they're just there to make sure Meredith is okay, and she agrees to have dinner with them, with Derek, and Christina says she can show up after 45 minutes in case it gets really awkward. And it is really awkward, but Christina doesn't show up. Meredith says she's fine. George finds out that Callie's parents are rich and that's how they're able to live in a big fancy hotel. And he tells Izzy about it and she makes mean comments about it to Callie. This leads to a big fight between George and Callie, where Callie is like, why do you think Izzy discredits our marriage all the time? It's because she's in love with you. George says that can't be true because she's hot and blonde and he's just George. And Callie's like, what does that make me then? And then she kicks him out. George heads over to the intern house and tells Izzy to get over herself and stop making fun of his marriage. And they get super drunk and he ends up telling her that Callie said that Izzy was in love with him. And they laugh and then they kiss. We're getting some real connections on this wall going. Episode 19, George doesn't remember sleeping with Izzy the night before because they got so drunk. Callie's dad is in town, so she tells George that they have to be the perfect married couple, and while they're having dinner together, George remembers that he slept with Izzy. He also tells Izzy that he has to tell Callie. Mark is showing Jane Doe some PS2-ass looking renders of what her face could look like after facial reconstruction surgery, and she's having trouble choosing a face, so Alex makes up names and personalities for all the faces, and she chooses the one that he calls Ava. Celebrity alert, Elizabeth Moss is here and her mom has a disease that makes her muscles turn into bones. That's a real thing in case you want to get scared of that. The attendings are all meeting with the board today and they all really want to be chief, and they get really stressed out because Colin Marlowe has a 10-year plan for what to do, but after talking with Bailey, Mark goes to the board and says that he doesn't have a 10-year plan, he has a right now plan. So he's using Bailey's strategy to try to become chief. Episode 20, this episode opens with an Amy Winehouse song. We stan. Don't watch that stupid Amy Winehouse movie. Jane Doe's bandages get taken off, and celebrity alert, it's Elizabeth Reeser. We're gonna put her on the board. I put her on top of that dying woman that Alex had sex with because Ava moves more units, and I also don't have enough space on my wall. But just know, there's someone else down there. I also have her name covered up because I have her real name on there. Spoiler alert, she gets her memory back. So the group takes a picture of her to put on the news so her family can find her. And after a day, a family comes in and says that she's her daughter, but Alex doesn't really believe it. And he doesn't seem to want Ava to go. And eventually the mother realizes that she's not actually her daughter, which leaves Ava crushed. Remember the secret child that Izzy had? Her parents are there because her child needs a bone marrow transplant because she has cancer. It's leukemia and it's genetic, and they want Izzy to make a donation. And they say that she can see her daughter, but then they change her mind, which makes Izzy really sad. And Bailey helps Izzy out a lot with the process, so we're going to give Bailey a gold star for being really nice to Izzy. George finds out that Izzy is getting a procedure done, and she confides in him, and they peek through a window to see what Izzy's daughter looks like. Callie is also starting to notice something going on between George and Izzy. And then at the end of the episode, Susan is also being very nice to Meredith post-drowning, but Meredith doesn't want it and tells her to stop mothering. Episode 21, the interns are all studying for their big intern exams, which is what they need to pass to become residents, and Christina is jealous because Callie has legendary flashcards and she thinks that she will give them to George to help study. However, Christina mentions to Callie that she thinks that if Callie gives the flashcards to George, he will share them with Izzy. So Callie gives the cards to Christina instead, and Callie tells Izzy that she can't compete with her, so to back off. Because of this, Izzy starts giving George the cold shoulder, and George tells Izzy that there's an intern spot open at Mercy West and that he might take it. Understatement of the century time, Meredith and Derek should communicate more. He's starting to pull away because he wants to be chief, and he doesn't think he can have that and be with Meredith. Meredith asks him what's wrong, and he says that he tried to breathe for her for an hour after she drowned, and he doesn't know if he can keep breathing for her. That's really rough. That's really rough, actually. Ava tells Alex that living in the hospital is like living in a soap opera. Yep. And Addison asks Alex if they're having a Denny Duquette situation, and he says no, but then after that they kiss, so that's why they are connected. That was a little foreshadowing on my part, not removing the connection. Also, I didn't want to untangle everything that's connected to Alex right now. Mark sees this and tells Addison that he couldn't go 60 days without sleeping with someone, but that's a lie. He just said that so that Addison would be able to sleep with Alex. And he also says during his confession, once a man whore, always a man whore. So that was nice that he broke the promise so that Addison could be happy. After this, Addison invites Alex to her hotel room, and he says that he's not her boyfriend and he's not what she's looking for. The attendings all rush to help chairman of the board who is in the hospital because he has really swollen balls because a fish swam up his penis, and Christina calls him VI penis. I'll give her a gold star for that one. That's pretty good. Episode 22. This is basically the pilot episode for Private Practice because Addison is taking a leave of absence to go to LA, and she sees all of her friends who are in LA. Some of them include Taye Diggs and Chris Lowell. I'm going to be honest, whenever I rewatch Grey's Anatomy, which isn't a lot, I kind of always skip over this episode because I don't really care about Private Practice. I'm sorry. I'm pretty sure Addison kisses someone, but I'm not going to add it to the wall because that's technically for Private Practice. And celebrity alert, in this private practice part, Velma Young is there. She was on Scandal. Christina asks Callie, Meredith, and Izzy to be her bridesmaids for her wedding, and Susan comes to the clinic because she has hiccups that won't stop, so they perform a minor surgery on her. Episode 23, Derek performs a surgery on Ava that could help her get her memory back, but when she wakes up, she says she can't remember anything still. Susan is back, and she has a heart murmur that's getting worse, so Weber takes her into surgery, and she doesn't make it. Rest in peace, Susan. She didn't deserve that. Thatcher shows up and Meredith is trying to talk to him and Thatcher slaps her. I would give him so many black stars if I could, but he's too minor and I don't care about him. Izzy tells George that she doesn't want him to go to Mercy West and they kiss again, and Addison heads back to Seattle after being in LA. Episode 24, George gets approved to go to Mercy West as long as he passes his intern exams, which are tonight. Bailey says that the 5 interns with the lowest score get kicked out of the program, so no pressure. George and the other interns notice that Meredith isn't writing anything on her test, probably because she just got slapped by her father, so Weber hooks her up and lets her retake the test at a later time during the day so that she doesn't fail. I'll give Weber a gold star for that because that's really nice. All the attendings get called in for a bunch of rock climbers who fell down a mountain and got lost. Kind of Yellow Jackets core. 3 of the climbers make it back and they say that the 4th one died from the fall, but eventually he comes in and he has an axe in his head. Ava and Alex are talking and she slips up and accidentally says something about remembering something her dad did. And Alex makes it a big deal, and she doesn't, and he realizes that it's because she did get her memory back from the surgery, so she reveals that her name is Rebecca Pope. Thatcher tells Meredith that she can't come to the funeral for Susan because she killed her. Adele comes into the ER after getting into a fender bender, and she tells Addison that she's pregnant. Weber spots her and she hides in the bathroom, but he goes in eventually and finds her passed out on the floor. It also turns out this episode that Callie is running for chief resident too. I really thought she wasn't attending this whole time because that's how they treat her, but I guess she's just been a resident. Burke is having a bachelor party at Joe's and a woman offers to buy Derek a drink and he turns her down. This is what the woman looks like. I'm covering up her name. Episode 25, Burke meets with all of the chief candidates. It's not Mark, it's not Addison, and it's not Derek. Weber offers it to Derek, but Derek says that he knows who should be chief and who's best for the job, and that it's Weber, so Weber stays the chief. They had this whole thing, and it's just Weber anyways. Rebecca's husband shows up to the hospital, and she gets discharged, and she says to Alex, medically there's no reason why I should stay here, trying to, convince him to give her a reason to stay, and he says to just go and be with her husband. Derek tells Meredith that flirting with that woman at the bar was the highlight of his week. Black star. Black star. Are you kidding me? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Meredith just tells him to break up with her if he wants to be with someone else, but he says, no, you have to break up with me. And she says, no, she's not going to do that. Back with the climbing guys, they say that when they were falling, one of the axes fell into that guy's head, and that's why he has an axe in his head. But when they were doing the surgery to take it out, they realized that the way that it was put in, it would have had to have been someone else hitting him with an axe. So they finally say that they tried to put him out of his misery after the fall. Adele loses her baby. Izzy tells George that she's in love with him. I really wish they could just let boys and girls be friends on this show. The only good male-female friendship I feel like is between Meredith and Alex, but everyone else hooks up. I wish they could just be friends. The interns get their test results back, and everyone passes except for George. Bailey tells George that he has 2 options, which are he can leave or he can repeat his intern year. It's time for Christina's wedding. She's about to walk down the aisle, but she's freaking out because she accidentally washed her vows off of her hand. So Meredith is trying to comfort her, and Burke has to leave the altar to go check on her. And she's like, no, I'm fine, let's do this, we're doing this, it's fine. And Burke is like, I can't keep waiting for you, I can't do this. And he leaves her! Black star for leaving her at the altar! Oh my god. Meredith has to walk up the aisle and tell everyone that the wedding is over. And we get an iconic scene of Meredith holding Christina while she cries in her wedding dress. And that's just it. Burke is gone from the show now. That's the last time we see Burke. He's gone. The new class of interns is heading into the locker room and they see George packing up. And one of the interns is the woman that Derek flirted with in the bar. And she asks George if he has any advice for the new interns, and he says to learn how to do an appendectomy from start to finish. And he asks her name, and she says that her name is Lexi Gray. Let's put her on the wall. And that's the end of season 3. My favorite episode was Drowning on Dry Land, which is also just a funny title for an episode where Meredith almost drowns to death. And my favorite characters were Christina, Meredith, and Callie, which I also think were my favorite characters last season, but they're just really good. So let's move on to season 4. I realized I never gave a look at the wall for season 3, so here's a look at the wall. Really starting to get messy with these connections with, George and Izzy, Izzy and Alex, Alex and Addison. We can start connecting people who have not slept together. So far, Christina is by herself. She's only been with Burke and Marlo. But we can connect Mark with Meredith. We can connect George with Alex, which we could do in season 2 with Olivia. And we can connect Addison with George by going Addison, Alex, either Izzy or Olivia to George. Season 4, this is the first season I don't really remember anything super specific happening. It is a shorter season because of the writer's strike that was going on at the time. But, for season 1, obviously it's the pilot. Addison shows up at the end. That's really what I remember about it. Season 2, they have the bomb and the Elved wire. And then season 3 is Meredith drowning. Those are, the big things that come to mind. But for season 4, I don't really remember anything except for that Lexi is here now. And also that Burke and Addison are gone from the show. They have both left at the moment. Burke is gone for realsies. Addison comes back sometimes as a guest. So, let's get started. Episode 1, George has decided to stay and be an intern again. And Meredith, Christina, Izzy, and Alex are having fun being residents, and they're kind of doing their own version of Bailey's speech to varying degrees of success. I think it's working out best for Meredith and Christina. Christina is pretty hardcore as a resident. George hasn't told Meredith that Lexi, her half-sister, is another one of the interns. And Lexi goes up to Meredith herself and tells her while they're in the middle of getting people out of an ambulance, which is such a great time to tell her, Lexi, good job. Izzy specifically is having trouble getting the interns to take her seriously, and it probably doesn't help that a child comes and asks her for help with someone in the parking lot, and it turns out that someone is a deer, and she wastes hospital resources bringing this deer back to life. I'm gonna give her a black star for wasting resources to help a deer. It was good in her heart, but that deer is going to have a hefty medical bill. Neither Meredith or Christina have seen Derek or Burke since the wedding. Christina brought Meredith on her honeymoon because they're besties. And Derek tells Christina that Burke resigned 2 weeks ago and he's not coming back. And since he's gone, Derek is having trouble making friends. That was his only friend, was Burke. Now, who was he going to do? He's got Mark. He's got the other man. During this time, Weber has elected Callie chief resident over Bailey. And Callie is having trouble doing it, and Bailey is really mad because she's like, why wouldn't you make me the chief resident? I'm perfect for the job. And Weber tells her it's because he wanted her to have more time to do surgeries. Which I guess makes sense, but obviously she should have been chief resident. It's Bailey. George helps birth a baby while Meredith and Mark sew a woman's arm back on. And Lexi and George trauma bond over dead parents and high expectations. And all of the other interns are very impressed that George delivered a baby on his first day as being an intern, and he doesn't correct them that it's not his first day. There are other interns in this group, but none of them are really important besides Lexi. We'll have other intern groups where some of them are more important, but for this group, it's just Lexi. So I might put pictures of them on screen if any of them do anything, but they don't really interact with anyone else in a way that necessitates them being on the wall. I don't know where to mention this, but in this first episode, and maybe this season, Alex has a shitty goatee. I'll put a picture up. I just didn't know where to mention it, but I didn't like it. Derek and Meredith break up, and then they have make-up sex. So they got that going for them. And then George shows up at the intern house and tells Izzy that he loves her too. Episode 2, George tells Izzy that he has to tell Callie and break up with her, or at least, tell her that they cheated. And Izzy says that he can't because Callie is their bosses and she'll treat Izzy especially like shit. So to just not do it, or at least wait until Callie's not in a bad mood. George tries that for a bit, but it's really weighing on his mind, so he goes to tell Callie. But Callie can tell that George is going to say that he cheated on her, so she's just like, please don't say anything to me, and walks away. Christina is trading some of her wedding gifts for promises for good surgery, which Bailey doesn't really like, but it's kind of a girl boss move, so I support it. Alex tells a patient that his son is going to be taken away because the patient is high, and the patient punches Karev in the face and then steals his child back. So that's going to be a black star with Karev. That's not how you deal with people. Lexi is trying really hard to bond with Meredith because they have the same dad, but eventually Meredith breaks and she's like, we don't have the same dad. My dad left me. And this is really heartbreaking for Lexi because she only decided to go to Seattle Grace so that she could bond with Meredith. I get why she did it, but she was at Harvard. She could have gone anywhere. So maybe not the best decision for her. Episode 3, Meredith and Derek have moved to having secret breakup sex in the hospital. If I gave them black stars for every time they had sex at the hospital, it would take so much editing. It would be awful. Alex gets assigned an intern in his 50s, and he is annoyed because all of his patients think that the intern is the doctor and that Alex is the intern, and also the intern isn't that great at his job. Meredith turns out to be a really good teacher, and she teaches Lexi how to intubate a patient who isn't going to make it, and later they bond when Meredith shows Lexi Susan's death notes, which was basically a log of the day that she died, and they have a nice moment over that. So I will give Meredith a gold star for trying really hard to bond with Lexi after she didn't want to at first. Bailey has been kind of mean to Callie because she's jealous that she's chief resident, but she realizes that if they work together, then it could be good for both of them. So I will give Bailey a gold star for agreeing to work with Callie on chief resident. In the elevator, Alex tells all of the interns that George is a repeat and that this isn't his first year as an intern, so that's a black star for Alex because that's mean. And then also at the end of the episode, George tells Callie that he slept with Izzy. Episode 4, Callie forgives George, so George is like running around the hospital trying to find Izzy, and Callie finds her first, and Callie tells her to meet in the cafeteria later so they can talk. Izzy tells Alex that she slept with George, and Alex says that's embarrassing. Everyone assumes that since she said to meet in the cafeteria that there's gonna be a fight, and Callie comes in and she's disappointed that everyone's like raring for a fight and that people thought that she was just gonna fight her. So she leaves, and Izzy apologizes, but Callie calls her a traitorous bitch. I'm gonna give Callie a gold star for that, because Izzy really has been such a bitch to Callie this entire time, and stole her man, so she deserves all the gold stars. Derek tells Meredith that they should go on a trip, and Meredith is like, we never went on any trips as couples, and we're not a couple. And Derek is like, well, we're not gonna go anywhere, we're just gonna be in bed the whole time. So Meredith tries to find someone to cover her shift, and she gets Alex to do it, but he says he'll only do it if she takes Norm, who's the 50-year-old intern. With Norm, Meredith and him accidentally tell the wrong woman that she is dying, and she decides not to sue the hospital when they give her enough money to buy a 4-bedroom house in Iceland. So that's a black star for Meredith for telling the wrong patient that she's dying. Also, Derek tells Meredith that he loves her, and she says that makes her want to run away. That's not very healthy. Episode 5 is a Halloween episode, which is fun. Meredith has put her mom's ashes in a Ziploc baggie and brought it to work.
Happy freaking Halloween.
And after much debate, she and Weber decide to flush it down a sink in one of the ORs, because that's what her mom would have wanted. Meredith has a dream that she is dead, and we get a bunch of flashbacks to the iconic Meredith and Derek moments, including Pick Me, Choose Me, Love Me. So that's interesting. And Callie tells everyone that George and Izzy slept together. Celebrity alert, Dylan Minnette is here. He's the main kid in 13 Reasons Why and the lead singer of Wallows. And he's just a little kid in this. And he doesn't have any ears, so he and Meredith and I think Derek eventually go around and try to get a bunch of doctors in to do a pro bono surgery. And at one point, Derek pays him to walk up to Mark and go, "Dad?" Which really freaks Mark out, and it's really funny. We get a Nurse Olivia sighting. She and some other nurses have formed a club called Nurses Against Mark Sloan. Rebecca is back in the hospital, and she comes to an on-call room with Alex, and they sleep together. That's your former patient? That's weird. Alex then leaves to go see a patient, and then we just don't see her for the rest of the episode, so he just left her there. A patient comes in and wants his foot cut off, and Bailey is like, no, we're not just gonna cut your foot off. And then another patient comes in because they accidentally cut themselves with a chainsaw, and then the chainsaw goes missing, and you'll never guess what happened to the chainsaw. Han is back to do a heart transplant, and Christina and Izzy both want in on the surgery. Han says that Christina can't help her because she only dates men, and she knows that Christina sleeps with her attendings. After the surgery, Weber tells Christina that Han has agreed to become the new chief of cardio. So Burke is gone. Han is the new cardio chief. During surgery, Norman, the 50-year-old intern, passes out, and he decides to quit surgery after that. So bye, Norman. And Christina invites Callie to live with her in Burke's old apartment. Episode 6, Meredith can't stop having weird death flashback dreams, and Weber has moved into a trailer right next to Derek, so now Derek can have some friends. 2 patients get brought into the OR, and they're both holding onto a wedding dress, and they refuse to let go, because the last one to let go gets the dress, and that is just an interesting predicament. Han asks Derek and Mark if they are a couple. Izzy helps a patient who has to stay awake during open heart surgery, and she just had a really good bedside manner during it, so I'm going to give her a gold star for that, because that was really good. George and Izzy plan to have a sexy night together, but Izzy is too tired from surgery, so they do not. And then Meredith catches Lexi and Alex having sex. Ugh. Let's connect them. Episode 7, George and Izzy lament that their sex isn't good anymore. Maybe that's why you shouldn't cheat on your wife. Another celebrity alert, we have Stephanie March, who was Alex Cabot in Law & Order SVU, aka my wife, and Olivia Benson's wife also. That's canon. Find me on that. Mark has a crush on Erica, but she turns him down. Weber asks Bailey to be chief resident after he realizes that Callie is splitting her duties with Bailey. So that's a black star for Weber for not just making her chief resident in the first place, but she accepts. So Alex is bringing Lexi home one night, and he stops Thatcher from drunk driving. Episode 8, Derek goes on a date with Sydney Heron. I'm not going to put her on the wall because they don't kiss, but it did happen, and she calls it off after the second date because she can tell that he's clearly still in love with Meredith. One of Bailey's first calls as chief resident is that the workplace environment will be purely professional and that no one should have sex in the on-call rooms. Thatcher is in the ER and he wants to see Meredith, and he apologizes for what he said when Susan died. Meredith tells Lexi to keep a better eye on him, and Lexi yells at Meredith because her father is a drunk and she doesn't know what to do with him, which is super fair, and Meredith has a panic attack and Weber helps calm her down. Bailey has flirty vibes with a guy she went to high school with who's a patient, and then Derek has flirty vibes with a scrub nurse. Everyone in the hospital thinks that George and Izzy have broken up at this point because they are so not coupley at all. In this episode, Derek and Bailey talk about how they both played band in high school, and my roommate was in high school band, so I asked them what instrument they thought that each of them played. They said that Derek was a trumpet player derogatory, he was a sax player, which is kind of close, and then we both agreed that Bailey played the flute, and in a later episode we find out she played the oboe, which is pretty close. Episode 9, this is a 2-parter. It's Crash Into Me. Christina and Meredith start the episode by having a classic dance it out moment, and Tucker is mad at Bailey for not being home that often to take care of their baby. Like, does he not understand that she's a surgeon? You should understand that when you got married, Tucker. Rebecca is back again, but Alex says he's busy doing a surgery, but he lets her watch in the gallery. Lexi is also in the gallery, and they talk, and she's just like, I'm just here to watch Alex. Izzy, Meredith, Christina, and Bailey are all getting a patient out of an ambulance when another ambulance crashes into it. Callie assigns Meredith to the paramedics who are currently in the ambulance that got hit, which is worse off, and she tells him to keep him talking. One of the drivers doesn't make it because he's pinned against the doorway, so they try to help the other one. They try to rip the rig apart, but it ends up pushing an oxygen container into the guy's back, and it is making it a lot worse for him. Meredith is doing a really good job dealing with the dough, so I'm going to give her a gold star for this. In the rig that crashed into the other one, they go over and check on it, and the driver had a seizure, which is why she crashed. And the other paramedic in the rig is also injured, but he does not want to be treated by Bailey. He says he wants to be treated by a man. But when Weber comes over, he also doesn't want to be treated by him, and Weber realizes it's because the guy is a racist, and he doesn't want to be treated by Christina either. Christina opens up the guy's shirt, and he has a big swastika tattoo on his stomach. And after surgery, George is doing his post-op, and he says that if he was the surgeon, he would have let him die, and the world would be a better place for it. Slay. Celebrity alert, Seth Green is here, aka Oz from Buffy, and also he's Chris in Family Guy. And Lexi is treating him because he's got this big mass on his neck that could explode at any moment, and she's having fun flirty vibes with him, and they're laughing, and then it bursts, and then there's an immediate to be continued screen, which is comical, I think. Next episode, Lexi is like pinching his veins shut so that it won't bleed out, and gets Seth Green to call the phone, and Christina shows up and she gets Mark. So I'm gonna give a gold star for Lexi for handling that with grace. However, Seth Green does die, and Christina notices that Rebecca is in the OR gallery watching Alex. Meredith and Weber manage to get the other ambulance driver out of the rig, and he lives. I'm going to give George a gold star for telling that Nazi to die. That was great. The scrub nurse that Derek was flirting with is named Rose, and the two of them kiss. Let's put her on the wall. After Derek kisses Rose, Meredith tells Derek that she doesn't want him seeing other people. Good timing, good timing. After the rough day, Han invites Mark and Callie out for drinks, and Christina invites Lexi out because she lost Seth Green. And the three of them dance it out, and they also invite George and Izzy also. Episode 11, Mark is convinced that Han is into him, and Derek is showing Mark this plot of land that he has bought over a mountainside that has a nice view of Seattle, where he wants to build a nice house for Meredith. He tells Meredith about it, and he wants her opinions on what they should build, since it'll be her house too. After going out drinking last night, Callie and Han are way closer than Han and Mark are. George's mom is visiting, and clearly George has not told her that he and Callie split because she gives Callie baby clothes, and then Izzy accidentally tells George's mom that the two of them are together and that George broke up with Callie. Tucker brings baby Tuck to the hospital because a bookshelf fell on top of him, and Christina opts out of surgery to hold the baby's hand so that Bailey will feel better. So let's give Christina a gold star for holding a baby's hand. George tells Meredith that Derek kissed Rose, which apparently she didn't know, so she gets mad at Derek, and then Derek asks Rose out to dinner since they're in a fight right now. God, their relationship's so healthy. George also asks Lexi if they want to buy an apartment together. Episode 12, Meredith is going to therapy, gold star, but she hasn't said anything yet. George and Lexi's apartment is a literal shithole and is crawling with roaches, but Lexi steals a bunch of stuff from the hospital to make it more homey, which is cute. Christina is confused that Callie is friends with Han, and Callie keeps correcting her whenever she calls her Han and calls her Erica instead. All of the residents are competing in a surgical contest with a point system. Also, Izzy has cut her hair. I really like short hair Izzy. I'm going to put a picture up. It's a great era for her. They're all trying to find someone with a medical mystery, because that's worth 80 points and will basically let you win. Celebrity alert, Clea Duvall is here, aka Graham from But I'm a Cheerleader, because her family drove up a mountain and her boyfriend got attacked by a bear. Christina is helping the boyfriend's brother, whose intestines fell out, into her hands. Ooh! Meredith is talking to Clea Duvall, and she realizes she's wearing a hat, and when she takes it off, like, her skin just comes off of her head, which is nasty. Meredith does something that I think about all the time, where she's doing a test on Clea Duvall's boyfriend, because he's been acting kind of weird, and she puts her two fingers on the side of his head and moves them forward, like this, until he can see them, and she brings them, like, out to here until he says that he can see them, and she goes, tumor! So she found a medical mystery. She found the guy with a tumor. The prize for the surgical contest is this thing called a sparkle pager. Basically, anytime any of them have a surgery, they have to page the sparkle pager first, and Meredith can steal the surgery if she wants it. She doesn't seem super thrilled to have it, but she does not give it up to anyone. At the end of the episode, Meredith pitches a clinical trial to Derek to help find tumors before they become inoperable. So let's give her a gold star for that. Episode 13, it's the first day of Meredith's clinical trial. I guess they are doing the trial together. And the bear attack guy has been getting super aggressive, and he's going blind from the tumor pushing up against his eyes. And when they do the treatment, it fails and he dies. Addison is back for an episode to help with a case, and she notices that Callie and Han have been super close. And she asks Callie if she's been speaking at the vagina monologues, basically asking if Callie is gay for Han. Callie thinks this is silly, and she asks Meredith if anyone ever thought she and Christina were a couple, and she says no because whenever they drink tequila, they screw men. And Addison berates Meredith for letting Derek go. Bailey also tells Addison that Tucker has moved out, so I guess they could not work it out. Rebecca tells Alex that she is pregnant with his child, and he is not very excited. Because of this, Alex yells at the parents of a baby whose heart is growing outside of his body. Let's give him a black star for that. You gotta keep work and personal life separate. Izzy gets Rebecca's labs and finds out that she's not actually pregnant. Episode 14, Weber is hanging up a flyer around the hospital that says that Burke has won a Harper Avery Award, which is a big deal for him, and Christina's a little bummed out about it. Derek and Meredith are working on their 5th patient for their clinical trial, who is a veteran, and they both have flirty vibes while they're working on a fake brain. Meredith watches the veteran and his boyfriend make out, and it's super weird. Where's that sticky note? She says this earlier, but the way she's watching these two veterans, it's not true. So we get to take off our first sticky note of things to remember from the wall. Remember this? It's not true. I'm gonna put the clip in. It's weird. So now that that's taken down, I'm going to rearrange some things. The patient survives their surgery at first, but then he codes afterwards. So Derek buys a bottle of champagne for the two of them to open when their first patient survives. Callie and Mark are having sex in an on-call room, and it seems like Callie has sex with him whenever she has gay thoughts about Erica, which is really healthy. Han gets mad at Callie for not telling her that she's sleeping with Mark. Han is treating a patient in a bubble because she's very at risk for infections, and Alex breaks the bubble barrier because she starts coding, which means she can't get a new heart today. But to make up for it, Alex gowns up her kids and lets her see her kids because she hasn't been able to see them, and if she's not getting a new heart today, she might as well see them. So that's a gold star for Alex for making up for his mistake. Alex is also mad at Izzy for not approving of Rebecca and Alex's baby, but she hasn't told him that Rebecca's not actually pregnant. Adele is in the hospital because she's representing the nurses union because they're tired of Mark sleeping around. And they agree that from now on, anytime a doctor is sleeping with anyone else in the hospital, they have to sign a form to register their relationship. Why was that not a thing before? Weber tells Adele that he has changed and that now he has a special chief intern to help manage his workload. Obviously, this isn't true, so he just makes George the chief intern, and that works, so he and Adele get back together. Now that George is the special chief intern, he's passing out the forms for people to register their relationships, and Lexi finds out that Alex forgot that they had sex, which is embarrassing. Bailey fills out the form and exaggerates that she slept with everyone in the hospital because Weber doesn't want her to fill it out, because he's like, Bailey, I know you haven't. And she's like, no, that's not fair. I'm gonna fill it out if everyone has to fill it out. Christina is operating on a bunch of cadavers and singing like a virgin, and Lexi joins in also. It's a great scene. Meredith finds out that she's doing this and like rushes in to help her. She tells Christina that she's in therapy because of Derek and Rose, and that makes Christina feel better. Derek tries to blow off hanging out with Rose to hang out with Meredith instead, but she's like, go away. That's a black star for Derek. Can you figure your shit out? Christina also tells Weber while she's filling out her form that it's unbearable to have gone from Burke's right-hand man to a ghost with Han. All the nurses are really mad at Mark, so Bailey talks to them and says that Mark is a whore, and he always has been a whore, and they should all stop acting high and mighty around him when they know he sleeps around. So that's a gold star for Bailey, because that's a great speech. George says that no one has been more publicly humiliated than him. Meanwhile, Mark literally just got called a whore in front of the entire hospital. Meredith's underwear has been tacked up for everyone to see, and Izzy had photos of her modeling tacked up around the locker room. I don't think you cheating on your wife constitutes the same as these. Callie tells Han that Addie thinks that two of them are gay for each other, and they both laugh it off. Meredith's therapist also calls her a coward for not fighting for Derek. Episode 15, Alex is being really sweet to Rebecca while she experiences morning sickness. I'm gonna give him a gold star for being really supportive after not taking it super well at first, because he tries really hard. Rebecca tells Izzy that she's always wanted a baby, and Izzy's like, don't you already fucking have one with your husband? She tells Izzy to do another test to show that she'll be pregnant. Izzy tells Alex that Rebecca isn't pregnant, and Alex tells Izzy to stay out of their life. Rebecca also asks Mark for bigger boobs, and Izzy does an ultrasound on Rebecca to prove that she is not pregnant. And Alex sees this, but he decides to stay by her side anyway. Meredith fires her therapist for calling her a quitter, but then later she barges in to ask for her file while Han is getting a session. Afterwards, the therapist tells Meredith that she is careless with her life, and she gives her her chart. Later that day, Meredith goes back and tells her that Ellis had tried to kill herself when she was younger after Weber left her, and she tells her to fix her. I just realized I never put an X on Ellis. I'm gonna go do that. I got too caught up in Meredith almost dying that I forgot that her mom died. There's a famous surgeon coming into the hospital today. His name is Dr. Walter Tapley, and Weber wants to have a good surgery for him to see while he's here. But it turns out that he's not actually here for a visit. He's here for a heart surgery, which Han doesn't want to do because it's a really complicated procedure and she doesn't want to be known as the doctor who killed Dr. Tapley. Weber is like, can you please operate on him? And Han says she doesn't care if he helped him while he was a young, struggling black med student when no one else would. That's just kind of out of pocket. Why would you say that? That's weird. I would give her a black star, but she's like only here for this season. Otherwise, just know she would be getting a black star for that, because what the fuck? Weber is continuing to use George to get his wife back, and George is doing some babysitting for Bailey after Tucker gets taken out of daycare because he punched another baby over a graham cracker, and George babysits Tuck and distracts him while Bailey and Tucker fight. I'm going to give George a gold star for that because he's really cute with Tucker. Christina is continuing to be really mean to everyone because she's mad about Burke. Callie, Han, and Mark are in an elevator, and the two of them joke about having a threesome together. And then Han kisses Callie in the elevator to prove that Mark wouldn't be able to handle a threesome with them. So let's connect them. Episode 16, Meredith and Derek are still not having any luck with their clinical trial. We have a celebrity alert. Journey Smollett is here as one of the candidates. She was Black Canary in Birds of Prey, among other things. Weber tells Meredith that the board has been reviewing their trial and that if their 12th patient, doesn't survive, then they're going to cancel the trial. Meredith decides that Journey Smollett and the other patient, which she is in love with, need to be their last two today, even though Weber said they can only do one more, but they should do them all today before the end of the day because that's all they have left. And Derek and Meredith let the two of them have sex because they might die. The guy patient doesn't make it, and Derek throws the champagne away. Trigger warning, Meredith tells the therapist that Ellis had cut her wrists with a scalpel and that she waited to pass out so that Meredith could call 911 because she didn't want her mom to be mad at her if she was still awake, which is messed up. Meredith is trying to cheer Christina up, but nothing is working, so she gives her the sparkle pager, which helps. Rebecca is super depressed, and Alex is trying his best to help her, but nothing's really working. He leaves the room for a second to get a call from Izzy, and while he's gone, she cuts herself. Derek tells Mark and Weber that he's gonna sell his land and the trailer so that he could buy an apartment, and they are both appalled. Lexi steals a bunch of files with information on the doctors. That's a black star, you can't do that. But she finds out that George only failed his intern test by 1 point. A big trauma comes in, and it's a boy encased in concrete, and Bailey is having trouble figuring out where to start. All the attendings are kind of arguing with each other. They slowly start to chip him out, but Bailey realizes they've been forgetting something, and that his bladder has been encased, and they've been feeding him fluids, and they're worried that his bladder could explode, so she saves his life. Let's give her a gold star for saving Concrete Boy. Episode 17, Alex brings Rebecca to the ER because she cut herself, and he also calls Izzy a stupid bitch for wanting to admit her. That's a black star, Alex. That's so mean. Izzy tells Alex that she needs a psych consult, and that if Alex tries to bring her home, she will call the police. Alex is convinced that he can take care of her because he took care of his mom when he was a kid and she was very mentally ill, but eventually he calls Rebecca's husband and finds out that she left him and her kid 2 months ago, so eventually he calls and gets her transferred to a psychiatric facility. So that's the end of Rebecca. Journey Smollett is determined to have the surgery even though her boyfriend didn't make it, and Derek says that even if it does work, he doesn't want to work with Meredith anymore. Derek is taking all the deaths of the trial patients very hard, and he says that he's not good enough for her. Whether that's about Meredith or Rose remains to be seen. Journey Smollett survives the surgery, woo! But Weber finds out that they did 2 surgeries instead of 1, so that's not good. When Weber confronts her, Meredith tells him that Ellis tried to kill herself after he left so that he won't get mad at her, and then she has a revelation that when Ellis told her to be extraordinary, she wasn't talking about surgery, she was talking about relationships, which is kind of dumb, I think. Meredith is taking some films of Journey Smollett to check on the tumor, and she sees that the tumor has shrunk. So she tells Rose to tell Derek, but Rose is like, you should tell him yourself, and then Journey Smollett wakes up. Because Lexi has read the file, she keeps telling George information about all of them that he doesn't want to know because she has a photographic memory, but George goes to Weber and asks for a second chance since he only failed by 1 point, and Weber lets him retake the test. So let's get Weber another gold star for letting George retake the test. Back with Concrete Boy, they remove the last piece of concrete, and it shoots a bunch of toxins into the boy's chest, and Weber lets Christina perform a heart procedure without Han, and Han gets really mad at Weber, but Weber says that she needs to be a better teacher, and he survives the surgery. So let's give a gold star to Weber for defending Christina, and a gold star to Christina for helping save the boy. Bailey gives Izzy the clinic because she says she doesn't love it as much as she loves surgery, and she needs to get her husband back, and she can't do that with the clinic. Callie kisses Han, and Weber tells Adele that he wants to come back home, and she lets him come in. George kisses Lexi for helping him retake his test. I don't know if I'm going to connect them, and I don't even know if I can because of the way that I placed them, because they don't actually date. It's more like a celebratory kiss. Alright, I'll connect them. Alright, that's connecting George with Lexi. So now we can connect the sisters together, which is gross. Meredith, George, George, Lexi. Oh, we could do that before. Meredith, George, Izzy, Alex, Lexi. Everyone's just kissing each other. Izzy and Alex also kiss because he's sad about Rebecca leaving. Meredith and Derek are trying to find each other, and eventually he finds her in the field of land that he had bought for their house with a bunch of candles lit, and the candles are set up in a floor plan of the house. Meredith gets a gold star for that because that's romantic as hell, and he brings out the bottle of champagne for them. And they kiss. He says he has to go to break up with Rose and that he will be right back. And that's the end of season 4. I feel like not a lot happened this season. I guess Alex and Lexi hooked up. Callie and Han hooked up. George and Lexi kissed. But no one died. So, kind of boring. It was a shorter season. So, my favorite episodes were the Crash Into Me episodes. And then my favorite characters were Izzy, Callie, and Lexi. So let's move on to season 5. This is our wall at the end of season 4, and now we are starting season 5. We get a fake out start where Derek doesn't come back after running off from Meredith because he got hit by a bus. Let's remember this. Oh, and we can also take off the wall that Han only dates men, because that's not true. And we can also take off the wall that George says he and Izzy will never sleep together. You know, the hard part about having a remember this section of the wall is that I also have to remember what I put on the wall. Alright, back at the hospital, there is a list coming out ranking all of the teaching hospitals in the country, and they're very disappointed, everyone at the hospital, because they've moved down to number 12, which is embarrassing. Because of this, they get downgraded to a level 2 trauma center, which means they don't get as many fun accidents anymore, which is lame. After learning this, Han asks Weber for a list of ways that she can become a better teacher. Lexi is helping George study for his intern exam because she has a crush on him. It's snowing really hard, so they are expecting a lot of traumas, and a limo drives up, and Bernadette Peters comes out. Celebrity alert! It is a group of people who went to this fire and ice ball, 3 men and 3 women, and a lot of the men seem to be worse off than the women. One of the women keeps forgetting where she is, and Alex gives her a CT, and when she asks where she is, he says that she's on a spaceship going to the moon. So that's a black star, because that's mean. Meredith asks Derek to move in with her, and she agrees. I knew this day was coming, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. An ambulance comes in and brings in a patient who has been given a tracheotomy in the field with a pen by Army Doctor Owen Hunt. Let's put him on the wall. A lot of people don't like Owen, myself included, and you will see why in short time. Owen also got hurt during a car accident, and Christina is tasked with sewing up his leg, and they have some flirty vibes. She also thinks he's badass because she's going to attempt to sew him up, but then he just staples his leg together so that he can help with the traumas because he's also a trauma surgeon. Christina and Meredith are outside, and Christina tells Meredith to shut up about Derek because she almost accidentally killed someone during surgery, and then she slips on the ground and Meredith walks away, and then an icicle stabs her. Episode 2, Christina has a little vision of her and Meredith being old together, and it's kind of gay and cute.
Damn it. Where are my glasses?
No, put it down. Down. Right here. Right here.
And then Owen comes to her rescue, and after labs and tests, he pulls out the icicle. I'll give Owen a gold star for pulling the icicle out, but it's one of the rare ones he gets. Weber offers Owen a job, but he says he has to go to the army, but before he leaves, he and Christina kiss, so let's connect them. It's getting quite treacherous putting these things up at this point. And it also makes me look really insane having this in my room. Rose is still here, and she accidentally cuts Derek's hand during a surgery, so she decides to transfer it to a different hospital, so she's not here anymore. Tricked ya. After literally inviting him to move in yesterday, Meredith says maybe moving in isn't a good idea, and Derek jokes and says they should just get married instead. Callie does a risky procedure on a patient, and when it doesn't go well, Han calms her down, which is cute. Bailey and Alex commit insurance fraud because the guy that they are operating on, his insurance runs out at midnight and he won't be able to pay for it, so they just say that they performed it before midnight, which is noble, but I will give them black stars because that's illegal. Lexi tells George that she thinks they're more than just roommates, and he's like, you're right. We're best friends. Thank God they never get together. I would not be able to handle George and Lexi. That is horrendous to me. Callie and Han are both kind of having a gay panic moment where Callie is like, I don't know if I like kissing girls in general, but I like kissing you. And Han is like, I don't know what's going on at all. We get a needle drop this episode of White Horse by Taylor Swift, and it's not a cover, it's just her. So, you know, they're raking in the big bucks at this point in season 5. Izzy has a weird dream sequence where she's in an elevator in her prom dress, and she sees Denny. This is the start of a really horrible arc that I hate, and I think a lot of people hate. Weber calls a meeting with all the attendings and says that all of their teaching has failed, and that's why their program is in a lower place, and that he is going to change their training program. So that's a gold star for Weber for taking some action. Episode 3, Meredith tells her therapist that she's done with therapy, which the therapist doesn't really agree with, and even Christina tells the therapist that she can't let Meredith leave, but you know, she can't really control what she does, so she just tells Meredith that her door is always open. In the intern house, Derek is measuring Izzy's room because he thinks that Alex and Izzy are going to move out. That's a black star for just assuming that, and he makes them really uncomfortable. Meredith doesn't think they need to move out, and Derek's like, but it's about starting a new life together. Derek tries to get Christina on his side, and she's not until he bribes her with surgery, but even then, she changes her mind. And Meredith says at the end of the day she doesn't think they have to move out. Izzy finds a new apartment and shows it to Alex because she can't afford it on her own, but he's not super into it, so she shows it to Christina, and Christina misinterprets it and shows it to Callie, and the two of them move in there instead of living in Burke's place. Weber is holding a meeting for his new teaching program. The first rule is that 1st through 3rd-year residents can't specialize in anything to make sure that they get a rounded education. Personal relationships will no longer be a factor in anything. Attendings have to teach equally. Bedside manner will be more focused on. Interns will reflect their residents, and same for residents with their attendings. And if an intern fails, the resident fails. If the resident fails, the attending fails. Honestly, why weren't they doing this before? It seems like a really good program, but better late than never, I guess. Christina is not taking these new rules very well, and she keeps berating Lexi, so I'm going to give her a black star. And then Lexi has to go to Mark, and Mark yells at Derek and Christina for not following the new rules. It turns out that Lexi had been right the entire time about a patient and diagnoses a rare disease, and then the rest of the crew finds out that Lexi has a photographic memory. George is going to retake his intern test today, but he has to change rooms because there's a leak in the ceiling, and then he chickens out because Weber asks him to be the chief intern again, but by the end of the day, Weber proctors George's test so that he can take it. Also related to the leak, Alex has a patient who's in a wheelchair and he gets up and starts walking, but then he slips on the floor and hurts his head. And a plumber tells Weber that a pipe has burst and they need to turn the water off, but Weber says that they can't because that's on the surgical floor and they need water. That's a black star because things get worse from there. Alex then takes his patient to get a CT, and then water leaks on the CT machine and it short circuits. Ooh. The crew minus George are in an elevator going to the surgical floor, and when the doors open, it just like floods with water because there's so much water coming through the ceiling. And Bailey is like, Weber, you have to close down the surgeries because we are flooding right now, and Weber still says no. Han and Alex are performing a surgery, and Bailey is in the gallery watching, and she notices that the ceiling is going to collapse from the water, and she tries to yell at them, but she doesn't use the intercom for some reason, and the ceiling collapses into the patient. And finally, after that, Weber decides to shut down the surgery so that they can fix the pipe. Episode 4, Christina and Callie move into their new place with Meredith and Erica helping, and Han asks Callie out on a date officially. Derek reads one of Ellis's old diaries, which makes Meredith mad. Alex steals a patient from Izzy, and then Izzy steals it back, so we're just having some fun antics this episode. A kid pulls the fire alarm because he doesn't want surgery, but George shows good bedside manner by helping him show the kid that a needle doesn't hurt by putting an IV in his own arm. So that's a gold star for George for good bedside manner. Christina is on clinic duty and she needs to find some lotion for a rash, so she goes up to dermatology and realizes that it's like heaven and spa-like. The residents and the attendings get massage therapists for them. So she pages Meredith 911 to come and join her, and they both just kind of chill out in dermatology Izzy and George also eventually join them because it's just so relaxing in there. George gets his intern test results back and he passed, which is very exciting. And he has been telling Lexi that they will celebrate once he passes, but after he passes, he just hangs out with Izzy and Meredith instead. So that's a black star for ditching Lexi. How dare you? Han and Callie go on their date, and Callie is freaking out because she doesn't know how to have sex with a woman. I'm gonna be honest, they have zero chemistry. It is not compelling in the slightest. Episode 5, Meredith starts reading her mom's diaries because they have information about surgery. Meredith and Derek's trial gets put in a medical magazine, but Meredith isn't mentioned. That's a black star for Derek. Are you kidding me? She's super mad that Derek called it the Shepherd method and not the Shepherd Gray method, and Derek says that Meredith doesn't deserve the credit. Later, he gives her a kidney in a jar to make up for it, but I will never forgive him for that, because what the fuck? It was her idea. It was her idea. I don't forget. I may forget those. But it was her idea to start the trial, and she didn't get any credit for it because he sucks and I hate him. Han and Callie had some unsuccessful sex last night, and Callie doesn't really know what she's doing, so she enlists Mark to help her figure out how to eat someone out. This is cheating. This is cheating. Why is she learning how to have lesbian sex from a man? Shonda, when I catch you, Shonda, I swear to God, it's on site. Bailey has a big case. It's a domino surgery. There are 12 patients, paired kidney transplant, 6 of them, and they have to take place at the same time so that nobody backs out. Celebrity alert, one of the patients is Leslie Odom Jr., and his dad is paying him to do the kidney transplant, which isn't legal. Izzy and Alex find this out and they don't tell anyone, which black stars, that's illegal. There's a lot of drama in here. One of the other patients is giving their kidney because she's having an affair with someone else, and then it comes out and the surgery is off, and Bailey tries to convince someone to do surgery, but it works, so the surgery is back on, and then Meredith drops a kidney on the ground, and Bailey says 5-second rule. They both get black stars for that. George is now a resident, and Lexi is mad that he didn't ask her to be one of his interns. Izzy tells Alex that she cares about him, and they kiss. And then at the end of the episode, Christina spots Owen at Joe's, and he says that he starts working at Seattle Grace tomorrow. Episode 6, Meredith is going through her mom's old stuff, and she finds a doll called Anatomy Jane. Later in the episode, this lets her into a surgery with Bailey, because Bailey thinks it's cool. And afterwards, she and Derek find a whole box of diaries to read. Alex asks Izzy if they're exclusive, and she says yes. After Mark's heterosexual lesbian sex sessions, Callie and Han have better sex, and Han is having like a whole revelation about being gay, but Callie is not feeling the same, and she has sex with Mark again to see if she's gay or not. That's a black star, Callie. I can't stand this anymore. And then Callie tells Han that she slept with Mark. It is Owen's first day at the hospital. I am in anguish, but now that he is back, the hospital is back to being a level 1 trauma center since he is a trauma surgeon. There's a funny scene where Christina spots Owen and she drags Meredith away at like top speed.
Run! Okay. What was that all about?
She tells Meredith that she is not going to get involved with another attending. I would put this on the wall, but they are already involved because they kissed. Owen gets all of the residents except for Meredith, who's with Bailey, and on a skills lab. They have to operate on live pigs that Owen walks down and stabs each of them. That's a black star. That's animal abuse, what the fuck. Izzy leaves immediately because she's super upset that he did that. Owen seemingly doesn't remember Christina, but I think he's just playing it cool. And Izzy kind of gets Owen's ass because she's like, why would you even stab those pigs? We have technology now where we can simulate surgery. You did not need to stab pigs. What's wrong with you? Everyone kind of gives up on the pigs except for Christina, and she manages to save all of them. But then Owen tells Christina she has to kill them anyways because they went through so much surgery that it wouldn't even matter if they lived. What the fuck? Episode 7, Derek is being kept up awake at night because Meredith and Christina are on the phone talking about how cool Ellis's diaries are. Derek tells Mark that he needs to sleep with Christina so that he can get some good night's sleep, and Mark tries to flirt with Christina, but she does not pick up on it at all, and it's pathetic. Weber introduces a robot patient to help practice surgeries, and Bailey sets it so that they can decide which resident gets their first solo surgery. And the robot is very sassy, and it turns out it's because Weber is controlling the robot, which is funny. There is a patient in the hospital who has Denny's heart since he was a organ donor, and Izzy keeps hallucinating that she sees Denny. Oh my god, I hate this plotline. Han finds out about Izzy and Denny and the whole Elvad wire thing, and she yells at Weber because she's like, why is she still working here? She's talking to Callie about it, and she's like, I'm gonna report this to UNOS. And Callie's like, well, that wouldn't do any good. It already happened. the hospital would lose its transplant status and Izzy would get fired. And Han is like, she should get fired. Why are you siding with Izzy? Han also tells Callie that she can't be only kind of a lesbian and she has to choose to be gay or straight if only there was other options. Lexi catches some of the interns practicing putting IVs into each other because Christina is such a bad teacher, and she gets in on it and flirts with the morgue guy so that they can practice on the cadavers. But Alex finds out and steals all the cadavers from them. There's just a lot going on. Owen insists on being professional with his coworkers and not hearing about their relationships. Episode 8, Han's name has been cleared off all of the surgical boards, and her surgeries have been cancelled. Yeah, she's gone from the show. She's just gone from the show. They had such bad chemistry that they took her off of the show. The new head of cardio is Dr. Virginia Dixon, and she has autism, and it is so dated the way they deal with autism. It's embarrassing. A girl shows up to Meredith's door and calls her Death, and she calls her Die, and her name is Sadie. They were friends in med school, and she's just transferred for her internship here. Denny's ghost is straight up talking to Izzy at this point, and she's trying to ignore it, and he asks her to hold his hand, and she does, and she can feel it. Alex catches some of this going on, and she makes Alex burn Denny's sweater to try to get rid of his spirit. All of this has been going on in the hospital, but after he burns the sweater, she goes home to her room, and Denny is in there, and she touches him, and he feels real, and they kiss. Oh my god, the ghost sex stuff is so stupid. People are starting to notice that all the interns are covered in cuts and bruises, so Lexi says they should tone it down. Sadie, who has joined the intern group, thinks the opposite, and she takes her shirt off and starts cutting her back and lets someone stitch it up. Christina realizes that all the interns are practicing on each other, and she does not stop them. That's a black star, that's really bad. Also, Owen and Christina kiss again. Episode 9, Izzy and Denny have ghost sex, and Meredith and Sadie hear it, and Meredith asks Alex who's in there with Izzy, and he thinks that she's just by herself having a freaky time. The interns are doing more tests on each other. This time they give one of the interns, Steve, an epidural, and Lexi says that they could do an appendectomy on him since he can't feel it anyways, but he refuses. And then Sadie offers herself up. Lexi and the others are reading from a textbook while they do this, and Lexi says that it's a great day to save lives. However, right before she starts to cut into Sadie, she says it's a bad idea and stops, but Sadie takes the scalpel and cuts her own stomach open. While they're doing the surgery, one of the interns starts to freak out because she realizes that Sadie's appendix looks kind of inflamed, so she leaves. Eventually, Lexi gets Meredith. We'll give Lexi a gold star for telling someone. Christina finds out that Steve got an epidural and also finds out about what the interns are doing, and she joins Meredith and Lexi. And they say to page Bailey and that there's an emergency. And with Bailey's help, they save Sadie. Weber is super pissed off, understandably, but he commends Meredith and Christina for shutting it down immediately. But then Lexi barges in because she thinks they're in trouble, and she says it wasn't their fault because Christina had told them to stop yesterday. And Weber is like, you knew about this yesterday and you didn't stop them? Meredith is also mad for Christina not stopping them, and she doesn't defend her at all. Because of this, Christina gets taken out of the running for the solo surgery, which is really rough for her. All of the interns get put on probation, and Alex pushes one of them into the wall for saying something mean about Izzy. That's a black star. Meanwhile, Callie gets hit in the face by a patient and breaks her nose. And also, celebrity alert, Leslie Grossman is here. She was in American Horror Story. Episode 10, Weber has decided who will do the solo surgery. They're trying to get Lexi to look into the window to read Weber's lips, and at first she thinks it says Alex, and then Meredith, and then Izzy, but he comes out and says that Christina won by a unanimous vote, but since she's been taken out of the running, then Christina has to decide who will do the solo surgery, and she chooses Alex. Christina is freaking out a lot because Meredith didn't defend her, and because no one is very happy with her at this moment. So Owen shows up and takes her to her room in the hospital where a vent blows up air right up in you to distract her, and they kiss. Callie has some flirty vibes with Sadie, and Sadie tells Lexi that Mark likes her. Ooh. Lexi shows up to Mark's apartment and asks him to teach her while she strips, and he's like, we shouldn't do this. I don't want Derek to know that we were together, but she's very convincing, and they sleep together. Let's connect them. I feel like you can't even tell that they're connected because there's so much going on, but they are connected, believe me. Izzy blows off work at the clinic to have ghost sex, black star. Alex tells Izzy that he loves her after he wins the solo surgery and that being with her makes him want to be a better person. That's a gold star because that's a really nice thing to say, but George thinks that something is wrong with Izzy. Episode 11, Owen, Derek, Meredith, and Christina are helping a death row inmate who comes to the ER Derek and Christina do not want to treat him, but Owen and Meredith treat him like a normal patient, and it turns out he was a serial killer. And it doesn't really help the matter that Meredith and Christina are in a big fight still. Derek tells Meredith that the reason he was so unforgiving towards the death row inmate is because when he was a kid, his dad got shot while being mugged for a watch, and Derek saw it happen. Mark tells Lexi that what happened between them can't happen again, and Mark and Callie kiss so that they can forget about their respective crushes, but it doesn't really work. They decide to do their own 12-step program, and step 1 is don't sleep with hot interns. Alex and Bailey are helping treat a kid with the Pete's attending Dr. Kenley, but then he collapses and has a heart attack and dies, which means we get a new Pete surgeon. Oh my god, everyone, oh my god, oh my god. It's Arizona Robbins! Oh my god! Everyone clap, everyone clap. I want to see people standing. I want to hear people cheering in the stands. Everyone clap for motherfucking Arizona Robbins. Let's put her on the goddamn wall. Bailey is trying to talk to her about something, and she is wearing Heelys and just Heelys away. God, I love her. Bailey doesn't really take her seriously, but Weber says that she was the top of her class, just like Bailey was. Izzy finally tells Alex that she's been seeing Denny, but she doesn't really explain it super well, so Alex is fine with it. Weber is complaining about the hospital to Derek, and he says, Burke quit, Han quit, Dixon's autistic. Why did he include that? I'm gonna move a black star because that was a weird thing to say. Episode 12, apparently Lexi lives in the attic of the intern house now. I don't know when she and George got rid of their apartment, but I guess that happened. Derek's mom is visiting and Meredith is worried because moms don't like her. Mark tells Derek's mom that he's sleeping with Lexi. Derek's mom proceeds to quiz Lexi on if she's a good girl, and he gives Derek their family ring so that he can propose to Meredith. Unrelated, Izzy's hair looks really good this episode. I'll find a screenshot. And Ghost Denny says he'd never make Izzy meet his family, which is literally not true because she's met his dad. So Izzy breaks up with Ghost Denny because she can't date him because he's dead. Owen asks Christina on a date because she told him to stop being so hot and cold, and she says yes, but he shows up super late and drunk to the date. Black star. She tells him to take a shower and he takes one fully clothed. Alex tells Izzy unprompted that they should go on a road trip so that she can meet his family. It's getting serious. These guys are still dealing with the serial killer, and he says that he wants to donate his organs to the patient that Bailey and Arizona are treating. Alex calls Una so they don't have to do that, and he and Arizona fly to get a organ transplant, and Arizona says, I hate flying, I always feel much closer to death on a plane. Let's remember this. But because this is Grey's Anatomy, the organ donors don't take, and the serial killer needs brain surgery done, and afterwards his brain is just exposed, and Meredith tells him to be very careful with his head, because if it got damaged, then he would basically be brain dead and a good organ candidate, wink wink. So as soon as she leaves the room, he bashes his head against the wall. Also, Callie treats a short king who got his legs lengthened in Hong Kong. Episode 13, Meredith ignores that the serial killer is dying and tells Sadie to ignore it too. I'm gonna give her a black star for that. They find out that the serial killer is a organ match for the little kid, and he keeps telling Meredith that he wants to die, but then when Christina checks up on him, he says he doesn't want to die. Make up your mind. Christina goes into his surgery and tells Derek that he needs to let him die. Derek gets mad and asks if she's an executor or a surgeon, and she tells him to keep performing surgery. The little kid almost dies, and Weber has to convince someone to let her brain-dead husband donate her organs. And it works, and they get in right under the wire. Meredith goes to the serial killer's execution, and she's inconsolable after, and Derek tries to help, but it doesn't work, so he brings her to Christina. Lexi breaks Mark's dick while they have sex, and Sadie covers for her when the interns start to question who broke Mark's dick. Sorry if the camera angle is different, my phone died in the middle of recording this episode. But anyways, Derek tells Christina that she and Meredith need to make up because Derek wants to propose to Meredith and she needs someone to freak out with when that happens. Ghost Denny is still showing up and he keeps saying, I'm here for you, which Izzy doesn't understand, but eventually she realizes that it's a coded way of him saying that she's sick and that something's wrong with her. So they share one final kiss and then he disappears and we're finally done with the worst plotline ever on the history of Grey's Anatomy. At least the Ghost Denny part. God, it's so stupid. Owen asks Christina for another chance and she's like, you have a lot of big problems, but I will give you another chance. He is a walking red flag Christina. Why? Why? Episode 14, Meredith makes Christina start reading her mom's journals because she is getting into the section where she's starting to have an affair with Weber. And the details get a little graphic. So at this point, Weber has promoted Bailey to an attending, and she keeps getting put on dying children cases, which are giving her panic attacks. While working on a case with Dr. Dixon, she gets a panic attack, and Bailey and Christina have to give her, like, a hug to give her pressure. And Bailey says, "Get over here and hug on Dr. Dixon." And Arizona and Dixon both tell Bailey that she's a really good peds surgeon. Back in the Owen and Christina world, Owen sees a patient that he recognizes and has a panic attack. Like, you know, I'm fine with Bailey having a panic attack. Owen, that's where I draw the line. Izzy gets her interns to start running tests on her without them realizing that it's her so that she can figure out what's wrong with her. But they only realize that she is anemic, so Izzy's, like, relieved. But in reality, I think Sadie just accidentally switched her chart with someone else. Lexi tells Mark that she doesn't want to keep their relationship a secret anymore, so he tells Derek, but Derek doesn't believe him. Arizona comforts Callie in the bathroom at Joe's where she's crying, and they kiss. Let's connect them! Derek had been planning a big proposal with, like, rose petals in the room and stuff, but then he had to cancel it to do something, so when Meredith gets home, she just finds a singular rose petal under her bed. And possibly suspects cheating. Episode 15 is a private practice crossover episode, so Addison is here. Woo! Let's go! I love Addison! She is back in Seattle because her brother has worms in his brain, and she needs Derek to operate on him. And he says it's a beautiful day to save lives before he operates. So the patient that Owen ran away from last episode was actually a woman named Beth that he was engaged to, and he broke up with her in a 2-line email. Ooh, let's put her on the wall. Izzy is having a little manic moment, but she's being a good doctor about it, and she's having all the interns compete in these, like, surgical games where they have to do a scavenger hunt around the hospital and answer questions. Lexi is killing it, and Sadie is really struggling. At the end, Lexi wins, and she gets to scrub it on a brain surgery. I'm going to give Lexi a gold star for winning, and I'm also going to give Izzy a gold star for coming up with this because it gets the interns really going. George notices that Sadie is really struggling, and he offers her help, but she doesn't want any, and he's like, "If you do not tell Weber that you're struggling, I will." So she goes to Weber and quits the program, and that's the end of Death and Die. Sadie is, like, a really annoying character. I don't think I really talk about it as much as I should in this previous section. She really made the interns operating on themselves even worse than it was already. So I am glad that she's gone. Alex starts to notice that Izzy is having hand-eye coordination troubles, and Bailey applies for a PEDS fellowship. Addison sticks around because she has a patient with a baby, and Derek is operating on the mother, doing brain surgery. Addison thinks that it's super weird that he keeps trying to operate on her, and eventually they all have to stop him from removing, like, half of her brain, which is crazy. So I'm gonna give him Black Star because he just, like, goes off the rails and wants to basically kill this woman. The woman does not survive the surgery. Addison tells Alex to go get Weber, and Weber has to stop him, and the patient's husband calls him a murderer. Immediately after this, Mark tells Derek that he's sleeping with Lexi, and Derek just starts wailing on Mark. Like, they just start fighting. So I'm going to give Black Stars to Derek and Mark because you can't fight in the hospital, but just know that it's especially worse for Derek because he started it. Christina, Callie, and Owen treat a patient that was originally treated by Dr. Campbell, who is a pioneer doctor and the hospital's first female surgeon. However, most of them think that her ways are a little outdated, and also she's played by Faye Dunaway. Slay. Christina reports her to Weber, but he doesn't really do anything. And then Owen talks to her and talks about how he was fired from the army, and after this talk, she resigns. So, bye, Dr. Campbell. Bye, Faye Dunaway. You will be missed. Bailey has curly hair this episode. I'll put a picture, and she needs some letters of recommendation for her PEDS fellowship. So she asks Weber, George, and then Addison also writes her a letter. So remember how I thought that Sadie had switched Izzy's anemia results with another patient? Well, the patient who supposedly had cancer comes back and talks to Izzy and says that after $80,000 worth of tests, her doctors can only find out that she's anemic. And after talking to her lawyer, she thinks that someone mislabeled her test, so Izzy is actually the one with cancer and not anemic. She goes to a dermatology appointment to get a mole looked at on her back, and then she gathers the interns back up together to diagnose patient X, which is Izzy. Callie asks Arizona out, but she says no after she finds out Callie's only been with one other woman. She tries again later at Joe's, but Arizona is on a date with a woman named Julie. I'm not going to put her on the board because they don't actually kiss, but Just know that that happened. Episode 17, Derek is in a big depression mode. He goes to the hospital for a deposition, and his lawyer shows him his death rate, the amount of people he's saved versus how many he's lost, and it is a really big discrepancy. Christina wakes Owen up while he's sleeping at the hospital, and he gets scared and pushes her into a shelf, and she cuts her arm. That's a black star, Owen. You can't do that. Weber is kind of punishing Bailey for choosing peds over general surgery. Let's give him a black star, don't be mean to Bailey. And Adele comes to the hospital and has to call the two of them together and be like, Weber, stop being such a baby and let Bailey do what she wants. That would be a gold star for Adele if she was more of a major character. The interns are not having any luck trying to diagnose patient X, and Lexi says they should do an MRI, even though they already did one and it didn't show anything. And after doing the MRI, they find out that Izzy has cancer mets in her liver, heart, and her brain, and she only has a couple months to live with only a 5% chance of living. Let's give Lexi a gold star for figuring out what's wrong with Izzy. Alex correctly diagnoses a patient with a rare heart condition after they had been misdiagnosed with epilepsy for 6 years, so let's give Alex a gold star for that. Arizona tells Alex that if he fixes his attitude, he could be the future of the hospital and one to watch. Weber tells Meredith that Derek has a ring and is planning on proposing, so she goes to his trailer where he's super drunk and just hitting golf balls into the woods. He tells Meredith that he's quitting, and she says, "You're quitting?" And he says, "Well, you wrote the book on quitting, baby." He also says that there's no fixing her and that she should just leave. And she says, "I know that there's a ring." And Derek takes the ring out of his pocket and hits it with a baseball bat into the woods. That's a black star. What the fuck is wrong with you? Arizona and Callie are talking and says that she got it all wrong and she actually wants to take her out. And Callie says, maybe tomorrow. And at the end of the episode, Izzy tells Christina that she has cancer, so Christina is the first person to know. Episode 18, Christina is helping Izzy make some cancer appointments and really looking into treatment for her, so that's a gold star for Christina, because that's really nice. And she thinks that Izzy should call in sick from work, but Izzy is kind of just ignoring her diagnosis right now. George tells Meredith that he thinks something's wrong with Izzy, and Christina works super hard to get Izzy an appointment with this amazing oncologist, but she blows it off, which makes Christina really mad. Izzy says that it's not worth going with only a 5% chance of survival, and Christina is like, why would you tell me if you're not going to try to fix it? The crew is working on a patient that they call Blowhole because he's getting a face transplant, and the other interns think that Lexi is getting special treatment for being with Mark, and Izzy also gets put on the case with Mark, but Mark kicks her off after she gets too emotional about the patient. Bailey gives Christina a solo surgery, and she scrubs in with Alex and Bailey, and right before the surgery starts, Christina tells them that Izzy has cancer and only has 4 months to live. So that's a gold star for Christina for telling people. Afterwards, Izzy thanks Christina for telling people, and then she admits herself to the hospital. Callie goes to visit Derek per Bailey's request, and she's like, look man, I killed a patient too, it sucks. And he's like, how do you wake up in the morning and how do you look at yourself in the mirror every day? And she asks him for a beer. When Callie doesn't come back, Bailey sends Owen over there, and Owen recounts a story of how he dealt with a family that had been in a car accident and that the parents died, leaving the kids all by themselves. And that if he had just rushed the parents to get a head CT, then they would have been fine. Let's remember this. Also, from our Remember This wall, we are getting closer to this if Izzy had cancer, she would fight to survive. So she has cancer, so let's see if she will fight to survive. After recounting this story, Owen also takes a drink, and afterwards Weber goes out, and Derek is like, why would you send her to me expecting a ring when I'm like this? She's ruined me. And Weber tells him that he will be here for him no matter what when he needs help. So let's give a gold star to Weber for actually being helpful, unlike Owen and Callie. Derek finally calls Meredith and asks if she loves him and if she would love him if he wasn't a surgeon anymore. And she says no, but only because Christina has brain cancer and he's the only one who can operate on it, and so she sends him the scans. Also in this episode, there's a little subplot with some of the interns where there was a love triangle, and two of the dudes beat each other up, and then the girl is pregnant, but I don't care. I don't care about them. Episode 19, Callie and Arizona are getting closer, and so are Christina and Owen. Owen is sleeping over at Christina's house and is having trouble falling asleep and just staring at the ceiling fan, and then it cuts to Owen has woken up in the middle of the night and he is strangling Christina in his sleep. I know he's asleep, but black star for strangling Christina. Callie has to come into the room and, tear Owen off of her, and then she calls Meredith at 3 a.m. to come over and help. Owen doesn't remember any of it, and Christina insists that she's fine, while Meredith is very anti-Owen right now, as we all should be. Owen seems to be having panic attacks related to whirring blades, like ceiling fans and helicopters. Derek offers to help him with PTSD, but he refuses. Owen tells Christina that they should stop seeing each other, and she says that she knows her limits and they have sex for the first time. Afterwards, Christina says that she can't handle it and that she's afraid to fall asleep, so they break up, and Owen agrees to get an MRI per Derek's recommendation. Derek moves back in with Meredith, and it's his first day back at the hospital. Izzy is starting her treatment today. They want to go in and resect all of the mets from her liver, and then another doctor is going to harvest all of her healthy eggs so that she can have children after cancer treatment. But first, Derek is going to resect all the mets from her brain. Weber tells Alex that harvested eggs have a better chance of coming to term if they are fertilized, so Alex has to give him a cup. Bailey is not letting Izzy get rusty and is quizzing her on surgical terms so that she can still be good in a year when she comes back. And Izzy asks if she really thinks she will come back in a year, and Bailey says yes. Let's give Bailey a gold star for being so supportive of Izzy. Everyone waits for Izzy to come out of surgery, and Bailey is like, maybe you should actually visit her next time before she goes in, because they were all scared. And in the surgery, Derek successfully removes a tumor from Izzy's brain. Before the surgery, Derek says that he's not ready to do it, and he needs Meredith to tell him that she will be with him even if he wasn't a surgeon. And she says no, he's ready and he can do it. In the elevator, Derek sets up a bunch of scans of Izzy and a bunch of other patients that they have operated on together, and he proposes to Meredith, and she says yes. Episode 20, Callie in Arizona kiss in a stairwell. Ooh. And Owen starts going to therapy. Thank God. Let's give him a gold star for going to therapy. He's doing something right for once. Meredith has enlisted Izzy to help with her wedding, which Izzy is very excited about. Meredith wants a really small wedding, but Izzy keeps making her try on dresses. She also insists to everyone that she doesn't feel any of the effects of the chemo, but when everyone leaves, she throws up, and then she gets up to try to pick a wedding dress up off the floor, and she passes out. Meredith is mad that Derek is asking Weber to be his best man instead of Mark, and during surgery, the two of them make up and are buddies again. Meredith also asks Lexi to be one of her bridesmaids. Callie's dad is visiting, and he strangles George and Mark for cheating and being the other man while they were married. Callie also introduces Arizona as the person that she's dating, and her dad wants to take her home, and he doesn't really believe in gay couples. Mark tells Callie that she needs to put her foot down, so she does, and her dad says that if she stays with Arizona, then he's going to cut her off, and she says, then cut me off. Alex and George are working on a suicidal patient when he runs away from them at the hospital, and they find him when he has climbed up several stories and jumps out of a window onto a car, and Owen tells George that he should specialize in trauma surgery. Episode 21, Callie is struggling to pay rent now that she's been cut off, so to make her feel better, Mark shows her a woman that fell out of a tree and has a bunch of broken bones. Thatcher is at the hospital talking to Weber, and he says that he's 29 days sober, and he's going through the steps, so Weber asks Lexi and Meredith to see him. Meredith listens to him and says thanks, glad for the recovery, and leaves. Lexi wants him and Mark to have dinner together, and Meredith is mad at Weber for calling her to his office on personal business. So I think she's justified in that, so let's give Weber a black star. Izzy's mom comes to the hospital to visit her. Owen, George, and Christina treat several patients that were shot by a child. The mom insists that it's an accident, but the kid asks why her dad didn't die since she shot him so many times. Meredith stands up for the kid, but Weber yells at her and says she'll be kicked out if she goes near the family, and then eventually Weber apologizes to Meredith for treating her like family and denying doing so. So let's give Meredith a gold star for defending that kid. Mark and Christina tell Callie that she should lie to her dad and say that she and Arizona broke up so that she can get her money back, and even Arizona says that she would be fine if she did that, but Callie says no and that she can't lie. So that's a gold star for Callie because gay rights, you know? Meredith tells Derek that they need to move their wedding up because Izzy's not getting any better, and she also gives the rest of her journals to Weber to read. Episode 22 I wrote down as a good episode. It's the day of Derek and Meredith's wedding. Christina is the maid of honor, Mark is the best man, and Derek has given Meredith a solo surgery as a wedding present, which is fun. Izzy is starting to feel better because Bailey resected all of the mets in her liver, but then her hair starts to fall out.
That moment when your hair falls out?
She also starts to see Denny again. We don't see Denny, I don't think, thank God. But she asks Bailey and Derek for a test, and Denny tells Izzy that she has another tumor. They give her an MRI, but the scans are clear. but maybe if they can induce a hallucination, they can see which part of her brain the hallucinations are coming from. During this, Izzy tries very hard to see Denny, and she finally does, and they find the part of her brain where the tumor is, and there is a tiny, inoperable tumor in her brain. This episode of Big Trauma comes in. It's 8 college students on their way to graduation. A semi-truck hit their car, and all of them die except for one. Owen tells Christina that the ceiling fan is what triggered the choking, so she goes home and takes the ceiling fan down. Callie and Arizona go on a really fancy date, but it didn't really go that well, and Arizona keeps trying to ask Callie what went wrong, but Callie is running the pit and is super busy. Arizona is really fighting for this, and Callie isn't as much. And eventually, Callie tells her that the restaurant was, super expensive, and she doesn't have any money, and Arizona says that's okay, they can just stay in, and they don't have to go to fancy places. After learning about the tumor, everyone decides that instead of Meredith and Derek's wedding, this should be Izzy and Alex's. So Christina is the maid of honor, and Meredith is the best man, and George helps her walk down the aisle to marry Alex. At the wedding, Alex gives some really good vows, so I'm gonna give him a gold star, because this is such a last-minute wedding, but he was really nice. Gold star. Episode 23, Derek tells Meredith that he's figured out how to take the tumor out of Izzy, but he has to go into her hippocampus, which could affect her memory and her speech. Izzy's oncologist says they should just continue the chemo because it could shrink the tumor. Derek decides to do some tests on awake brain surgery for Izzy to see if they operated if it would really affect her speech that much. The test doesn't work very well, and Meredith tells Izzy that she can't have the surgery. Alex asks Derek what to do, and he says that she should have the surgery, so Alex yells at Izzy when she says she doesn't want the surgery. Black Star, don't yell at your wife who has cancer. After witnessing another cancer friend of hers dying, she agrees to have the surgery, but she signs a DNR first. Christina asks Owen if he has finally seen his mom because she thinks that he's still in Iraq, and eventually he goes to see her with Christina. Celeb alert, Zach Gilford is here. He's in a bunch of Mike Flanagan shows. Weber shows Bailey a surgical robot he bought, partially to convince her to go back to general instead of peds, and she makes lightsaber noises while she operates with it.
Dr. Bailey, are you making lightsaber noises?
Not anymore.
Arizona cries to Weber about him trying to steal Bailey back, and that she will get her in peds, and he says good luck. Mark asks Lexi to move in with him, and she says maybe in a couple years when my residency is done. And George joins the army. Episode 24, Bailey gets the Peds Fellowship, but she's not super happy about it, and that makes Arizona not super happy. And Bailey tells Arizona that Tucker told her that if she accepts the fellowship, he will divorce her. So Bailey tells Weber that she's going to go back to general because she's not ready to be a single mom. Izzy wakes up from surgery, but she keeps forgetting that Derek took the tumor out. Alex is super worried about her memory not coming back, so Izzy just says to yell at her because she's not going to remember it anyways. So he yells at her that she made him promise that she wouldn't live like this, and now she is, and he doesn't know what to do. And, of course, this is the moment that Izzy remembers, and her memory is back. Meredith and Derek are going to get married today, so Christina gives her an old grocery list, a borrowed pen, and the pen is also blue, and Meredith tells her she loves her, and Christina gives her a hug. However, throughout the day, the two of them have no time to actually go to the courthouse to get married, so Derek just asks for a piece of paper, but she only has Post-its, so they write down their marriage promises on a Post-it, and they both sign it, and that is their Post-it marriage. Christina tells Owen that she loves him. Ew. The other surgeons have found out that George has joined the army to be a trauma surgeon, and Bailey tells Owen that he needs to make him change his mind because he's going to die out there. The group decides they need to do an intervention to get him to not join the army, and Alex says he didn't know 007 had it in him. Callie gets mad at Arizona for saying it's awesome that George joined the army, but Arizona tells her that her brother died in the army and that it's really honorable. When it's time for the intervention, none of them can find George, and Weber tells them that he sent him home early so that he could spend his last day with his family. A patient comes into the pit. He is completely unrecognizable. His face got messed up. He pushed a woman out of the way from getting hit by a bus, and then this guy got hit by a bus. He's in and out of consciousness, and he's not looking that great. He really wants to write something, but he's not strong enough to hold a pen. He has several surgeries, and after one more, he really wants to write something down, so he writes on Meredith's hand, and he writes 007. Meredith realizes that it's George and she freaks out. This is a really good acting moment for Ellen Pompeo. I get chills every single time I watch this scene. She tells everyone that the disfigured guy is George. At the same time as this, Izzy starts coding and Alex breaks the DNR to bring her back to life. Bailey and Weber say screw the DNR as well. I will give them black stars for that, because that's illegal, but in my heart, they don't get black stars. Like, if it wasn't because they were breaking a DNR, they wouldn't get them. We get the elevator scene again where Izzy is in the prom dress, like we did earlier where she saw Denny, but this time when the doors open, she sees George in his army uniform. And that is the end of the season. Season 5 is pretty solid. I think the Ghost Denny storyline is really stupid and it drags it down a lot, but there's a lot of good moments. I also hate Owen. We hate Owen in this house, but I think the Izzy cancer stuff is good. Alex starts to become a really good person, and it's just really interesting. Here's the wall at the end of season 5. Here's what the good noodle board looks like. My favorite episode was episode 22, What a Difference a Day Makes, and my favorite characters were Bailey, Meredith, and Callie. So let's do season 6. Alright, we're on season 6 now. I think besides season 2, season 6 is one of the best earlier seasons. It introduces a lot of new characters, which normally doesn't work, but I think for Grey's it does really work, and it also makes sense to introduce new characters with the ever-changing landscape of a hospital or whatever. There's a lot of good character development for characters, and the last 2 episodes of this season are probably 2 of the best episodes of the entire show. So, look forward to that. Episode 1, Izzy is brought back to life. She has been successfully resuscitated, and George dies.
You gave me syphilis!
That is our first real major character death. We've had some minor ones, Denny, Ellis, and Susan. But George, this is a big picture. That's our first major character death. Congrats everyone, we made it. George's mom asks Callie what to do with the organs, and Callie asks Izzy, and Izzy says that George would want everything donated. So that's a gold star for Izzy for having to make that difficult decision. 1 week later, they are at George's funeral. Izzy and the gang have to branch off because Izzy won't stop laughing. They all laugh about Meredith getting married on a post-it, and for Alex and Izzy for getting for real married, for Izzy getting cancered, and George for getting hit by a bus. He got hit by a bus? Someone got hit by a bus, that's for sure. And Izzy fought to survive, so let's take this one down too. They all pause laughing when the woman that George saved walks past them sobbing, and then they all laugh even harder when she leaves. Celebrity alert, Martha Plimpton is in this episode. Woo! Any Plimpteds out there? One of the board members of the hospital asks Derek if he wants to be the new chief of surgery. Owen's therapist tells him he should refrain from sex because he's using it to avoid his feelings. Izzy gets discharged from the hospital. Callie gets mad at Weber for not promoting her to attending yet because the current attending ortho surgeon doesn't want to quit yet, and she says that he's going to regret this. Let's give Weber a black star for not promoting Callie because I thought she was an attending since she showed up. Episode 2, Christina tells Izzy that she would totally have sex with her. If only. Mark moves across the hall from Callie. She has quit working at Seattle Grace, and now she's working at Mercy West, which I think Han worked at originally. She transferred over there because they offered her an attending position. Lexi doesn't like that the two of them are still really close, and she asks Callie how gay she is on a scale of 1 to gay. Izzy's cancer is slowly diminishing. It has stopped growing, so that's really good. And Christina joins Owen in therapy. Gold star Christina. God, they all need therapy so badly. Weber is on his way to the board meeting to decide who should replace him as chief when he gets T-boned. He gets sent to Mercy West, and Callie gets a intern to do stitches on him as revenge for not promoting her. While this is happening though, Weber notices that Mercy West is going through some budget cuts. After only 3 months, George's cubby gets cleaned out. Later, Weber calls a meeting with the entire hospital and says that Seattle Grace will be merging with Mercy West and that not everyone is going to be keeping their jobs. Episode 3, Christina is put on Arizona service because she thinks that Peds is bulletproof and that nobody in Peds will get fired during the merger. She, however, is not very good with kids, and Callie tells Arizona that she's only sucking up so that she can get through the merger. Nurse Olivia sighting, she asks Alex to let her know if he finds out any news about the merger. Izzy has a dirty blonde wig, and Alex is trying very hard to make sure that she doesn't overwork herself and that she takes her meds on time. And during surgery, she has to take her wig off because it makes her overheat. A schizophrenic patient attacks Lexi, and she thinks that that will make her get fired, so she sucks up to Christina and tells her that she likes her and she thinks she's really pretty. And Christina is really freaking out about the possibility of getting kicked out. Why would they ever kick out Christina or Lexi? They're both really good. Callie tells Arizona that she's looking for jobs in Portland, Oregon because she might lose her job at Mercy West, and Arizona says that she doesn't like long-distance relationships and they become official. HR sends out the first batch of firing emails. All of our main crew survives. The pregnant intern from last season that I don't care about gets fired, and Derek tells her she did nothing wrong, it's all about the money. And Nurse Olivia also gets fired. Fly high, soldier. Also, the attending and resident couples all play baseball together in this episode. Episode 4, Thatcher is back in the hospital. Lexi doesn't think he's drunk because he made amends, but Meredith isn't so sure. He needs a liver transplant, but the transplant board won't let an alcoholic get a transplant unless they're 1 year sober, and he's only 90 days. Lexi says that she'll give a piece of her liver to him, but they are not a match. So Lexi goes through Meredith's files and finds out that she's a match with Thatcher. Bad, Black Star, you can't do that. Meredith, however, tells Thatcher that she will do it, but only for Lexi. Gold star. Good job, Meredith. Christina tells Weber that she should get fired during the merger because if he can't give her an amazing cardio surgeon, then there's no point in her being there. Ballsy move. Weber also gives Callie the ortho attending job, so she's back. Gold star, Weber. Thank you. Episode 5, the merger is today, and all of the Mercy West residents are here. One of them starts to put their stuff in George's cubby, and everyone gets really mad at them for putting their stuff there. They all have orange scrubs because the hospital has run out of blue ones, so it's an easy way to differentiate them. The important new residents are Jackson Avery, April Kepner, Reed Adamson, and Charles Percy. Everyone gets put on the wall except for Percy because he doesn't interact with anyone, so let's put them all on the wall. Alright, so those are our new residents. You can definitely tell that Jackson and April are more important than Reed, and that Reed is more important than Percy. On this first day, Jackson gets paired with Christina, April gets paired with Lexi, Reed gets paired with Alex, and then Percy gets paired with Izzy. Percy tells Izzy that he has a crush on Reed, but Reed doesn't even know he exists. Izzy also thinks that she is bonding really well with Percy while the other ones are struggling, but then later she hears Percy calling him a surgical bitch. I would give Percy a black star if he was more important. So Izzy tells him that Mercy West people will never measure up to the people that they have lost. Fucking get his ass. Lexi steals April's notebook and uses it to make her cry. Black star, what's wrong with you? But she feels bad about it and she gives the notebook back and apologizes. I'm still giving you a black star, Lexi, what the hell? Christina tells Meredith that she doesn't want to fight for surgeries anymore. Callie's dad is here and says that he misses her, but he also brought a priest to pray the gay away. Arizona has a really good heart-to-heart with him though, so that's a gold star for Arizona. Her dad hugs her and just asks that he and her mom can come to the wedding. Izzy gets fired because of the merger. She says that it's kind of bullshit because she cut an LVAD wire and was let back, but Weber says that times are changing. He says that Derek, Owen, and Alex all weren't sure if she was able to emotionally handle being back, and if she had the physical stamina to come back because of the cancer. And Weber says she's not getting fired because of the cancer, but is that not getting fired because of the cancer? Afterwards, Izzy leaves Alex a note that says she's leaving him. Episode 6, I Saw What I Saw. This is a really good episode. All of the residents and attendings get called into Weber's office to recount what happened in the ER that caused the patient to die. Owen's first, he says that it was his OR and that the doctors working in that night were Christina, Lexi, Alex, Percy, Bailey, April, Jackson, Mark, and Callie. There was a hotel fire, and Christina got to the chart first. Christina says it wasn't her patient. Her night started with Meredith about to be discharged before getting paged to the ER. She gets the chart, but then hands it off immediately, but she doesn't remember to who. April says that she and Reed got the chart, and April checks out the woman, Kathy, and Reed checks out her kid. After checking her out, April leaves to go help Bailey. She had a patient with a fire axe in his chest, which Percy was holding until he passes out because he gave blood earlier. April says she passes the burns off to Mark. But Lexi says that Mark was working on another patient, so she dealt with Kathy's burns, and after reading the wounds, she joins Arizona and Mark on a new patient, and Reed stays with Kathy. However, Reed said she was never with Kathy, she was with her son, and Reed leaves when Callie needs free hands. Jackson says that he heard the nurse saying that Kathy was complaining of pain, and that Christina ordered pain meds, and that the next time he saw her, she was dying. Christina says she wasn't dying, she just had pain, and she orders morphine for her, and Kathy says her pain was localized to her chest, but she never followed up after ordering the morphine. Next, Lexi can't handle the burn patient with Mark in Arizona, so they ask her to leave, and that's when the kid that is with Kathy tells Lexi his mom can't breathe. She's going to put a chest tube in when Jackson jumps in first to relieve the tension, and Jackson confirms that Lexi put the chest tube in. Christina stops the kid from using shock paddles and gives them to Lexi, and she leaves Kathy in Arizona, brings her back to the other burn patient, and she says that she never saw Kathy again. Percy says he looks for Alex to stitch his head up when he sees that Kathy's passed out. Both he and Reed try to intubate her, but neither can do it, and Alex crikes her. Reed says that Alex seemed out of control, and Percy says when he tried to get him over at first, Alex wouldn't get off his phone. He's been trying to call Izzy all day, and she was stable, and then all of a sudden they were losing her. Basically, everyone starts helping her at this point. She codes, and Reese said she knows why she died. Weber calls April back into the office. When April was doing her initial assessment, she never checked her airway. She got distracted by the axe in the chest, and because she didn't check the airway, the woman died, and April gets fired. Black Star for causing that woman to die. Derek says that maybe it's not one doctor's fault, it's too many doctors who don't know each other, and who don't trust each other. And so, that's true. There are too many doctors in there. I hate that I'm agreeing with you. So yeah, that's just a really good episode. I would definitely say that if you were only going to watch a few episodes of Grey's Anatomy, I would say to watch that one. It has really good dynamics between all of the characters, and it's a good introduction to the new residents. A staff member at the hospital wants Derek to operate on him. He has a huge tumor that's wrapped up in his spinal cord. Everyone is amazed by this tumor. They say it's all beautiful. They all want to operate, but Weber says no. Derek scheduled the surgery, and he tests each of the residents' precisions. Christina is very confident in her abilities to succeed, but she fails, and eventually Jackson passes the test. Lexi also gets in on the surgery to make sure that Derek takes breaks, and Jackson is really starting to lower her confidence, so she decides to wear a diaper during surgery so that she won't have to leave and go to the bathroom. They are 10 hours into the surgery, and Weber finds out that they're operating, but they have not even cut anything. They have just left him open, and Derek has been staring at the tumor for 10 hours straight. That seems a little unhealthy. Later at home, Derek moves he and Meredith's bed away from the wall and starts to draw the tumor on the wall. This is an iconic moment. I'm going to put up a picture. This is a very iconic image of Grey's Anatomy. Derek tells Weber that he's going to cut the cord, and Weber agrees because that'll be a short surgery, but he was lying. He tells Jackson and Lexi that he's not going to cut the cord. They start doing the surgery. Derek almost paralyzes the guy and he throws up, and Lexi makes him drink water. At 21 hours, Jackson's hands start cramping and Lexi takes over. At 26 hours, he's gotten the tumor out except for one more cut, which is a blind cut since he doesn't know if it's the tumor or not, and he makes the right cut and successfully removes the entire tumor. Gold star for Derek, because that's really intense. 26 hours? Weber then fires Derek for going against his orders, and Derek just tells him to sleep on it. Kind of iconic. I can't deny. Derek, you kind of ate with that one. Episode 8. This patient is one that I think about constantly. It's a little child who kind of looks like Burke, and his parents want to offer Arizona a grant of $25 million as a donation to the hospital, as a thank you for having their kids survive this long, and also as a birthday present for Arizona. This is just a really good Arizona episode, so I'm going to give her a gold star, because it's a really good episode. Callie throws a surprise birthday party for Arizona, but Arizona runs out because her patient died. It's so sad. The parents still give the hospital the money, but they say that it is only because of Arizona, not because the board or Weber trying to kiss their ass and not have them sue for the child dying. And later, Arizona tells Callie that she loves her, and Callie says it back. The whole thing with this patient is that he's a little kid, and the mom, before he goes into surgery, says, bad dreams, go away. Good dreams, here to stay. And then when he dies, they take her to the morgue, and she does that over his dead body. Oh my god! Oh my god! Weber gives Alex all of Izzy's unpaid medical bills because they can't get a hold of her, and he's her next of kin. Ooh, yikes. Christina and Owen get in a fight because she disobeys him and operates on a patient against his orders, but she saves his life. At a party later, Jackson tells her it was hot, and he kisses her, but she pushes him off and says that she's involved. But I'm gonna connect them because they kiss. Let's go. The connections are getting a little crazy at this point, I fear. Trust me, this is not Christina with Mark. It is Christina with Jackson. Believe me. Bailey also tells Alex that he would be good in peds. Episode 9, Izzy meets up with Meredith in the intern tunnels because she wants Derek to look at an old man with dementia. Meredith tells Christina that Izzy is back, and Percy wants to see her too for some reason. Alex spots her, but they don't talk to each other. Meredith tells Alex that Izzy is still getting all of her cancer treatment, but he deflects any questions about her, and Izzy blames Alex for her getting fired. Owen gets Christina a cardio god at her request, and it is Dr. Teddy Altman. When I was rewatching this, I was like, God, I don't like Teddy. But I think I just don't like Teddy the second time she comes back, because she has a break in between. I think from season 6 to season 9, I think is when she leaves. I think Teddy is actually a good character and has interesting moments. Afterwards, when she comes back later, is when I don't like her. But for now, I actually do like Teddy, so let's put her on the wall. Christina's not very impressed by Teddy because she's not a very well-known surgeon, but Owen vouches for her and says that they were in the army together and that she's really good. All of the other attendings quickly grow to like Teddy, and Teddy tells Owen that she thought if he ever broke up with Beth that the two of them would get together. Adele is in the hospital looking for Weber, and Bailey finds him asleep in an on-call room, and Adele asks if Weber and Bailey are having an affair, which is very funny. She says that the signs are all the same from when he was sleeping with Ellis, so Bailey questions him and is like, are you sleeping with Izzy? Like, who are you sleeping with? But in reality, Weber has just been drinking again after being sober for many years, and Meredith sees but doesn't say anything. Black Star, you have to report that a surgeon, the chief of surgery, is drinking. Lexi and Reed think that Weber has botched a simple surgery, but Bailey doesn't believe it. But later when they check the scans, they see that they are right, and Weber decides to step back from surgery a little bit, and he puts Bailey in charge. Episode 10, Weber offers to mentor Meredith. She knows that he has been drinking again. A woman comes into the hospital and tells Mark that she thinks he is her dad. Her name is Sloane Riley, and she is 18. Let's put a picture of her right here. They take a paternity test, and it turns out that Mark is indeed her father, and when Lexi finds out, she accidentally cuts her finger while chopping celery. She moves in with Mark and Lexi, and after a month she tells Mark that she's pregnant and that's why she dropped out of school. This is the episode that we find out that Bailey's high school instrument was an oboe. I already said it earlier, but this is when we find out. And Bailey's dad is ashamed of her for spending Christmas operating on a hernia instead of being with her family. Arizona, Mark, and Derek try to make new tools to help this kid who is having constant nosebleeds, but Weber cuts their funding, so the three of them offer their holiday pay to pay for it, their holiday bonuses. But Weber says there aren't any holiday bonuses this year because of the budget cuts, so the three of them pay for it out of pocket. That's a black star for Weber for cutting their funding and their holiday bonuses, and then gold stars for the three of them. At Meredith and Derek's holiday party, Thatcher tells Meredith that he knows that Weber is drinking, but Meredith kind of blows it off, and then Owen and Teddy have flirty vibes. Owen also tells Teddy that he feels the same way about her, and that he loves her, but he stays with Christina. Episode 11, Mark calls Addison, woo, because Sloane's baby is having a little trouble. He also tells Sloane that she can keep living with them after the baby's born, and Lexi isn't very happy about this, and she says that when it comes down to it, he has to choose between her or Sloane, and Mark says that he would choose Sloane, and Lexi says that they are over, and she sleeps with Alex. I'm gonna be honest, like, I would choose my own daughter who is pregnant over my girlfriend of, like, I don't think they've been dating for even a year, maybe? So, I mean, it's a tough choice, but how are you gonna, it's like, it's one thing to be like, it's me or the dog, but it's me or your pregnant daughter? Reed asks Alex out, and he says he's down, which Percy is very jealous of, but nothing really happens. Derek starts catching on that something is up with Weber. Teddy gives Christina a solo surgery, and it starts to go wrong, but Teddy doesn't help, and Christina eventually figures it out herself, and it was a success. Owen, however, tells Christina that Teddy is leaving, so they have a confrontation out as Teddy is trying to leave, and Christina says that she can't leave because she's the only one who has ever believed in her, and that she'll give her anything that she wants. And Teddy says, I want Owen. And Christina says, take him. That's crazy. That is so crazy. At the end of the episode, Meredith tells Derek that Weber is drinking again. Episode 12, Christina tells Teddy that she didn't actually mean it about taking Owen, but later she tells her she would choose surgery over someone she loves anytime, and Teddy tells Owen. Derek wants to report Weber, but Meredith doesn't want him to, and she calls Post-it so that he won't. Derek asks Weber if he needs any help, and he says no, and he decides to take over Bailey's Whipple with Meredith and Jackson assisting. It's really messed up that I have to agree with Derek over Meredith at this point. Like, girl was wrong. Bailey's also starting to notice erratic behavior with Weber too. Derek discreetly talks about the problem with Owen, and then eventually Derek goes to Weber's office with a bottle of whiskey and pours them both glasses. And Weber says, do you want me to drink that? And Derek says, no, but I think you will, and I think that it won't be the first drink that you've had today, and that he leaves the room. Weber gives Bailey her Whipple back. Meredith confronts Derek, but Derek says that if he became chief, the first thing he would do is hire Izzy back, so she relents. Let's give Derek a gold star for dealing with this really well. We get an iconic line alert where Owen calls Christina and Meredith the Twisted Sisters. Meredith tells Alex that Izzy is coming back, but she catches him and Lexi in bed together, and they agree not to say anything. After getting a PET scan, it looks like Izzy's cancer is in remission, and Alex is very happy, but he says that going through all of this made him realize he deserves someone who will stay with him, so he breaks up with her.
It's what Jesus would freaking do!
Callie and Arizona are getting freaky when Arizona notices that Callie has chicken pox. They have to, like, gauze up Callie's hands so she won't scratch herself. And we have a good line from Callie where she says, "Take off my gauze paws."
Take off my gauze paws.
Lexi tells Callie that she cheated on Mark with Alex, and later Mark tells Callie that he slept with Addison while he was in LA with Sloane, which means that he cheated on Lexi too. They tell each other, and Lexi says that they're even now, but Mark doesn't see it that way, which is stupid. They both cheated. They both cheated. And Lexi told him first. Episode 13, word has gone around about Derek taking over as chief of surgery, so he gives a meeting and says that he's going to bring the hospital back to its former glory. Bailey and Meredith are operating on a patient that wakes up mid-surgery, and Bailey is super mad at the anesthesiologist, and the anesthesiologist is Dr. Ben Warren. Let's put him on the board. And immediately Ben gets a black star for having the patient wake up. They try not to mention that the patient woke up during surgery, but she wakes up and she does remember it, so that's a black star for Meredith and Bailey also. Bailey tries to blame Warren for this, but the patient distinctly remembers how much Bailey freaked out when she woke up, and she wants Meredith to operate on her instead, because Meredith was really calm. Christina burns her butt having sex with Owen, and then later she also ignores a page from Teddy for heart surgery because she's having sex with Owen. That's a black star. Do your damn job, Christina. Arizona puts Alex on Pete's rotation with her, and he does really well. Gold star. Derek says that they started the merger on the wrong foot, and he rehires the pregnant intern and April, so April's back. I love April! April, I love you! Episode 14, the Twisted Sisters and their dates go on a double date for Valentine's Day, which the girls don't really like, but luckily they get paged when they see a bunch of ambulances drive past. A restaurant's roof collapsed and the ER is chaotic with all the injuries. Alex takes $50 from a patient who wants to be in the same room as another patient, Black Star, and Alex and Meredith bet on that $50 that the patient makes a move or not, and the guy dies before he can make a move. Jackson pushes Lexi to tell Mark and Owen that they can save a guy's arm by using extreme measures. Gold star for Jackson for pushing Lexi. Derek is having trouble being the chief because he really wants to get in on surgeries, but being chief has a lot of administrative and publicity work that he needs to do, so he's assigned April to help him with managing stuff. And April calls Meredith Mrs. Shepherd, which she does not like. Derek tells April to get in on some surgeries instead of being his assistant, but she says that she doesn't know if she's ready. And Derek tells her that if she doesn't feel the losses, that's how she knows that she's not cut out for it, but that he knows that she can be a good surgeon, and that's why he brought her back. Gold star. Arizona and Callie got each other necklaces for Valentine's Day, and Bailey is all grumpy about being single when Ben asks her out, but she says no. Callie and Arizona, however, you have to say yes, and Arizona joins Bailey in her surgery to try to hint to her to ask out Warren, but she says she is so uninterested. Later, however, she tells Warren that he makes her nervous and that they should go out. Mark spots a hot blonde in the hospital and goes up to her to flirt with her, but it turns out it's just Lexi because she dyed her hair blonde. Here's a picture. Lexi calls Mark a slut, and Mark tells her that she can't pull off blonde hair, and I agree with him a little bit. It's a little uncanny valley. She looks much better with darker hair. Jackson calls Lexi Trauma Room Barbie, and then Alex and Lexi sleep together again. Ugh. Sloane is in the hospital and wants Callie to give her an ultrasound to make sure that the baby is healthy, and she tells her that she's going to give up the baby, but she hasn't told Mark yet. She also says that Callie can't tell her because of doctor-patient confidentiality, which is, I don't think that's how it works, but Mark spots them and is very cute about the ultrasound photo, and eventually Sloane tells Mark that she wants to give up the baby. Mark says that he'll adopt the baby, but Sloane isn't sure because he's single, but Callie says that she and Arizona are across the hall and can help take care of the baby, which kind of seems like something you should talk to your partner about before offering, and Sloane says she'll think about it, but later Callie catches Sloane sneaking out of Mark's place, and she says she needs a clean break from the kid like Mark did. Teddy tries talking to Owen, but Owen says that he can't talk to her because whenever he does, it feels like he's cheating on Christina. So Teddy says that she's unringing the bell that she said that she loved him so that they can just be friends again. Episode 15 is called The Time Warp. It's a pretty good episode. It starts with Warren and Bailey having flirty vibes, and Callie is really nervous about giving a speech in front of people. All of the doctors are giving speeches about past cases they were doing. Weber is 45 days sober, but the board won't give him his job back yet, and Derek offers him head of general surgery, but he doesn't want to work under him, and Derek offers him a slot at lecture day instead. The first lecture is by Bailey. She recalls her third day as intern. She used to be really quiet and nobody took her seriously. Bailey's trying to bring up concerns about the patient's history, but the resident isn't really taking her seriously, so Bailey brings it up in front of Weber, and that embarrasses the resident. Bailey diagnoses the patient with appendicitis, and Weber gives her the appy as her first solo surgery. The resident is just trying to get the patient a psych consult to get them out of there, but Bailey tells her to run more tests, and when Weber questions the resident, she repeats what Bailey said about what Bailey had said to her when the resident wasn't listening to her. We also see young Joe, and he has long hair, which is fun. The patient gets sent home, but a couple months later, the patient comes back. Bailey notices dark urine in the patient and cancels the resident's surgery, and Bailey stands up for herself and correctly diagnoses her. Weber pretends to yell at Bailey, but really he's proud of her. Callie is next. She's very nervous and bad at giving speeches. We get a flashback to her with like season 2 hairstyle, which is nice. So back in this season 2 time, Alex misleads Callie into thinking that he was actually the heart in the elevator guy, and their patient has fucked up legs, like clubbed feet. The surgery takes 8 hours, but they can't fix his legs. Callie's really nervous during the speech, and Alex helps her. Gold star. The patient is really mad because Callie promised to fix his legs, but then he wiggles his toes, so they decide to operate again. When the patient's heart gives out, Callie is like, "You were the heart in the elevator guy, save him." And he was like, "I actually wasn't the heart in the elevator guy, I lied. It was George." But she still makes him operate, and they fix the guy's feet. And to celebrate, Alex and Callie have sex. Let's connect them? Weber is the last person to give a speech. He recalls a case from his early days at Seattle Grace when he was just a young resident. Celebrity alert, Sarah Paulson plays young Ellis Gray, which is sick as hell. This is back in the 80s when they're both residents. They're both being underestimated, Weber because he is a black man and Ellis because she's a woman. And even back then, they were having sex in all on-call rooms. They have a patient who has GRID, which is gay-related immune disorder, or what we would now call as AIDS. The patient is very offended at being accused of having GRID, but Weber and Ellis definitely think that it is AIDS. And a couple months later, the patient comes back and he did have AIDS. Their attending says they shouldn't operate because of homophobia, and Weber and Ellis convince the patient to let them operate to try and save his life. He survives the surgery, but eventually he gets pneumonia from AIDS and dies. Weber gives a nice speech, and everyone claps at the end. Derek offers Weber the job still, and then in the flashback we see that Ellis is the one that got Weber to start drinking. So that was just a really good episode overall. Great moments for Bailey, alright moments with Callie, and then great moments for Weber too. Episode 16 starts with a montage of Lexi trying, and I think succeeding, of looking hot in bed while waiting for Alex to come back. But eventually, Derek opens the door and sees Lexi naked, and Meredith tells Lexi that Alex left 10 minutes ago, and she also tells Lexi that her heart lives in her vagina, which Christina shares the same sentiment. Derek catches Mark having sex with some woman in the hospital. I don't have a picture with her because I don't know if we really see her face, but just know there is another mystery woman here. A motorcycle accident victim comes in, and while he's on the gurney, it falls over. Percy operates on him to make sure that he can be a good organ candidate, and Christina steals the lungs to do an ex vivo lung transplant, which is where you take the lungs out of the body and then do the transplant like that, but she does it by going behind Teddy's back, Black Star, and Teddy's super mad about it, but the lungs are viable. Arizona is noticing Teddy staring at Owen, and she tells Teddy that she needs some friends who aren't Owen, so she invites her to a girls' night with her and Callie. Alex wants in on Arizona's surgery, but she says no because of him sleeping with Callie, and that every time she sees his face, she wants to hit him with a brick. Weber is back after getting drug tested, and he is approved and back to work. Not chief of surgery, but he is a surgeon again. Jackson's grandfather is brought in to be operated on. It's Harper Avery of the Harper Avery Award. Meredith defends Jackson and says that it's not his fault that he's Harper Avery's grandson, and Christina says, "Oh, whatever, Ellis Gray's daughter." She kind of got her there. Harper wants to be seen by Ellis, but when he is told that she is dead, he wants to be seen by Weber instead. Harper's kind of a dick, and Harper tells Weber that he should get back on his regenerative tissue research, though. Mark catches Lexi and Alex together, and it makes him sad, and there's a girls' night with baseball. Episode 17, Weber steals a case from Owen to try to get a Harper Avery Award. Derek tells them to both come up with a plan, and Meredith and Christina will assist. Christina tries to talk to Weber about his case to just get information for Owen, but he wasn't born yesterday and asks Christina to be a double agent in order to scrub in with him. Derek chooses Owen's plan for the surgery, but before the procedure, Owen asks Weber for help, and Christina says it was a waste since they can't get a Harper Avery from this, but Jackson gives a little speech about how it was still worth it. Christina follows this by saying, "This message has been brought to you by the Harper Avery Foundation." Warren asks Bailey out again. It's their third date, and Warren's gonna cook for them. Callie tells Bailey that this means that they're going to have sex, but she isn't so sure. Callie also gives her the number of a waxer, and Bailey is shocked, but she does take the number. Bailey is super nervous about her date, and she tries to lecture Warren, but he says that doesn't work for him, and they can just talk like normal people, which is very cute. I'm gonna connect them now that they're on a third date. I'm also gonna give Warren a gold star for being adorable. Callie tells Mark to ask out Teddy, and he tries to ask her out, but neither of them seem really into it. And she tells Mark that she is free tonight, but Mark wants dinner and she just wants drinks. Teddy then changes her mind and says that she will get dinner, but Mark says they should get lunch because he wants something serious. Lexi finds out and is sad that Mark is moving on. Callie is very happy that everyone is asking her for relationship advice and that she and Arizona are the couple to be. And she tells Arizona that she can picture them in 10 years with a house with a picket fence and kids running around, and Arizona agrees, except that she doesn't want kids. Ooh. Episode 18, Teddy and Owen have a patient who wants to do an assisted suicide, and Owen is not very receptive to the idea. We also get a flashback to the two of them in wartime. Teddy asks Mark to be the second signature for the assisted suicide, and in the flashback, Owen and the crew are transporting a victim when their car hits a landmine and explodes. Their patients die, and his friend is crushed and bleeds to death right before help comes. Derek sends Owen home because he's having PTSD and being real weird about it. Teddy and Mark have gone on 3 sexless dates so far, so I'm not going to connect them just yet. And Callie confides in Mark about Arizona not wanting any children. Callie tells Arizona that she wants to talk to her because Callie really wants kids, and Arizona automatically assumes that Callie is going to break up with her and get back with Mark because she's a fake lesbian. Let's give you a black star for Arizona, what the hell. Callie says it is not that bad, it's just that eventually in the future she does want kids. In case you missed April like I have, she shows up in this episode just to steal a case from Meredith for Derek. Black star. Weber tries to be hip and with it so that people will talk to him, but it doesn't really work. And then at the end of the episode, Teddy and Mark have sex. Let's connect them. Episode 19, Derek mentions wanting kids with Meredith. Christina tells Owen to go to therapy again. Oh my god, please, he should have never stopped. Izzy sends Alex divorce papers, and Alex's brother is in town with a big lump on his tummy. We get some Alex lore. He was in a foster home with his siblings after their mom was deemed unfit. We also find out that Alex was in juvie at one point. His brother finds out that Alex was married, his wife had cancer, and that she left him in a very quick conversation, and he says that Alex is just like their father, and they get into a physical fight. His brother deserved it, but I will give Alex a black star for, once again, fighting in the hospital. Why do they keep doing this? Teddy's recounting to Arizona how good Mark was in bed, and she said it was like a party, and Arizona says, a party in your panties. A cancer patient named Mrs. Clark is in the hospital. Weber says that they're doing everything they can to save her. She has a loving husband who I'm sure will not show up later. Lexi tells Mr. Clark that they removed the cancer with good margins, and that his wife should be fine. However, April and Weber discover that she might have had a stroke, and Derek says that there's nothing they can do, and she's in an irreversible coma. Mr. Clark doesn't want his wife's organs to be harvested, but she was an organ donor, and Derek says that it's up to the ethics committee, and the committee agrees to take her off of life support, and he says that if they do that, they will be killing her. While operating on a cop that got shot, Callie says, can you imagine going to work every day and knowing that you could be on the other side of a gun? Christina also mentions during the surgery that she doesn't want kids, and Owen can tell that Christina is scared of him, so he goes back to therapy, thank God. Lexi notices that April has a crush on Derek, but she says she's not going to do anything about it. Teddy and Mark are having sex when Sloane shows up and says she's about to give birth. Episode 20, Callie and Arizona are having a fight about wanting children, and Callie says that everyone wants children, which is not true. They get interrupted when Teddy comes in and says that she needs help with the baby. Sloane is really worried because she says she can't pay rent, so Mark says that she can stay, and Sloane asks if they can keep the baby, which I feel like you should have decided that earlier, girl. There's a famous doctor in, and Christina really wants to impress him, and Derek is considering him for head of cardio since Teddy doesn't have a permanent contract. The new doctor is very impressed by Christina's skills and knowledge, and she calls herself a cardiothoracic whore. However, when she discovers that this guy might be replacing Teddy, she begs Owen to tell Derek to not hire him. So Owen goes to talk to Derek, which Christina sees, but all he says is that Teddy will be fine if he hires someone else. Eventually, Teddy stays, but not because Derek chose her, but because the other surgeon passed. But Christina thinks it's because Owen said something to Derek. Jackson makes fun of April for having a crush on Derek while they're dealing with a patient who got fish hooked by a big hook. They all say, big hook, when they see it. And while taking out the hook, Teddy sneezes and fucks up the surgery, Black Star. Teddy and Owen also almost kiss. Disgusting. Bailey tells Lexi to stop giving her ideas to Alex. Gold star for Bailey. And Mark throws a tantrum in Derek's office about Sloane giving up her baby. Episode 21, we get a Reed appearance for, I think, the first time since April got fired. Mr. Gary Clark has filed a wrongful death suit against Derek. The meeting doesn't go very well, and Clark calls Derek a killer. Bailey is giving the residents and Lexi... I don't know if Lexi is still an intern or if she's a resident yet. They haven't really made a big deal of it. I think she might be a resident, actually. But she's giving them a lesson on bedside manner, and Christina tells Percy that he is dumb as a box of hammers. The lesson is because they all have to help a patient who is very heavyset and has to be delivered to the hospital in a big truck. Jackson gets kicked off immediately for calling him an elephant, and Christina gets kicked off for saying they can't make any fat jokes. The patient gets up to move to another gurney and breaks his ankle from his own weight, and Percy gets kicked off the case for suggesting using a CT scan from the zoo where they scan rhinos. Lexi also gets kicked off the case for asking the patient's wife how she got pregnant. Bailey's just really good in this episode, so let's give her a gold star. Christina calls the patient Fatty 2x4 to Meredith. What the fuck? Derek tells the crew that they cannot operate him because they're not prepared, and Weber tells him he's letting Gary Clark affect their case, so he changes his mind and lets them operate. Alex is betting how much the patient weighs, Black Star. Bailey wins the bet! She bet! Christina is joking about it in the cafeteria when their patient's wife overhears them, Black Star. She kind of eats them up, though, and tells them to mind their own business, and Alex convinces the patient to try and have the surgery. Christina and Jackson are assigned to Teddy, and Christina is mad because she gets assigned to the patient's daughter instead of the woman who's having a heart attack. But later, when Teddy offers Christina to be on the case, she passes so that she can stay with the kid, and that's very good bedside manner, gold star. A patient flirts with Callie, and Lexi and Percy notice this after they get kicked off of Bailey's case. Callie brushes it off, saying it was just getting the patient's trust, but then the girl writes her number on Callie's hand, and she says it to Arizona, and says she doesn't want to call her, but she can't stop wondering if this girl wants a baby. Ooh! They say they love each other, but they don't know what to do, and Arizona says she'll move out. That's just really sad, you know? Teddy thanks Owen for putting a good word with Derek, and Meredith seemingly knows that Owen did no such thing, so Owen and Derek fight because Derek told Meredith about it, and then Derek and Meredith fight because Meredith wants to tell Christina. Alex signs his divorce papers with Izzy, and the episode ends with Mark and Derek hitting golf balls off the roof of the hospital. Is that safe? Is that safe? What if the golf ball hits someone? Episode 22, there's a party at Meredith's house for Derek, and all the residents say the party is really lame. Callie and Arizona keep stealing looks at each other. Owen asks Christina to move in together, and Christina says yes. Jackson encourages Reed to hit on Mark, and then later Teddy comes home to Mark and finds Reed in her bed. Ooh, let's connect them. Mark suggests a threesome, but Teddy doesn't really consider it cheating because they weren't exclusive. Warren and Bailey are getting more serious, so she sets some ground rules and says that their relationship will not be known about at work. But later Derek notices the two of them humming the same song and pieces it together, and then Bailey gets mad at Warren for being nice to a nurse. Meredith tells Christina she thinks something's going on between Owen and Teddy, but she doesn't really specify. She's being super vague for no reason, and she tells Christina that she can't say anything about it because Derek will get mad at her. Meredith tells Owen that he needs to tell Christina that he's in love with Teddy, so Owen tells Christina that he did not put in a good word for Teddy, and that he even told Derek to not hire her. She asks what's going on between the two of them, and he says he doesn't know, and she says that's not good enough. He says Teddy is too connected to everything in his past, that he doesn't need to explain himself to her or Meredith. Teddy overhears all of this. Celebrity alert, Demi Lovato is here. Her parents think she's schizophrenic, but Alex thinks something else is going on, and Lexi helps Alex diagnose her with her photographic memory. She has a small hole in her inner ear, which means she can hear everything that's going on inside her body. Gold star for Alex. Alex clarifies to Lexi that they are indeed a thing, and Lexi doesn't like that Reed slept with Mark. Callie tells Mark that the reason that he and Lexi broke up isn't a reason anymore, and they should get back together. And Mark tells Lexi that he's still in love with her, and he wants another chance. Lexi says that she has a boyfriend, and Mark says that you could have a husband. Callie and Arizona make out in an elevator. Christina shows up at Meredith's house. She's wearing the Dartmouth sweater, by the way, to talk about Owen. I think they broke up. She's not moving in with him. Meredith shows her the floor plan for the house that she and Derek are building, and that Christina is gonna have her own room. So nice. Okay, so when I was making this board, I guess I thought that Reed and Alex slept together because I put her over here, But I guess they don't, so now Reed and Mark are just connected super weirdly like that. Episode 23, Sanctuary. This is the start of one of the best two-parters in all of Grey's Anatomy. Weber is 6 months sober. Christina and Callie are both sobbing messes. Meredith is pregnant! She also passes by Gary Clark walking through the hospital. Meredith tells Christina that she's pregnant and that she's keeping it, and they hope that the baby has Derek's hair. She hasn't told Derek yet. Gary Clark asks Alex where the chief of surgery is, and he says to ask a nurse. He keeps asking people, and nobody is very helpful because everyone's really busy. Teddy is mad at Owen because she found out that he told Derek to pass on her. Celebrity alert, Mandy Moore is here. She is Bailey and Percy's patient, and she sends her husband away to go get pizza. Owen and Teddy have a patient that got shot. He got into a car accident, and the guy in the other car shot him. Gary finds Reed and asks her where to find Derek, and she says she doesn't know. She's not a tour guide, she's a surgeon. And then he shoots her in the head. Alex then turns the corner and sees this, and Gary shoots him in the stomach, and he crawls into an elevator. Meredith goes to see Derek, and he's been doing so much paperwork, he says he wished something got jammed into his head, because then he would at least get to see the inside of an OR, and Meredith says that she has to tell him something later. Owen offers Christina to do a surgery with him and Teddy, but she refuses and does post-ops for Teddy instead. He follows her out, and she asks him if he loves her or Teddy, and he doesn't answer, and she says that they are done. April's walking around, and she accidentally slips in Reed's blood and discovers her body. Sarah Drew acts her fucking ass off in this episode. She deserved an Emmy for this. She gives an iconic speech where she goes sees Derek, and she talks about how she grew up on a farm and she's seen pigs slaughtered, and you never realize how much blood a pig has or even how much a human has. And Derek gets her together, and she tells him that someone has shot Reed and that she's dead. Gary gets into the elevator with Christina, and he asks her how to get to Derek's office, and she gives him directions, and then he gets off the elevator and tells her to have a nice day. Meanwhile, Alex is bleeding out in the elevator. Back with Derek, he calls security, and they're going to instill a lockdown, and they've called the police, and he leaves April in his office. Weber is at a cafe, and he notices a bunch of police cars rushing to the hospital. Callie heads to Pete's to check on a patient, and she gets stuck there when they go into lockdown, and Arizona tells everyone to not freak out, the children or their parents. Callie is not super happy about being trapped there with Arizona. They're still in a fight. Bailey's checking on Mandy Moore when she gets to Paige about the lockdown. Derek heads to Owen and Teddy's surgery, and he tells Jackson that there's a shooter and they cannot leave the OR until it's safe. Meredith finds Christina, and they're both just kind of walking around the hospital. They're not taking the lockdown page very seriously, and they decide that they should tell Derek that she's pregnant, and Christina tells Meredith that she broke up with Owen, and the two of them head for Derek's office. Mark and Lexi are talking when Gary Clark shows up and shoots a nurse, and they duck down and try to hide in the elevator, but they find Alex bleeding out. Weber heads to the hospital to try to go in, but the police tell them that no one can go in and no one can go out at the moment. Mark and Lexi bring Alex into a conference room to help him, and he is super pissed off at the shooter. Christina and Meredith are still walking around, seemingly not noticing that everyone else is in lockdown, and Meredith tells Christina that she'll be the godmother, and Christina says, "So if you and Derek are in a plane crash and you die, the kid is mine?" Derek finds them walking around and asks them what they're doing, and they just say they're walking around, so he pushes them into a supply closet and says that there's a shooter in the hospital and that they can't come out. Bailey is still with Mandy Moore, and Mandy Moore is getting suspicious for why she keeps checking her pager, and Bailey says that there's a situation but she doesn't know what to do, and then Percy barges in and says there's a shooter on the floor. Out the window, they see Gary shoot some people, and Bailey tells Percy to hide and for Mandy to play dead. She covers her with a blanket and then hides under the bed, and then Gary comes into the room. He uncovers Mandy's body and starts to get sad because it reminds him of his wife. And then Percy accidentally knocks something over in the bathroom. So Gary goes into the door and asks him if he's a surgeon. And he says yes. And Gary shoots him. Gary then pulls Bailey out from under the bed and asks if she's a surgeon. And she says, "No, I'm a nurse." And he lets her go and says he's sorry for the trouble and the mess. Smart thinking on Bailey's part, though. Mark and Lexi have to operate on Alex without anesthetic, and he starts to yell, and Mark tells Lexi that she has to shut him up or else the shooter could come back, and she tries to calm him down, but eventually she shoves gauze in his mouth when he won't stop talking. Arizona tries to talk to Callie, but she says she doesn't want to be friends, so she's just gonna hate her guts instead, and Arizona says she doesn't deserve this, and Callie says she doesn't think Arizona ever tried to change like she did, and they get interrupted when the kid's appendix burst. Bailey needs Mandy Moore's help to save Percy, and she tells Mandy to go to the window and see if anyone is out there to help them, but she only sees dead bodies. Bailey can't find out where the water on Percy's body is coming from, and Mandy Moore tells Bailey it's because she's crying. Teddy and Owen have finished their surgery, but they don't get why Jackson won't let them leave, and he tells them that there's a shooter, so Teddy and Owen decide to take him to the ICU so that their patient won't die. Callie asks Arizona when she's going to forgive her for not being a good enough lesbian for her, and Arizona says when she can decide whether she's in love with her and not the idea of being in love. Meredith and Christina are getting bored in the supply closet, and Meredith starts to have morning sickness, so they want to leave, but then they see Gary Clark walk right past them. Christina recognizes him as the man in the elevator who asks how to get to Derek, and when she tells Meredith that, she throws up. Derek is on the sky bridge when Gary Clark walks up to him, and Derek doesn't recognize him at first and tells him that there's a situation and that he needs to go somewhere safe, and then Gary pulls out a gun and says that he's hurt and that he was hurt when Derek killed his wife. Alex needs a blood transfusion, and Lexi says that she'll leave to get the blood because Mark will be able to save Alex and she won't. Meredith and Christina leave their room and are on the opposite sky bridge where they see Derek with a gun held up to him. Bailey and Mandy Moore are struggling to keep Percy alive, and Percy says he's dying, but Bailey says that he's not, and that if he was, she would tell him. Christina is holding Meredith back, and Derek is trying to reason with Gary, saying that he's a good man and he can see it in his eyes. Can you see it in my eyes, Gary? And Gary lowers his gun. Then April comes out and says, Dr. Shepard, thank God you're back. And then Gary shoots Derek in the chest. End of the episode. Episode 24, Death and All His Friends. April rushes over and Gary points the gun at her, and she tells him her name, her age, where she's from, what her parents do, her parents' names, her sister, and their names. She hasn't done anything yet. She's barely lived. No one's loved her yet. She's someone's child. She's a person. And Gary tells her to run away. Gary aims at Derek again, but he sees a SWAT team coming in and leaves. Christina and Meredith are back in the closet, and Meredith wants to leave, but Christina says she can't, and if she wants to go, she'll have to get through her, and Meredith throws Christina to the side and runs out the door. Owen and Teddy are walking with their patient, and Teddy tells Owen that he has to choose between her or Christina, and he says that he chooses no one. They find a body, and they start calling 911, and Weber can hear all of the 911 calls from outside. Lexi is heading back from the blood bank when she comes across Gary Clark, and he said that he was only planning on shooting Derek, Weber, and her since she unplugged his wife, and he aims his gun, and we hear a shot, and Lexi falls to the ground, but she doesn't have any injuries, and the SWAT team shot Gary. Lexi turns and runs with the blood and makes it back to Alex, and she tells Alex that she loves him. Arizona and Callie are helping the girl with her appendix when Gary shows up, and Arizona, cool as a cucumber, says, "There are only children here," and turns away and just starts repeating that over and over to herself to calm her down. Gary says he got shot, and Callie gives him some bandages and tells him to take them and go. He thanks her and leaves. Callie closes the door, and she calms the kid down, telling her that she has the best doctor in the whole world, Arizona, and that some people feel better just when she walks in the room, when she smiles at you. Everything gets better. Let's give them both gold stars for that. The police ask Weber if the name Gary Clark means anything to him, and he recognizes it immediately. Christina, Meredith, and April are in the OR with Derek, and Christina runs out to go get Teddy. Meredith tells Derek that he can't die because that would be the worst breakup ever. Percy isn't looking so hot, and Bailey says they need to get him to an OR. Christina and April are creeping around the hallways looking for Teddy, and she tells April to stop freaking out because it's freaking her out. Jackson comes out and they recruit him for the surgery, and they get the OR crew from Teddy and Owen's surgery also. Christina's gonna have to operate since Owen and Teddy aren't there. Christina tells Meredith she can't be in the OR with her big don't kill McDreamy eyes, and she tells April to make sure to watch Meredith and to make sure he doesn't go in. Christina says she will do her very best work. Alex hallucinates and thinks that Lexi is Izzy and tells her not to go, and she plays along and says that she won't leave. The SWAT team come in and evacuate them. The police turn their back for 1 second, and Weber sneaks into the hospital. Teddy and Owen get out, and she tells him it's okay to choose, and he heads back into the hospital for Christina. Meredith tells April that it took her so long to find Derek, and so long to realize that she wanted him, so April doesn't get to cry about that. And April tells her that she's sad because Reed died and they were best friends, and they hold hands. Christina finds the bullet in Derek's chest. It's right by the aorta, and she tells Jackson that she doesn't know what to do, and she takes a second to think about what to do, and Jackson says that she's a badass. Bailey and Mandy Moore drag Percy on a bed sheet to the elevator to get to the OR, but the elevators have been shut down, and she starts screaming to turn the elevators back on. Mandy begs her to be quiet because the shooter could come by, and Bailey cries and then pulls herself together. She takes her gloves off, and she puts Percy's head into her lap, and he asks if he's dying, and she says yes, but they're not going to leave him alone, and Bailey and Mandy will be with him the whole time. Gold star. Owen walks into the OR and talks to Meredith, and she asks how Christina is doing, and he looks up and says that Christina is doing okay, but he just wants to head in there and see what he can do. He doesn't scrub in, which Meredith thinks is weird, and he tells her to stay down there. Owen walks in to see Gary holding a gun to Christina's head, and he tells her to stop operating. Owen distracts Gary enough so that they can keep Derek alive, operating while he's not looking. Meredith walks into the operating room and says to shoot her. If he wants justice, an eye for an eye, his wife for Derek's wife, then he should shoot her. She's Lexi's sister too, and the closest thing Weber has to a daughter. He turns the gun towards her, but Christina tells Gary that she's pregnant, and Owen rushes Gary but gets shot instead. Gold star for Owen for that. Jackson tells Christina to raise their hands, and they do, and he tells Gary that Derek's heart will stop at any second, and Meredith starts sobbing, and Jackson tells her to shut up. He flatlines, and Christina tells him that it's over, so he leaves. Jackson and Christina immediately start operating again. They had just disconnected his heart monitor so that it would look like he died. Gold stars for both of them for that. Meredith checks on Owen. He's alive, and Christina tells her to take April to the OR next door to save Owen, and she tells Jackson to remind her to thank him later. Percy doesn't feel any more pain, and he asks Bailey to find Reed after this and tell her that he loves her, and to tell her that he was brave. And he tells Bailey that she was his favorite doctor, and then he dies. Meredith and April are operating on Owen when she starts showing that she's in pain, and April looks at her for gunshot wounds, but Meredith says it's not that, she's having a miscarriage. Weber walks through the hospital, past a bunch of dead bodies, and finds Gary sitting in an empty room. They both say they've been looking for each other, and Gary recounts about how when he bought the gun, he had bought a bunch of ammo because it was on sale, and he didn't have enough room in his pockets because he wanted to bring his flask. He hands it to Weber to open it since his arm isn't working because he got shot, and Gary drinks some and says that he thought he needed some liquid courage. He offers some to Weber, who says no. Gary says he only has one bullet left, and he says that he was going to shoot Weber and then shoot himself. He offers Weber the flask again, he smells it and pours it out, and Weber says, "What's it going to be, Mr. Clark? Me or you?" He tells him that if he shoots himself, he's free, and if he shoots Weber, the SWATs are going to get him, and he's not afraid to die. Does he want a life in prison or an afterlife with his wife? And then a shot rings out. Christina is almost done operating on Derek when he goes into VFib. Everyone is out except for them, basically, and Bailey asks the cops if Reed is out. Callie tells Arizona she doesn't want to have kids if it means that she can't be with her, and Arizona says no, they will have kids. Derek's heart goes back into normal rhythm. It's the next day, and the cops are taking pictures of everything. Meredith goes to her cubby and sees the pregnancy test, and Christina tells her that Derek is asking for her, and she throws the test in the trash. So that's the end of season 6. A lot of really good episodes. My favorites were Sanctuary, Death and All His Friends, I Saw What I Saw, and The Time Warp. Just a really good season. My favorites were Meredith, Arizona, and Bailey. Here's what the board looks like at the end of season 6, and here's what the Good Noodle board looks like. We took down some things to remember. We've got a lot more connections. We've got one more dead body, plus Percy, who wasn't on the wall. So yeah, let's get into season 7.